Chapter 561. The knife in Shui Lan's hand was clearly not a normal knife. It was cold and had a strange light, making his eyes seem like they were filled with a ghostly aura. His knife was already close to his chest, but he still had a smile on his face. Han Shangyue, if we're talking about ruthlessness, you can't compare to me. Can you bear to see her hurt? Can you bear to see her hurt? Han Shanyue's eyebrows jumped, but before he could open his mouth, Ning Xuema suddenly moved. She held the golden hairpin in her hand and pressed it against her chest. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Shui Lan, I won't go with you. I'd rather die if I go with you. As for the pain you speak of, pain really doesn't mean anything to me." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised the hairpin and stabbed it into her own arm. Her stab was not light, as it went into her flesh by 1 or 2 inches. Blood immediately flowed out. Ning Xuema, don't be stupid. Han Shanyue raised his hand and grabbed her wrist, preventing her from hurting herself again. Ning Xuema's face was pale from the pain, but she still smiled. "I'm only doing this to tell you one thing. If you hand me over to him, I'd rather die." Her gaze fell on Shui Lan, and her voice was cold. "Shui Lan, I'm not ruthless. Pain really doesn't mean anything to me. If you don't believe me, then try hurting yourself." This time it was Shui Lan's turn to be speechless. His gaze fell on her arm that was still bleeding, and his pupils shrank. He suddenly sighed. "All right, you win." The blue knife in his hand disappeared, and he calmly smiled at Han Shanyue. "I choose the first option. But the reason I chose this is not because I'm afraid of you, but because I'm afraid of her. I'm afraid she'll kill herself." He looked at Ning Xuema and sighed. "Little Xuema, I only wanted to keep you by my side. Do you hate me so much?" Ning Xuema had long been immune to his affections, so she smiled back at him. Her smile was gentle, but her words were not gentle at all. "I can't wait for you to die." Shui Lan choked and looked at her gently. "But I want you to live in this world for a long time." Ning Xuema. Was this bastard's face made of iron? It was unprecedentedly thick. Shui Lan was also straightforward. Since he had chosen the first option, he didn't dawdle. He pointed at a certain part of his arm and flicked a blood-red bead towards Han Shanyue. Han Shanyue took it and looked at it. After confirming that it was indeed the antidote, he passed it to Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema didn't care about anything else and swallowed it. The heart-linking goo poison couldn't be seen from the pulse. Ning Xuema sensed her body, but she didn't feel anything. Shui Lan glanced at her. Suddenly, he used his palm as a knife and cut his own arm. His arm was cut open and blood gushed out. Ning Xuema didn't expect him to do this and was secretly shocked. Her body tensed up and she subconsciously waited for the pain to come. But it didn't. She didn't feel anything. The heart-linking goo poison was really broken. Ning Xuema couldn't help but look at Shui Lan again. That guy lost such a large piece of flesh on his arm, but he was still fine. When he saw her looking at him, he even smiled at her. "Little Xuema, it's not that I can't beat you, it's just that I can't bear to part with you." He didn't look at Han Shanyue and the others anymore and turn around to leave. He was in a good mood and sang as he walked. "The sun rises in the east, red clothes like fire. The spring flowers are bright, the night is waning. Holding the beauty in my arms, my heart is sad. The past is hard to recall, the zither is hard to reconcile." Chapter 562. His voice was actually very pleasant to listen to. It was deep and hoarse. His voice echoed on the main road and gradually faded away. Yunshi looked at his back and clenched her fists. "Sir, this demon is very powerful. I'm afraid that it will become a problem in the future." Han Shanyue was also looking at Shui Lan's back. His eyes flickered slightly. He vaguely felt that the tune of the song was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. An image seemed to flash in his mind. When he tried to grasp it, it was a blur. He acted as if he hadn't heard Yunshi's words. Yunshi's eyes flashed with hidden bitterness. She looked at Ning Xuema in his arms. Ning Xuema seemed to be in a daze. Shui Lan's song made her heart tremble as if it had been scalded. The tune of the lyrics was so familiar that it made her heart palpitate. It was as if she had heard it many years ago or even sung it, but when she thought about it carefully, she couldn't remember. It was like prenatal education music. When a child grew up and heard the music in his mother's womb, he would feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity and even a faint sense of sadness. Her hand unconsciously tugged at Han Shanyue's clothes, but the wound on her arm was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yunqi's eyes fell on Han Shanyue's left hand. His left hand had been pressing on Ning Xiuma's back, and he hadn't forgotten to heal her for a moment. No wonder this girl's wound healed so quickly. The scene in front of Yunqi was undoubtedly glaring to her eyes. Her eyes darkened, and then she slowly smiled. She took 2 steps forward and quietly held onto Han Shanyue's arm. "Sir, is this Miss Ning? What happened to her face?" Although Han Shanyue and Yunqi were friends, there weren't many opportunities for them to be physically close. Usually, before Yunqi could really get close to him, he would quietly retreat. He had a serious obsession with cleanliness. He didn't want to have physical contact with anyone, not even his friends. Even Rongyue Tanlan, who wasn't very reliable, didn't dare to touch him. Normally, Yunqi wouldn't dare do it. At most, she would pull on his sleeve occasionally. However, after he glanced at her, she didn't even dare to pull on his sleeve. However, after this meeting, her attitude towards him seemed to be different. She would intentionally or unintentionally get close to him. This time, she even had the guts of a leopard and directly held his arm. Han Shanyue subconsciously flicked his sleeve. Yunqi's arm went numb, and she couldn't help but let go. She also took 2 steps back. Her expression changed slightly. In fact, she had mustered up her courage to do this. She thought that since he was carrying Ning Xiuma in his arms, he would allow others to get close to him. She didn't expect. She pursed her lips and couldn't help but look at Ning Xiuma. However, she saw that her eyes were also looking at her. There seemed to be a light flickering in her eyes, as if she was proud of herself, but also as if she was mocking her. Yunqi's face turned pale. She felt as though she had been slapped silently. Hatred flashed through his usually merciful heart. Her fingers clenched in her sleeves. This woman was clearly an ordinary person. What right did an ant-like race have to compete with her? She could crush her to death with just a finger. After all, she was a person who had cultivated for thousands of years. Although her heart was in turmoil, she didn't show it on the surface. In fact, she had wronged Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma's eyes had only unconsciously landed on her. In fact, she was still in a daze. Chapter 563. Ning Xiuma was trying her best to figure out the origin of the song. How could she be in a mood to mock Yunqi? Shui Lan had already walked far away, leaving only a small black dot behind. Her gaze was still fixed in that direction, somewhat absent-minded. Han Shanyue looked down and noticed her expression. His eyes darkened slightly, and he quietly turned her in another direction. Ning Xiuma, do you want to maintain this appearance? Or revert to your original appearance? He asked coldly. This sentence immediately pulled Ning Xiuma's thoughts back to reality. Maintain this appearance? It would be better to just kill her. She immediately hugged one of his arms. Master Han, you have a way, right? Han Shanyue's lips curled up slightly. He was secretly satisfied with her actions, but his face remained cold. I do have a way, but the price is not small. What price? Ning Xiuma blinked and looked at him with a slight smile. With Master Han's abilities, you shouldn't care about any price, right? I'm very calculative, and I never do things that are useless. I don't do things that lose money. Han Shanyue's voice was still cold and indifferent. Ning Xiuma secretly gritted her teeth. Was this bastard trying to take advantage of her? She raised her arm and looked at it. It seemed to be wrapped in a layer of old person's real skin. She also knew simple disguise techniques. She should be able to remove these things herself, right? She didn't want to be threatened by him. She opened her mouth to speak, but a blue shadow flashed in the distance. Kirin was running over as fast as it could. Master, I can sense Master's aura. It shouted as it ran. When it suddenly saw this scene, it was stunned. Then, it suddenly came over and sniffed Ning Xiuma's aura. Moss. Master? Little apple. Ning Xiuma reached out and touched the horn on its head. Kirin's body stiffened, and it looked as if it had been struck by lightning. Master, We haven't seen each other for a day. How did you become so old? Ning Xuema was speechless. Don't spout nonsense. Your master was disguised by that pervert Shui Ilan. I won't grow old. She was still a delicate flower, a budding age. How could she grow old overnight? But master, your voice is so old. She sounded no different from a real old lady. I was probably forced to take some medicine. I'll do some research on it later. I'll recover. Ning Xuema was full of confidence. She also knew how to make voice-changing drugs, so naturally, she knew how to neutralize it as well. The little Qilin was finally relieved. Are you sure you can handle it? Han Shangyue, who had been ignored, asked. You should be able to, right? She only needed to remove the scab on her body and take some medicine to restore her voice. Ning Xuema nodded. Han Shangyue looked at her with a faint smile and said, I'll wait and see. Then he turned around and left with her in his arms. Sir, what about these girls? Yunshi asked from the side, pointing at the 3 girls who were still sitting in the carriage. Han Shangyue seemed to have just noticed the 3 girls. He glanced at them and said indifferently, Yunshi, I'll leave them to you. Then he strode away. Yunshi's expression changed slightly. These 3 girls were under Shui Ilan's hypnotic spell. Yunshi did have a way to neutralize it, but it would take some time. Her body suddenly swayed and leaned against the snow lion. She let out a low moan. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, so Han Shangyue, who had just walked a few feet away, could hear it. Chapter 564. Han Shangyue turned around, and his gaze fell on Yunshi. Her face was slightly pale, and there was cold sweat on her forehead. She seemed very weak. There weren't many people that Han Shangyue treated as friends, and Yunshi was one of them. It was rare to see her so weak, so he was naturally concerned and looked over. Seeing that she had finally attracted his attention, Yunshi pursed her lips slightly and straightened her body. She said apologetically, I'm fine. It's just that I was a little out of breath when I was cultivating yesterday. I was also a little tired last night. I'll be fine after some rest. I'll dispel the bewitching spell for them later. Her words were very considerate. Han Shangyue didn't say anything. He placed Ning Xuema on Kirin's back and let her sit sideways. He instructed her, be good and wait here. He walked back and reached out to feel Yunshi's pulse. Her pulse was indeed a little weak and messy. It was a sign that her breath had diverged. Yunshi looked at his lowered eyebrows, and her heart thumped wildly. After knowing him for so long, she had very few chances to have physical contact with him. She had achieved success in her cultivation and had 2 great gods as her friends. There was almost no chance of her getting hurt or sick. Occasionally, when she got sick or injured, Rongyue Tianlan could easily treat her. She didn't even have the chance to pretend to be weak. Perhaps the threesome was indeed a mistake. If she wanted to pursue him, she had to seize all kinds of opportunities to be alone. For example, yesterday, because she was a little upset, her breath had diverged while she was cultivating. She had almost gone mad. Before she could recover, she had been caught by Han Shangyue. After running around with him for half the night, her body was indeed a little weak. His fingers rested on her wrist. It was slightly cold. Her heart was burning with passion. She lowered her eyes slightly and didn't dare to show any emotion. However, her slightly red cheeks betrayed her excitement at the moment. Calm down and get rid of all distracting thoughts, Han Shangyue said in a calm voice. Yunshi's heart skipped a beat. She knew that he was going to use his telekinesis to heal her body. It was a rare opportunity for him to heal her, so Yunshi naturally didn't want to let it go. She nodded obediently. Okay. After saying that, she was still worried. Sir, you've been running around all night. Can your body still take it? Let Yunshi recuperate on her own. Yunshi doesn't want you to use too much telekinesis. It's all right. Han Shangyue only said 2 words. He raised his hand, and a futon appeared on the ground. Sit and meditate. Yunshi's heart warmed as she smiled. Her smile was like a beautiful flower blooming gently. Then, Yunshi will accept your offer. Sure enough, she sat down on the praying mat. While she was adjusting her breath, she quietly glanced at Ning Xuema, who was not far away. Ning Xuema, who was sitting on Kirin's back, saw everything, but she didn't care. She was chatting with Kieran in a low voice. Although they had only been separated for one night, Kieran felt as if they had been separated for a year. She had a lot to say. Without waiting for Ning Xiuma to ask, it spilled the beans from a bamboo tube and told her everything that happened that night. Kieran loved to gossip. Moreover, Yunqi had intentionally or unintentionally talked about her relationship with Han Shanyue in front of her. It seemed like they were very, very good friends who had accompanied each other for countless years. At this time, Kieran's words were implied. Ning Xiuma listened and nodded slightly. She glanced at Han Shanyue. So this person also had friends. Chapter 565. She thought that Han Shanyue was so powerful that he didn't have any friends. No wonder there was a saying that Qin Hui had 3 childhood friends. It seemed that this saying was true. She saw that Han Shanyue was about to sit on Yunqi's back and heal her. She didn't know how long this delay would take, so she might as well bring Kieran into the city first and find an inn to get rid of the old lady's skin. She was also someone who loved cleanliness. Now that there was an additional layer of old lady skin on her body, she felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't wait to clean herself up and take a bath. She took advantage of the fact that Han Shanyue had just sat down and had yet to circulate his energy. She rode Kieran over and said, "Master Han, you go ahead. Little Apple, and I will find an inn in the city to wash up." She felt that since Han Shanyue had just saved her, it was only right for her to inform him before leaving. However, just as she spoke, Han Shanyue waved his sleeves at her and said, "Be good and stay here. Don't be nosy." A faint white light enveloped Ning Xiuma, and her body became weak again. Ning Xiuma was speechless. Wasn't this person too unreasonable? He wanted to heal his friend, so why did he have to drag her along to watch? Forget it. Since he had saved her from the fire pit, she wouldn't argue with him over such trivial matters. Since he wanted her to watch, then she would just watch. It was a good opportunity to learn another skill in this perverted continent. Having one more skill would increase one's chances of success. She sat lazily on Kieran's back, and her eyes fell on the two of them. She wanted to learn. Han Shanyue raised his head and glanced at her. He didn't know why, but his heart was faintly unhappy. However, it was rare for her to be so obedient, so he couldn't say anything wrong with her. He didn't know what was going on with him recently, but his usually calm mind was somewhat unstable. Especially when it came to matters related to her. His mood became even more unstable. "You want to learn how to heal people?" Ning Xiuma nodded and admitted honestly, "I want to learn." He had healed people on the road, so this skill shouldn't be a secret, right? "You think you can learn just by sitting there?" Han Shanyue raised his eyebrows. When he was treating someone, his palm would be pressed on the person's back without moving. He relied entirely on his psychokinesis to circulate in the injured person's body. He knew where he should circulate his psychokinesis first, where he should not circulate it, and where he should not circulate it. These were all very important, but they could not be understood from the outside. The onlookers could not see where his psychokinesis was flowing to at all. She was learning from so far away. Not a chance at all. In fact, Ning Xiuma also somewhat understood this principle. She knew that even if she looked carefully, she might not be able to see through it. However, it was a little boring to sit here. She also had the thought that she could understand as much as she could. Hence, when she heard Han Shanyue's question, she answered honestly, "Whatever I can learn is good. You know, I'm very smart." Han Shanyue was speechless. She was really narcissistic. However, what she said was true. She was indeed very smart. "Come here," he said directly, and with a wave of his sleeve, he released her from her restraints. "What are you doing?" Ning Xiuma was puzzled. Wasn't he treating his friend? Did he need someone to help him with this kind of treatment? However, looking at Han Shanyue's expression, if she didn't go over, he probably wouldn't give up. Since he was her savior, she would listen to him this time. Chapter 566. When necessary, Ning Xiuma was very obedient. She walked over. As she walked, she realized that there were several holes in her skirt and pants, and a cool breeze was blowing in. Needless to say, she had worn them out when she had been desperately trying to rush the carriage. She hadn't had time to check them. She felt that something was wrong, so she looked down and heaved a sigh of relief. The holes were around her knees and the bottom of her pants. Apart from slightly affecting her appearance, there was no danger of her being exposed. Furthermore, she looked like an old woman with one foot in the grave, so there was nothing to be exposed about. She walked over to Han Shangyue. "Master Han, what instructions do you have for me?" Han Shangyue conjured another praying mat. "Sit." Ning Xiuma didn't know what he was up to. She looked at Yunqi and then at Han Shangyue in confusion. Yunqi was also confused. She turned to look at Han Shangyue and asked, "Sir, what is this?" Han Shangyue didn't seem to be bothered to explain, so he only said, "Sit properly and regulate your breathing." Yunqi didn't dare disobey him, so she sat up straight and tried her best to regulate her breathing. Han Shangyue sat behind her. Yunqi only felt joy and peace, but with the addition of the senile Ning Xiuma, she felt somewhat uncomfortable and almost couldn't concentrate. Han Shangyue clearly sensed her unstable state of mind, so he said faintly, 3 flowers at one's prominence, 5 hearts at one's origin." As he recited a string of incantations, his palm pressed against her back. Psychokinesis slowly flowed in, forcibly helping her to calm down. Yunqi's heart warmed. She closed her eyes and abandoned all distracting thoughts. She sensed the psychokinesis and let her own psychokinesis merge with his before following him. His psychokinesis was vigorous and boundless. After the yang qi entered her body, wherever it passed, the muscles and meridians that had been slightly damaged due to qi deviation finally began to slowly recover. This time, Han Shangyue was especially talkative. Every time he helped Yunqi circulate her meridians, he would calmly explain the principle and the next step to take. Ning Xiuma sat beside him and listened to his explanation. She benefited greatly. This great god's treatment was different from that of an ordinary doctor. It was completely different from what she had learned in the past. However, there was also the wonder of achieving the same goal through different means. She looked at the light emitted from his palm. It was no longer the usual white light, but a faint green light. Needless to say, he was using the wood element of telekinesis. He was indeed a god. Other people only had 1 or 2 types of psychokinesis, and even if they cultivated for a lifetime, they might not reach the peak. He, on the other hand, had cultivated all 5 elements. Moreover, he was very familiar with each element and could use them as he pleased. No matter how smart a genius was, it was impossible for him to reach this level. Unless he lived long enough and had an endless amount of time, he would have plenty of time to cultivate these things. This person. I'm afraid he's far older than 70 or 80, right? 1,000 years old? Long live? Tens of thousands of years old? She was slightly distracted. Suddenly, his hand tightened around her wrist. Distracted? Ning Xiuma suddenly regained her senses and couldn't help but glance at Han Shangyue. This guy was treating someone's injuries. Shouldn't he be concentrating at this time? He was actually able to sense her momentary distraction. This was too abnormal. She coughed and wanted to withdraw her hand. No, you can continue. Han Shangyue glanced at her. He had no intention of letting go of her wrist. Instead, he pulled her small hand over and pressed it on Yunqi's back. You have to sense the flow of this psychokinesis yourself. You can't be distracted again. Chapter 567. Ning Xiuma was speechless. Almighty, this isn't good, is it? Isn't this using Miss Yunqi as a living teaching material? Before she could say anything, Han Shanyue's palm was already superimposed on the back of her hand. His telekinesis was first transmitted to her palm, then from her palm to Yunqi's body. This was an extremely novel experience. Furthermore, this kind of experience wasn't available all the time. Although Ning Xiuma vaguely felt that it wasn't very kind to treat Yunqi this way, she couldn't resist now, so she might as well learn seriously. In any case, when she had studied medicine in her previous life, she had done countless internships with men and women from all walks of life. Now that she had a fairy sister, it was a very rare experience. This kind of teaching method was extremely effective. Ning Xiuma could almost feel the frequency and speed of the telekinesis flow. She could also sense the subtle reactions of the other party's meridians when the telekinesis washed over them. She had first-hand information. Fortunately, Yunshi had already entered a meditative state and had entered a state of complete selflessness. She didn't even realize that she was being taught medicine as a living teaching material. Otherwise, she would have been so angry that she would have vomited blood. Yunshi's injuries weren't considered serious. Han Shanyue helped her recuperate 3 times with his telekinesis before her damaged meridians were finally restored to their original state. Now that Yunshi had recovered, Ning Xiuma had benefited greatly. Her medical skills had improved imperceptibly. After the recuperation, Han Shanyue finally stopped and removed his hands from Yunshi's back. Ning Xiuma naturally removed her hands without batting an eyelid. She was about to walk away without batting an eyelid when Yunshi opened her eyes. She sensed her body and realized that all the soreness caused by the crossroads had disappeared without a trace. She had completely recovered. She glanced back at Han Shanyue and smiled. "Thank you, sir." Her eyes were full of smiles. After saying this, she glanced at Ning Xiuma with a trace of delight in her eyes. She couldn't hide it. Ning Xiuma smiled back at her. Her smile was very gentle. She looked like an old woman now, but her smile made her look very amiable, like an old granny. Yunshi felt that her smile was a little strange, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Ning Xiuma gave her a comforting smile and was about to slip away when Han Shanyue grabbed her wrist again. "How much of what I just taught you do you remember? Why did you have to rub salt in her wound?" "Big brother, you'll hurt the beauty's heart." Ning Xiuma chuckled and said vaguely, "I remember everything. Thank you for your guidance. Then tell me, which are the important acupoints? What percentage of psychokinesis do I have to use?" Han Shanyue obviously did not want to let her off. Like a strict teacher, he wanted his student to answer his questions. Yunshi seemed to have heard something, and her pretty face turned pale again. She looked at one person and then another, and a bad feeling arose in her heart. Ning Xiuma was defeated by Han Shanyue. This person's ability is definitely heaven-defying, but his EQ seems to be heaven-defying as well. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but she was not as strong as him. With this tug, she stumbled and almost fell into his arms. "Why are you hiding? You can't answer?" Han Shanyue's face darkened. Ning Xiuma felt a little sad. Was Han Shanyue treating her as a concubine or a disciple? Forget it. It seemed that it would not be right if she did not answer today. Chapter 568. Forget it. It seemed like she couldn't keep quiet today. Anyway, it was his friend's heart that was hurt, not hers. If he didn't appreciate her occasional kindness, then she would say it. "Of course, I remember. Using 30% of your strength from the back." She began to explain the pressure points he had used to guide her. Her memory was excellent, so she was able to recite them exactly. Han Shanyue's expression finally eased. Although he didn't say anything, he still looked satisfied. His expression eased, but Yunshi's pretty face turned pale. She was quite proficient in this area of medicine, so she knew that the process Ning Xiuma had described couldn't be understood just by watching. It had to be done personally. He actually let this woman do it on her. He was using her as a living teaching material. This was simply a slap to her face. No matter how restrained Yunshi was and how she didn't dare to provoke Han Shanyue, she was furious. I worked so hard for you, and you actually humiliated me like this." She was so angry that her lips trembled and she couldn't speak clearly. Han Shanyue slowly stood up, his voice still indifferent. "Yunshi, you work hard for me all night. Do you feel wronged?" Yunshi was stunned. Yunshi didn't mean that. "Do you think that I should be deeply grateful to you just because you've helped me this time?" "No, absolutely not." Yunshi shook her head. In the thousands of years that they had known each other, Dizwa had done many things for her. He had saved her many times, but she had done very little for him. She didn't know how many favors she owed Dizwa over the years, but she felt that it was natural for a woman to owe a man a favor. She had accepted it as a matter of course and had never thought of how to repay it. Dizwa was too powerful, so he had never asked her to repay the favor. This time, Dizwa had asked her to help him find someone. She felt that she had finally helped Dizwa once, so he should treat her better and remember her favor. Of course, this was just her subconscious thought. She hadn't actually thought about it that much. "Then what were you angry about?" I was just taking advantage of the situation and teaching her some medical knowledge. How's that an insult to you? Yunqi's pretty face turned green and white. She didn't know how to answer his question. After a moment, she choked out, Yunqi just doesn't want to be a living example, huh? Han Shangyue raised his eyebrows. When Tianlan taught you medical skills, she didn't let you practice with any patients. Of course there is. It was almost impossible to learn good medical skills without having patience. Does his patient feel insulted? Yunqi was speechless. When Rongyue Tianlan taught her medical skills, she also let her operate on the spot. Those patients were all in fear and trepidation, feeling very honored. They're just ordinary warriors. Yunqi finally struggled to say. A patient is a patient. There is no difference in status. Han Shanyue's voice was still as calm as flowing water. Yunqi, if you feel that I owe you a favor for working for me this time, I will return the favor in the future. From then on, we will never cross paths again. Yunqi immediately panicked. This was not the result she wanted. She couldn't care less and stepped forward. Sir, Yunqi definitely didn't mean that. Chapter 569. She couldn't care less as she stepped forward. Sir, I definitely didn't mean that. I've always treated you as my best friend. What's the point of owing favors between friends? If you think about it seriously, I owe you a lot. If you continue to say this, I'll be too ashamed to show my face. I said something wrong just now. I apologize to you. She gathered her sleeves and bowed to Han Shanyue. How could this be? Ning Xuema felt that her horizons had been broadened. Han Shanyue was clearly in the wrong, yet he could make him bow to him with just a few words. Although this guy's EQ was negative, he wasn't bad at all. Ning Xuema's gaze once again shifted to Yunqi's body. She saw that her eyes were brimming with tears, making her look pitiful. She was born extremely beautiful, and a man's heart of stone was best touched by a beauty's tears. Normally, when a man saw her like this, even if he was furious, he would just let it go. He would even comfort the beauty a few times. However, Han Shanyue was obviously not an ordinary man. He was like an iceberg that couldn't be warmed. Yunqi had already lowered herself to such a low level, yet all she got in return was a grunt from him before he ignored her. Instead, he picked up Ning Xuema, who was watching calmly from the sidelines. Ning Xuema wasn't worried that he would carry her. She was stunned. I can walk by myself. When Han Shanyue had grabbed her hand to treat Yunqi's injury, his telekinesis had passed through her palm and unavoidably adjusted her blood vessels. She didn't feel any discomfort now. She could even do a round of boxing with no problem, let alone walk. Just as she was about to struggle, Han Shanyue's arms tightened slightly. Be good. The wide sleeves covered the torn part of her trousers, intentionally or unintentionally. Sir, where are we going? Yunqi, who was behind him, had already sorted out her dispirited mood and was reinvigorated. Your injury has just healed. Go back and recuperate, Han Shanyue instructed without turning his head. Yunqi was stunned as she watched his back disappear into the distance. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Shamelessly following her would make her lose face. She was unwilling to give up just like that. He stood in the same spot for a moment. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the three women in the carriage. A moment later, she undid the bewitching spell on the three women. Where are you taking me? Ning Xuema was also puzzled. He seemed to be addicted to hugging her and was still hugging her at this time. Didn't you want to get rid of the disguise yourself? Weren't they looking for an inn? Han Shanyue asked. All right. So he was carrying her to the inn. At this moment, the sun had already risen high up in the sky. Pedestrians began to appear one after another on this road. Some were riding horses, some were sitting in sedan chairs, and some were walking. When these people saw Han Shanyue and his group, they all stopped to take a look. It couldn't be helped. This combination looked too strange. An otherworldly man was hugging an old lady in tattered clothes with a face full of wrinkles. Beside them was a majestic little Qilin. Along the way, Han Shanyue had received a lot of attention. He was already used to such gazes and acted as if nothing had happened. He seemed to be strolling leisurely, looking very lazy and leisurely. Ning Xuema, who was in his arms, suddenly burst out laughing. Han Shangyue looked at her strangely. What are you laughing at? He wasn't teasing her. Chapter 570. Hearing his question, Ning Xuema's eyes curved even more. She did not seem to have the intention to explain, but she could not help but laugh again. So ugly. Han Shangyue did not hold back. There are more wrinkles on your face when you laugh. All right, this guy was a sharp-tongued tsundere. When he insulted people, it was enough to make them suffer. Ning Xuema did not mind. Anyway, the wrinkles on her face were not her original appearance. So what if it was ugly? He usually had a cold aura, but his body was actually not cold. Ning Xuema felt very comfortable being hugged by him. There was an indescribable, light fragrance on his body. If one did not smell it carefully, one would not be able to tell. However, it was refreshing and calming. Ning Xuema snuggled in his arms and felt a little sleepy. She felt as if she had slept in this embrace before. Why were you laughing just now? Han Shangyue obviously did not want to let her go. I was laughing. Ning Xuema looked up at his face and said leisurely, I was thinking that if you hugged me like this in the eyes of outsiders, they would probably think that you were hugging your mother and praise you for being a filial son. Han Shangyue was speechless. He almost threw her out. Old mother. He had a faint smile on his face, and his tone was cold. Ning Xuema lifted her arms and hugged his neck, appeasing him. I'm only saying that in the eyes of outsiders who don't know the truth. It's not like I'm really your mother. You're the one who asked me, so I told you my true thoughts. You can't be so petty and get angry just because of this, right? This posture was supposed to be the posture of a blooming orchid, but Han Shangyue looked at her wrinkled face and did not feel anything good about it. He pulled her arms away from his neck and looked at her with a faint smile. Are you acting coquettishly in front of me? Ning Xuema was stunned. Before she could say anything, he continued, an old woman acting coquettishly in front of a young man. Do you know how scary your image is? Ning Xuema was speechless. She seemed to have been hit by his words and subconsciously defended herself. I am not an old woman. I'm only 13. You're not a young man. You just look a little younger, but you're actually much older than me. I'm afraid you're more than old enough to be my grandfather. Why was this girl so concerned about his age? However, with his age, he was more than old enough to be her ancestor, let alone her grandfather. He was a little lost in thought, but he didn't argue with her. He just said, then you can call me Grandpa from now on. He absolutely could not accept this. Ning Xuema laughed. Although you are old enough to be my grandfather, calling you Grandpa makes you sound old. It doesn't fit your image. I'll just call you Guru. Ning Xuema finally thought of the most suitable title. This title couldn't be more appropriate for him. God? Han Shanyue's eyes flickered, and his tone was somewhat unpredictable. You know, he changed his words. Don't you always like to call me Great Master? Why did you change it to Guru? Did she know something? Ning Xuema didn't notice the slight change in his tone. When she heard his question, she casually said, Guru is a title for those who are super powerful, super strong, have a high status, and have a high status. It's most suitable for you. So that's what Guru meant. She really had a lot of strange words. Han Shanyue's tone was faint, as you wish. Guru, how did you know that there was something wrong with the carriage? Chapter 571. Great Master, how did you know that there was something wrong with the carriage? She thought that he didn't notice it at all and just passed by it. This carriage passed by me before. There were originally 8 people in the carriage and 1 coachman outside. Now that the coachman is gone, the 8 people in the carriage have become 5. Han Shanyue said slowly. Ning Xuema stared at him with her eyes wide open. At that time, the carriage had just passed by him, but he remembered so many things. He was indeed a great master. And then, just based on this, he could tell that she was in the carriage. There were several wounds on the horse's buttocks from sharp objects. If the horse was really frightened, the coachman would pull the reins hard and not use sharp objects to provoke it. Therefore, it wasn't the horse that was frightened, but someone who was driving the horse to run faster. Ning Xuema stared at him without blinking. This guy really had a strong reasoning ability. If the horse was frightened and ran wildly, the people in the carriage would be very nervous and their heartbeats would increase. Especially the normal women. Their heartbeats would be even more rapid. However, 3 of the women were breathing calmly, and their heartbeats were even slower than usual. This proves that the 3 of them were controlled by someone. And the only man in the carriage had a rapid heartbeat, which proved that he had just run wildly. His heartbeat was rapid and strong, and his breathing was long, which proved that he was a highly skilled martial artist. If he was in the carriage just now, the horse wouldn't have been frightened and would have been controlled by him in an instant. He wouldn't have allowed a woman to drive the carriage while lying on her stomach. This is enough to prove that he was the one who chased after the carriage. The carriage didn't lose control, but it was driven away by someone, and the person who was escaping was that man. Ning Xiaoma was speechless. She had nothing to say. There aren't many people who can escape from such a person, and you are one of them. If I'm not wrong, you must have thought of a way to trick him off the carriage, and then you took him by surprise and escaped with the carriage. Is that so? He said it as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Ning Xiaoma gave him a thumbs up. Guru, even if you don't want to be a guru, you can still be a detective. Han Shanyue's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Then he slowly opened his mouth. This carriage was originally going out of the city. You clearly knew that with his martial arts, he could easily catch up to you, but you still chose to run wildly. It should be because you saw your savior. At that time, when I passed by you, although I did not notice you, you saw me, right? The person you should be asking for help should be me. Am I right? He had seen through it all. Ning Xiaoma sighed. Xiaoma has nothing to say. The Almighty had guessed correctly. Since you've already seen through this, why did you wait for a moment before suddenly attacking? She thought she was completely ignored by him. Is there need to doubt? If I were to act rashly while he was in the carriage, he would definitely use you as a hostage. Naturally, we have to wait for him to come out and attack him when he is unprepared. The Almighty's strategy was indeed well executed. Ning Xiaoma was completely convinced by this point. Although you ran away from me, you still trust me in your bones, isn't that right? Han Shanyue's words suddenly came from the sky. Ning Xiaoma was speechless. She had forgotten about this. Because of his words, the harmonious atmosphere between the two of them became a little awkward. Ning Xiaoma couldn't help but ask, why me? Chapter 572. I've already answered this question before. There's no need to repeat it now, Han Shanyue said faintly. However, his answer back then was obviously perfunctory. She didn't believe that he was destined to be a loner. He had said that he only needed a concubine. Given the Almighty's abilities, he probably didn't choose a concubine just to satisfy his lust. Could it be that he was actually missing a shield? A shield to shield him from women? The more Ning Xiaoma thought about it, the more she felt that her deduction was reasonable. She could already see the relationship between this Almighty and Yunshi. It was a classic scene of falling flowers of falling in love with the heartless brook. Yunshi liked this Almighty, but the Almighty only treated her as a friend. However, Yunshi didn't give up and finally started to pursue him. This annoyed the Almighty, but he didn't want to fall out with her. Therefore, he chose a concubine by his side to make her give up. Then, whether he hugged her or deliberately used Yunshi as a living example, could it be that it was all to make Yunshi angry? That was possible. After all, this Almighty didn't usually like to get close to people. Back then, she had only kissed him as a joke, but he had slapped her on the street. Later, he had suddenly changed and mysteriously appeared at the royal banquet. He had even hugged her and played the pipa, forcing her to marry him. That was probably the reason. She had offended him before, so he didn't feel guilty about using her as a shield. Plus, he knew that she didn't like him. Even if he dumped her in the future, she wouldn't pester him. Plus, she was just an ordinary person. Even if she wanted to pester him, she would probably be tortured to death by him at any time. She wouldn't cause him any trouble. Ning Xiaoma glanced back through the gap between Han Shanyue's arms. Yunshi was still standing there in the distance. Her figure looked a little bleak. She had obviously suffered a blow. For some reason, Ning Xiaoma suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. She smiled and asked casually, Almighty, you don't actually want a concubine, but a shield, right? Huh? Han Shanyue raised his eyebrows. He didn't seem to understand where her deduction came from. You don't love me, do you? Ning Xiaoma asked again. Han Shanyue paused and looked down at her. After a while, he replied, I will not love anyone. right? She guessed that was it. Then your excellency chose me to be your concubine because you wanted me to be your shield, right? Ning Shuima finally asked the question that had been hovering in her mind. When she asked this question, she couldn't help but hold her breath. Han Shanhua was taken aback for a moment, then said lightly, "Is that what you think?" "That's right. Otherwise, I really can't figure out why you're forcing me to marry you. You clearly know that I don't love you." Ning Shuima blurted out the last sentence. After she finished speaking, her heart skipped a beat. Han Shanhua's footsteps paused again. His aura seemed to have cooled down. He said indifferently, "If that's the case, then you've guessed correctly. I will only treat you as a shield. You must remember this." Everything seemed to make sense now. Him marrying her as a concubine had nothing to do with love. Ning Shuima seemed to heave a sigh of relief. She looked at him and said, "I can be your shield, but I have a condition." Since everything was out in the open, she would first be a villain and then a gentleman. She would state all her conditions to maximize her benefits. Chapter 573. Han Shanhua glanced at her again. "Say it." Ning Shuima looked at his expressionless face and thought for a while. She organized her words and simply stated her condition. "I can be your concubine in name and be responsible for dealing with all kinds of women for you, but you and I don't have to consummate our marriage. We don't have to sleep together. What do you think?" Han Shanhua was speechless. "Did I say that I would consummate our marriage after marrying you?" His voice was cold and indifferent. It turned out that he didn't intend to consummate their marriage. That was great. Ning Shuima let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "Great God, are you saying that you agree to my conditions?" Han Shanhua looked at her smiling face and didn't know why he felt that it was particularly irritating. "I won't consummate my marriage with a shield." He glanced at her again. "Even if you want to, I won't allow it." Ning Shuima sighed in relief again. "It's great that you can think this way. If she knew that he would think this way, she wouldn't have run away. He used her as a shield, and she could become stronger under his wings. When she had a certain level of strength, she would be able to make her own way. The sea is wide, and the sky is high, and the birds can fly. I can beat up whoever I don't like. I can make the whole world bow down to me. Ha ha. Instead of being chased by all kinds of people like a rat running across the street, constantly walking on the edge of danger, and almost having sex with the king of hell a few times. All right, I'll be your shield concubine. Although I'm still pure, outsiders don't know. If you don't need me in the future, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to marry again. My future is bleak." She still wanted to marry someone else? Han Shanhua raised his eyebrows and looked at her. "So?" He seemed to be suppressing something, and his voice was a little dull. "So you have to compensate me." Ning Shuima answered matter-of-factly. "What compensation do you want? Find a good husband for you in the future?" This was the first time someone bargained with him like this, and this girl was always the exception. Han Shanhua's voice was a little cold. "That won't be necessary. There's no need for you to worry about my marriage. Great God, you see, I'm a heavenly lone star that you personally conferred upon me. I'm like a rat that everyone wants to beat up. If I don't have good martial arts, I'll only be beaten up. It's very unpleasant. Why don't great God teach me some martial arts during this period of time? Or give me some elixirs that can quickly improve my skills so that I can have enough ability to protect myself. You want to be my disciple?" Han Shanhua interrupted her and went straight to the point. Ning Shuima explained, "That's not necessary. Guru, you taught me Kung Fu as a condition for me to be your shield concubine. There's no master-disciple relationship between us. Terms of exchange," Han Shanhua lightly repeated. "Then have you ever thought of becoming my disciple? I have imparted more martial arts to you. Not only do you have the ability to protect yourself, with the reputation of my disciple, no one on this continent would dare to bully you." Ning Shuima shook her head. "I won't acknowledge you as my master. Why?" He had always been the one to pick his disciples, and no disciple had ever dared to despise him. This was simply, for the first time, Han Shanhua had the urge to laugh. Ning Shuima covered her mouth and yawned. Master-disciple love is the most annoying thing. Han Shanhua, he didn't know what to think, but his voice was cold. "I also hate it. What's the relationship between acknowledging a master and master-disciple love? Don't tell me you want..." Ning Xuema interrupted him. Great God, you're thinking too much. I don't want to develop a relationship with you. Then why are you afraid of master-disciple love? Han Shanyue's voice was obviously unhappy. Great God, have you forgotten? I'm still your concubine. If I acknowledge you as my master, wouldn't I be both your disciple and your concubine? In the eyes of outsiders, we're a perverted master-disciple love. Han Shanyue secretly took a breath. So you also have times when you care about other people's opinions. Of course, when it's time to care, I still have to care. Great God, you'll agree to my terms, right? You see, you're only teaching me a part of your martial arts. There's no need for us to be master and disciple. Once the game is over, we can happily part ways. We don't owe each other anything. Game, once they part ways, they don't owe each other anything. Han Shanhua looked at her coldly. If this is what you want, I'll agree to it. Ning Xuema's eyes lit up. The negotiation was a success. She smiled. Then I'll thank you, great God. She began to draw a blueprint for a beautiful future in her heart. She was proud of herself. Her eyebrows became lively, and her pair of old eyes shone brightly. Just as she was fantasizing nonstop, her body suddenly soared into the sky like she was riding on a cloud. When she came back to her senses, she was already sitting on the little Qilin's back. He threw her a little too hard. When Ning Xiuma landed on Kirin's back, but hurt a little. She hissed and looked at Han Shanyu in surprise. You, Han Shanyue's voice was cold. If you want to dream, go on Kirin's back. Don't drool in my arms. Drool? Did she? Ning Xiuma couldn't help but touch the corner of her mouth. Of course, she didn't feel anything. Forget it. For the sake of a beautiful future, she wouldn't argue with him. She sat on Kirin's back and suddenly found a terrible problem. The crotch of her pants was torn. When she spread her legs, she could feel the cold wind. This posture was really unsightly. Ning Xiuma immediately crossed her other leg over and sat diagonally on the Qilin's back. Because she now had a plan for her future, she felt happy and straightforwardly sang, "Follow my left hand. Follow my right hand in slow motion. This song gives you happiness. Have you fallen in love with me? Follow my nose, move your eyes, and ears act good and handsome. Change your style, youth, is too much unknown. Guesses growing pains are nothing." She forgot that she had the hoarse voice of an old woman. Her singing was like a broken gong, and she was shocked when she sang. Her howl also attracted the attention of passers-by. They didn't understand why this old woman was so happy. Ning Xiuma was not someone who cared about other people's opinions. Since she wanted to sing thoroughly. As long as she was happy, she didn't care about other people's opinions. So she was still singing happily. Her two little feet swung on Kirin's back. She looked very relaxed. My bravery is charged, reaching every place with my head held high the sun of this world, because confidence can illuminate meth center of the stage. Only with me can I shine, only with me can I shine. Compared to Ning Xiuma's good mood, Han Shanyue was still like a 1,000-year-old iceberg. She couldn't tell what he was feeling, but the air around him seemed to be colder. Ning Xiuma's good mood lasted until they reached the inn. But after 2 hours, her mood couldn't be good anymore. Fuck, Tencent has gone crazy and directly transmigrated my chapter. I had to change it again. My heart is stifled. Chapter 574. After she entered the inn, she closed the door and checked her body carefully. Then, she immediately collapsed. It turned out that Shui Lan, that bastard, did not only disguise her visible parts. Other than her private parts, the rest of her body was covered by that layer of old skin. In other words, even if she was unintentionally stripped naked, the exposed skin would belong to an elderly person. It would not expose her original identity. In other words, her delicate little body had been seen by that bastard while she was unconscious. It wasn't that Ning Xiuma didn't know about disguise techniques, but she had never seen such a high-level disguise technique that could pass off as genuine. Not to mention other people. Even she herself could not see any flaws in her disguise. She almost thought that her body was old and clumsy. Even her once proud bosom was now deflated, drooping like a ragged sack. What kind of heaven-defying disguise technique was this? Where did that bastard Shui Lan learn such a perverted technique? It was simply turning something magical into something rotten. She was speechless to be able to make such a beautiful woman like her look like this. Ning Xuemo was familiar with only two kinds of disguise techniques. One was to use drugs to blacken or yellow the skin, then use light and shadow effects to change the facial features. Thick eyebrows, small or big mouth, high or low cheekbones. These could all be done with ordinary disguise techniques. For example, Ning Xuemo's appearance at the Zither recital was this kind of disguise. This was the most basic thing that could not be changed. If it was someone who was very familiar with it, they would be able to recognize it at a glance. The other kind was to use the so-called human skin mask. This kind of disguise was more bloody. Ning Xuemo had used this kind of disguise when she pretended to be Tui Dao. Although this kind of disguise could make one look like a completely different person, the facial expression was still stiff. It could only be fooled under the dim candlelight. But once it was exposed to the bright sunlight, it would immediately make people see that something was wrong. Ning Xuemo thought that there were only these two kinds of disguise techniques in the world. Now, she finally saw another one, and it was from herself. She looked at her loose skin and took the scalpel that she had prepared beforehand. She tried to peel off the skin on the back of her hand first. She felt that Shui Ilan must have put a layer of skin on her. As long as she peeled a small hole, she should be able to tear off this eyesore of skin and restore her youthful appearance. She was a doctor who knew how to perform surgeries, so she naturally had a good grasp of the strength she used to peel off the fake skin. But when she gently cut down, she looked at the surface of the broken skin and wanted to cry. There was no second skin. This extremely flabby-looking skin was her own. Could it be that the bastard didn't disguise her, but used some sorcery to age her? After experiencing the hot spring incident, Ning Xuemo had a very deep understanding of this perverted world. In this perverted world, anything could happen. Only the unthinkable could happen. There was nothing that couldn't happen. She then cut a few more parts of her body. Just like before, the skin on her body was her own skin. There was no human skin at all. How could she break this kind of disguise technique? Ning Xuemo looked at her wrinkled face in the crystal mirror and only felt a buzzing in her head. Was this how she looked when she was old? She was only 13 years old. Chapter 575. Ning Xuemo was only 13 years old. Was it really okay to let her see her old appearance? Was it really okay? Wasn't this too much of a challenge to her mental endurance? Ning Xuemo locked herself in her room and tried all kinds of methods over and over again, but to no avail. She even took the medicine to restore her voice, but her voice was still very old and broken. Even if a person like Han Shangyue were staying in, he would stay in the best and most luxurious one. Moreover, it had to be clean and spotless. Everything had to be wiped clean, so even a fly would slip on it. Of course, the place he stayed in would definitely not have flies. In fact, there was not even a mosquito's wing in the entire inn. It was so clean that it was as if it had been thoroughly cleaned by water. Ning Xuemo was actually very puzzled by his connections and methods. She had obviously decided to stay in the inn on the spur of the moment, but Han Shangyue had the means to let her stay in such a clean and high-class room after entering the city. Ning Xuemo stayed in the room closer to the inside. The facilities in the room were almost comparable to the ancient version of the presidential suite. Everything that she needed for daily life could be easily obtained. She even took a medicinal bath. Of course, it did not help her skin recover at all. Ning Xuemo was doing her best in the presidential suite. Han Shangyue sat at a table downstairs and drank tea. He did not need any staff. The tea set, teapot, and tea leaves were all brought by him. Even the few plates of desserts on the table were not from this inn. They were exquisite and small, and each piece of dessert was filled with a cultured aura. There was no one else in the inn. It was obvious that he had booked the whole place. The shopkeeper and staff were all in a safe corner, pretending to be invisible. They did not dare to make a sound. Of course, they were happy to be free. The money that Mr. Han gave them was enough to cover half a month of their inn's income, and he only booked it for a day. Tomorrow, they would be able to operate as usual. Why not? Money could make the devil turn millstones. Moreover, the one who paid was this Mr. Han. the new heavenly master of Chong Kong country. Even if he did not pay, just the fact that he could stay here for a day was enough for them to show off. In the future, their inn's reputation would be even greater and customers would come rolling in. Thus, these people treated Han Shangyue, the god of fortune, with an extraordinary amount of respect. They would do whatever he ordered them to do, and each of them carried out his orders more effectively than an imperial edict. Kieran was lying at Han Shanyue's feet, dozing off with his eyes closed. It originally wanted to follow Ning Shuima upstairs, but Han Shanyue's gaze froze it back. But it didn't want to go anywhere else. He decided to just lie there and watch Han Shanyue brew tea. The aroma of the tea was rich and mellow, with the refreshing air of the mountain spring. Just smelling it was enough to make one feel intoxicated. Kieran had never smelled such good tea before, and it lay there looking at him eagerly, expecting him to give it a cup. However, Han Shanyue obviously had no intention of giving it any tea. He poured himself a cup of tea and drank it leisurely. Kieran did not get any response from Han Shanyue, so it finally got angry. It laid its head on its paws and closed its eyes to sleep. It had been busy for most of the night last night, so it was really sleepy now. After lying there for a while, it groggily wanted to go see Lord Zhou. But before it could pull the Duke of Zhou's little hand, it was kicked in the butt. This kick was not strong, but it was just enough to make its butt hurt and wake it up. Chapter 576. Kieran suddenly opened its eyes and stared at Han Shanyue. The culprit, what are you doing? Not giving it tea and not allowing it to sleep? This is too inhumane. Do you really think you are a cat? Sleeping like a cat? Han Shanyue looked at it coldly. Kieran looked at its sleeping posture. It really did look like a cat. It seemed that Han Shanyue was very dissatisfied with its cat appearance and often used words to provoke it. Kieran did not want to argue with him, so it changed its position and lay on its side on the floor like a sleeping tiger. But it did not expect that just as it was about to fall asleep, it was kicked in the butt again. Under Kieran's angry eyes, Han Shanyue said lightly, "Are you the king of beasts, the Kieran, or the tiger, the king of beasts? Don't you feel embarrassed sleeping like this?" Kieran held back for a moment. It actually wanted to bite this troublesome Master Han, but it was not his opponent. Lying on its stomach was not okay. Lying on its side was not okay, so it might as well lie on its back. Isn't this how humans sleep? So Kieran simply turned its body over and slept with its limbs facing the sky. This position was not very comfortable for it. It took a long time for it to get used to it. Before it could fall asleep, Han Shanyue kicked it again. "Are you sleeping like a corpse?" The little Qilin was simply furious. How did he dislike its sleeping posture? He was obviously looking for trouble. It stared at him angrily. "What do you want? I can't do this. I can't do that. How do you want me to sleep?" Han Shanyue raised his hand and drank a mouthful of tea. "You dare talk to me?" This sentence was obviously threatening and even had a hint of coldness. Kieran felt a chill in its heart. It seemed that it could not afford to offend this person. The scales that stood up because of anger slowly calmed down. It muttered, "Then how do you want me to sleep? You are Kieran. Do you need me to teach you how to sleep?" Han Shanyue asked back. Kieran wanted to slap him with its claws. It never thought that sleeping was such a difficult choice. It could not sleep standing up like a crane, right? It could not sleep standing up. He was clearly looking for trouble. Kieran tilted his head and looked at him. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. "Master, are you in a bad mood?" That was why he was tormenting Kieran in such a perverted manner. Han Shanyue tightened his grip on the cup and looked at it with a faint smile. "Am I in a bad mood?" Kieran had a bad feeling when he saw his expression. He immediately took a step back and said, "Hee, maybe I was wrong. Don't take it to heart." Han Shanyue swirled the teacup in his hand and leisurely blew away the foam in the tea. "I am indeed not in a good mood. Do you want to please me? How could a pervert like you be so easy to please?" Kieran cursed in its heart. It cautiously took a step back. It's not easy to please a master. Little Apple doesn't have that ability. No, you have the ability. Han Shanyue's expression became even more gentle. He could even be said to be amiable. "Why don't you roll a few times to make up for it?" Kieran, it's not a dog. It had to roll to please its master. Not to mention that he was not its master. Just as it was trying to find another excuse, a faint noise came from outside. It seemed that there was a dispute outside. Kieran finally seized the opportunity and jumped up. Chapter 577. Someone is causing trouble outside. I'll go out and take a look. Kieran ran out like a wisp of smoke. Han Shangyue did not move. He did not need to go out and take a look to know what was going on outside. It was nothing more than another rich and overbearing person who wanted to book the entire inn. There was indeed another rich and overbearing person outside, and this rich and overbearing person was a young lady. When Kieran arrived at the entrance of the inn, the first thing she saw was a super flashy carriage. The entire carriage was carved out of an extremely expensive red sandalwood. There were countless runes engraved on it, and each rune was decorated with a luminous pearl. These luminous pearls were full and lustrous. Even though it was under the sun, they still shone with a flowing luster. These luminous pearls formed a pattern of stars surrounding the moon. It was as bright as the sea of stars. The window of the carriage was hung with the legendary Sharkman's silk that only Sharkmen could weave. It was clearly white, but when the wind blew, it looked like flowing sea waves with unpredictable colors. In front of the carriage, there were 16 bodyguards riding on horses. They were as handsome as jade trees, and their horses were like dragons. Every one of them was smart and valiant. It was obvious that these people were well trained. The 16 of them fanned out with a distance of 1 meter between them. Not 1 meter more, not 1 meter less. They were even more orderly than soldiers during a military parade. They did not speak, nor did they move. They were as silent as a group of statues. However, the aura he exuded was enough to intimidate anyone who saw him. Smart people wouldn't dare to provoke him. The surrounding onlookers automatically retreated dozens of meters away, not daring to get close. The one who stood at the door and negotiated with the waiter was a maid dressed in green. Although she was dressed as a maid, her clothes and aura were incomparable to ordinary maids. Every move of hers was clean and crisp. The waiter understood that this group of people was not to be trifled with. But the people in the inn were even more difficult to deal with. The waiter knew this better than anyone else, so he looked as if he had just swallowed 8 bitter gourds. He earnestly explained to the maid, "I'm sorry, miss. The inn has been booked. Please go to another inn." The maid in green smiled coldly. "How much did he use? We will pay double." The waiter shook his head. "Miss, I'm sorry. Even if you pay 3 times the price, it won't work. Please go to another house. You really don't know what's good for you. You can't make the decision on this matter. Call your shopkeeper out." The servant girl in green clothes didn't want to be long-winded with the waiter. The waiter also felt that he really couldn't handle it. One of them quickly ran inside and asked the shopkeeper to come out. The shopkeeper's expression changed when he saw the carriage. He paused, flicked his sleeves, and bowed to the carriage. "I didn't know. It was the 8th Commandery Princess. Please forgive me for not welcoming you." He bowed deeply, and only one word came out from the carriage: "You're excused." The voice was crisp and carried a natural nobility. The servant girl in green immediately said, "Innkeeper, since you know that it's our princess, then can we take over your inn? We can give you 3 times the price." The shopkeeper's heart was incomparably bitter. In this small city, there weren't many high officials and nobles, and there weren't many who came to stay in the inn. His guest room was usually half full. Now, the god of fortune had finally arrived. Chapter 578. Now that the inn finally had the god of wealth, there were 2 of them. Neither of them could tolerate the other. It would have been better if they had split the trip into 2 days. Now, he had to give up on one of them. If it was not Han Shangyue who was in the inn, he might be tempted by the one who offered him 3 times the price. But it was Han Shangyue. Even if the one who came later offered him 10 times or 100 times the price, he would not agree, let alone 3 times the price. So, he rejected the offer in a euphemistic way. Because Han Shangyue didn't ask him to identify himself, the innkeeper didn't dare to say who was in the inn. He could only bow and beg them to go to another inn. He could help them find the next one and guarantee that everything would be fine and so on. He was polite and euphemistic, but the maid in green did not buy it. She said coldly, Our 8th Commandery Princess wants to stay in the best inn. She doesn't want anything less than that. You ask the guest to come out. I will negotiate with him. We will pay him 10 times the price. I promise he will move." The innkeeper did not move. He just bowed to the carriage and said, Sorry. Please don't make things difficult for me." Obviously, he did not dare to go into the inn and ask the guest to come out. Although he did not mention Han Shanyue's name, his actions showed that the guest in the inn had a powerful background. He was even more powerful than the 8th Commandery Princess. The maid in green wanted to say something more, but the door of the carriage suddenly opened. Everyone saw a girl come out of the carriage. The girl looked delicate and pretty. She was wearing a black dress with flowers on it. The dress spun and spread out as she jumped down, like a flower flying in the wind. When the crowd saw the girl, they all had the same thought. So this was the famous 8th Commandery Princess. They did not expect her to be so beautiful. They widened their eyes and wanted to take a closer look. Unexpectedly, the girl threw out a roll of light muslin. The light muslin landed on the ground and spread out like a carpet to the entrance of the inn. After doing all this, the girl bowed to the people in the carriage and said, "Princess, you can get off now." Everyone was speechless. Their eyes were wide open. The girl who came out was not the 8th Commandery Princess, but one of her maidservants. This display of extravagance wasn't just an ordinary level of grandeur. Even Kirin, who was hiding behind the door to watch the show, widened his eyes and felt his blood boil. Haha, someone came to challenge that pervert Han Shanyue. It didn't want to miss out on the fun. It wanted to see who the 8th Commandery Princess was. She was so cool. After the maid finished speaking, she lowered her body. A figure flashed in the carriage and a purple-clothed girl appeared. Purple was a light gauze purple, like smoke or fog. No one could tell what material her clothes were made of, but everyone could tell that the origin of this material was not simple. Perhaps every inch of it was made of gold. This young girl's face was also covered with a light purple veil, revealing only her eyes. The crowd couldn't see the girl's appearance clearly, but from her ink-like black hair, her extremely graceful figure, and her aura, they knew that this girl was extraordinary. The girl who got off the car first had already stunned everyone, but the girl who came out later made everyone hold their breaths. The 8th Commandery Princess. This was the 8th Commandery Princess Mingwan, who was born in the Bright King's mansion and was the younger sister of the current Bright King. She was famous for being the #1 genius in the power of fire. Chapter 579. Everyone's gaze was on the 8th princess, but the little Qilin's gaze was attracted by the cat in her bosom. The cat was lying lazily in the arms of the 8th Commandery Princess. It was as big as a Persian cat and as fluffy as a snowball. It squinted its sapphire-like eyes and looked very lively. Perhaps the cat had sensed the little Qilin's gaze, so it looked at the little Qilin. It stared at the little Qilin for a moment and then moved away proudly. It snorted and rubbed its head against the 8th Commandery Princess's chest, then continued to sleep lazily. Kirin was speechless. This cat was not afraid of him at all. One had to know that all the beasts in the world would submit to the Qilin when they saw it. Even the domestic animals that had yet to gain intelligence would be so obedient when they saw it. How dare this cat ignore him? The 8th Commandery Princess jumped up and gently stepped on the maid's back. Then she landed on the ground leisurely. She walked into the shop and said, "I'm going to talk to that customer." She had a kind of aura, an aura that no one dared to disobey. Moreover, as soon as she got off the carriage, the 16 bodyguards automatically surrounded her and escorted her into the store with large strides. The shopkeeper did not dare to stop her. Even if he wanted to, he could not get close to her. He complained in his heart and said, "8th Commandery Princess, please wait. You really can't disturb that person. It was time for a fight. It was time for a fight." Someone was going to challenge Guru Han. Little Qilin was in high spirits and followed behind the crowd. When it came out to watch the fight, it shrunk itself to the size of a poodle to avoid being too shocking. It had been hiding in the dark, so no one noticed it. However, the cat in the arms of the 8th Commandery Princess stared at it several times. In the hall, Han Shanyue was still drinking tea. When the 8th Commandery Princess and the others came in, he did not seem to hear them at all. He poured and drank by himself, enjoying himself. The crowd saw him as soon as they came in, and then they all stopped in their tracks. In the hall, the aroma of tea rose in spirals. The aroma was faint, and in the rising tea mist, a white-clothed man sat faintly. They couldn't see his features clearly, and they couldn't even see his figure clearly. However, he gave off an extremely handsome and young feeling for no reason. More importantly, the aura that surrounded him was like the clouds floating in the sky. He didn't seem like someone from the mortal world. He was just sitting there, doing nothing. He didn't even look in their direction, but everyone who came in was as silent as cicadas in winter. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. There seemed to be faint music playing in the hall. How could this be the hall of an ordinary inn? It was more like a legendary immortal's cave. The 8th Commandery Princess, Ming Wan, also stopped. She looked at Han Shangyue with a complicated expression. She finally understood why the innkeeper did not agree to drive away the guests. No one in the world would dare to chase away this guest. So, it is Heavenly Master Han. Mingwan did not know and has offended you. Princess Mingwan bowed. Although she was impetuous, she was not a reckless person. She knew clearly who she could offend and who she couldn't. Han Shangyue didn't look at her. He just raised his hand and took a sip of tea. He didn't seem to care about her. He was used to being indifferent. There were not many people or things in the world that could attract his attention, so he wouldn't care. Chapter 580. The 8th Commandery Princess was not annoyed. She gave the maid beside her a look. The maid was clever. She immediately took out an exquisite box and opened it. The box was covered with brocade. On the brocade, there was a red Ganoderma lucidum. Sir, this is 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. Please accept it. The onlookers all secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. It was a precious herb in this world. It had powerful functions and was the dream of many practitioners. It was so rare that even the imperial palace might not have many of them. Moreover, this one looked like a top-quality herb. Even if one had the money, they would not be able to buy it. Now, the 8th Commandery Princess gave away such a precious Ganoderma lucidum without even blinking her eyes. She was indeed a member of the Bright King family. She was extraordinarily rich. Han Shangyue finally looked at her and said calmly, "Do you want to exchange it with me?" The 8th Commandery Princess smiled and said, "No, this is a gift for you. I apologize for my rudeness just now." Huh? Han Shangyue replied lightly. He did not intend to take the box and said, "You don't want anything from me?" Mingwan's eyes flashed and she bowed again. "I only admire you. I don't want anything from you. Of course, if you are willing, can you give me a place to stay in this inn? I promise that I only need a few rooms and I will not disturb you. If you agree to my request, I will also give you 1,000-year-old Chinese knotweed." The others were stunned. This infanta Ming Wan had really spent a lot of money just to stay in this inn. She was indeed the daughter of a rich family. She was so capricious. Even Kirin secretly gave her a thumbs up. She was awesome. It seemed that the Bright King Mansion was not inferior to the imperial family. The 8th Commandery Princess's status was also much higher than Ji Yunyao's. She spent a lot of money just to get a place in an inn in a small town. The crowd was speechless. Han Shangyue had turned around to drink his tea. He was not interested in the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum or the 1,000-year-old Chinese knotweed. He also did not want to share the limelight with others in the same inn. Just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from the stairwell. "We're changing." The voice was old and hoarse. It was the voice of an old woman. Everyone raised their heads in surprise and saw an old granny over 70 years old standing on the stairs. Her hair was white and she wore a green silk dress. Her hair was combed into an old person's bun. Although her old face was full of wrinkles, one could faintly see that she was extremely beautiful when she was young. Even now, as she stood there, she was clearly no longer youthful, but she still had a kind of majesty, a majesty that no one could underestimate. Even if she was an old lady, she was still a graceful and elegant old lady. Other than the shopkeeper and the shop assistant, everyone who came in widened their eyes in disbelief. Wasn't this in reserved by Heavenly Master Han Shan and Yuhan? Where did this old lady come from? Everyone knew that Master Hans Han Yuhan had a serious obsession with cleanliness. When he stayed in the inn, he would always reserve the entire place and not allow any outsiders to enter. Now, in the inn that he had booked, there was such an old lady walking out so openly. Just this point alone was enough to shock everyone. Everyone looked at her as if they had seen a Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly appear in the city. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 581. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even Princess Ming Wan was stunned. For a moment, she did not know how to react. However, what was even more unbelievable was still to come. Han Shangyue, who had always been cold and disdained to look at anyone, was now looking at the old woman. There was even a hint of a smile in his eyes. How is it? The one who came down the stairs was naturally Ning Xiuma. She had been tormenting herself until now, but there was no result at all. She finally gave up. Hearing the movement downstairs, she changed her clothes and came out. She had to say that Han Shangyue had foresight. He had ordered people to prepare clothes for her for the elderly, and the clothes were simple and fitted, as if they were made for Ning Xiuma. After she was dressed properly, she secretly gritted her teeth. It seemed that this great Master Han had a very accurate grasp of a person's size. Hearing Han Shanyue's question, she spread out her hands. As you can see, I still look like a bear. Han Shanyue's mood seemed to have improved. His fingers leisurely twirled the teacup. Perhaps you have other methods to try? Ning Xiuma shook her head no. She had tried all the methods she knew. Her skin had been cut a few times, and now it was still burning. Then you are prepared to stay like this? Han Shanyue smiled faintly. How could this be? She would rather die and stay like this. Ning Xiuma went up and sat opposite him. She picked up the teapot on the table and poured herself a cup. She drank it all in one gulp and put the teacup down. She looked at him like a cat. You have a way, right? Han Shanyue picked up his teapot and did not answer her question. Instead, he said something unrelated. Good tea needs to be tasted. You are drinking it like a cow. Him avoiding this topic proved that he had a way. Ning Xiuma's eyes lit up. In order to return to her beautiful self, she immediately threw away her prideful integrity. She picked up the teapot and poured a cup for him. Of course, she didn't forget to pour a cup for herself. I've learned a lot. I'll drink it gracefully right now. She picked up the teacup and took a sip, looking very elegant. Han Shanyue glanced at her and said coldly, You did it on purpose. Why was he so troublesome? Ning Xiuma gritted her teeth inwardly, but since she was the one asking for help, she couldn't raise her voice to him. He paused for a moment before picking up the teacup in front of him and attentively placing it in his hands. Then, he said sincerely, In the future, I'll try my best to drink my tea as smoothly as the clouds and flowing water. All right, great God. You have a way to break that perverse spell, right? Han Shanyue seemed to be satisfied with her attentiveness. He gave her face and took a sip, but his answer kicked Ning Xiuma into the abyss. There's no other way. Ning Xiuma, even he couldn't do anything. Then, was she going to live with this face in the future? Heavens, she might as well be struck by divine lightning. She felt uneasy and her hand trembled. Some of the tea spilled out and wet her hand. The tea ran down the back of her hand. Han Shanyue couldn't stand it. He took out a handkerchief from nowhere and threw it to her wipe. Ning Xiuma picked up the handkerchief with a bitter face and wiped the back of her hand carelessly. She didn't wipe very carefully. After wiping, she put the handkerchief on the table. She raised her head and was about to say something when a hand reached over and grabbed her wrist. Her hand that was splashed with tea was pulled over. Chapter 582. Han Shanyue looked at Ning Xiuma's hand, which was obviously stained with tea. He frowned unhappily. You can't even wipe this clean? Then, he took out a handkerchief and wiped her hand carefully. He didn't even let go of the cleavage in her wrinkles. He was a clean freak, so he wiped Ning Xiuma's hand until it was much cleaner than if it had been washed with soap. He even wiped the age spots on the back of her hand until they turned red. He only let go of her when he was sure that her hand was clean. Then, he slowly added, I can't cure it, but it doesn't mean that I don't know who can cure it. This bastard was simply taking a breather. Ning Shuima's heart, which had sunk to the bottom of the abyss, was pulled out again. She decisively hugged one of his arms. Guru, then take me to find this person. Han Shangyue retracted his arm in disgust. Don't touch me. Her face was full of wrinkles, and acting cute to him made his hair stand on end. However, his mood was inexplicably better. Ning Shuima was irritated by his disgusted expression. You don't want me to touch you because you think I'm ugly, right? If you don't take me to find him, I'll just disgust you. She rushed forward and held his hand again. She sincerely discussed with him. Guru, you are my future husband. If I keep looking like this, I'll embarrass you, right? So, you have to find a way to cure me as soon as possible. Bang! The sound of something falling to the ground was heard. Ning Shuima looked back and saw that everyone was collectively petrified. Even the 8th Commandery Princess, who was smooth and slick in dealing with people, looked as if she had been struck by lightning. Her maid was so shocked that she dropped the box in her hand. The lid of the box was opened, revealing the 1,000-year-old Chinese knotweed inside. Ning Shuima finally realized that there were so many people watching. She calmly went forward and picked up the Chinese knotweed. Although the box fell to the ground, the Chinese knotweed was still intact. Not a single strand of hair was missing. The other maid was still holding the box with 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum. Ning Shuima took it and looked at it. She was sure that it was genuine. She immediately smiled and patted the 8th Commandery Princess's shoulder. Your suggestion just now was very good. I agree on his behalf. The 8th Commandery Princess finally came to her senses. She looked at Ning Shuima with a complicated expression and said, Senior. Her mind was in a state of dizziness, as if she had been struck by lightning. In her mind, she was still desperately thinking, Heavens, this old lady is actually the godlike, honorable Master Han's wife. This old lady was actually Master Han's wife. It was too horrifying. It was too shocking. She definitely wouldn't believe it if someone else said that. But now, she saw it with her own eyes. Moreover, this Master Han who was difficult to approach was very special to this old lady. He actually allowed her to get so close to him and even wiped her hands for her. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, what was wrong with the world? Her eyes lit up as if she had seen some gossip. After Ning Shuima came to this world, she had been addressed by many different names. Little girl, stinky girl, little girl, and so on. It was the first time that someone had called her senior. It made her feel a sense of vicissitudes. She raised her hand to touch her wrinkled face and gently patted the 8th Commandery Princess's shoulder. She smiled kindly and said, Little girl, the condition you mentioned just now is fair, so we have a deal. We accept your 2 gifts. How many rooms can you live in? Chapter 583. However, I see that you have quite a number of people, and I'm afraid that a few rooms won't be enough. I'm sorry to have to trouble the 8th Princess. I have an idea that will allow the 8th Princess and your subordinates to live comfortably. Would you like to hear it? Mingwan was still in a daze and asked subconsciously, What idea? Ning Shuima smiled kindly. We are old, and we don't want to be calculated with the younger generation. We might as well let you have the entire inn and let you live comfortably. However, as compensation, you have to agree to a small condition. Mingwan asked subconsciously, What condition? Why don't you give us your carriage as well? Mr. Han is currently lacking a means of transportation, so your carriage is barely passable. But with a small horse carriage, you can book the entire inn and let Mr. Han give up his seat for you. Isn't that a good deal? Since you don't deny it, does that mean you agree? Mingwan was still in a daze and did not know what to say. You are indeed a smart and decisive girl. Then you agree. Ning Shuima turned around and waved at Han Shangyue. Husband, she agreed. Let's just give the inn to this little girl and find another inn. It's the same. Han Shangyue was speechless. Mingwan was speechless. 15 minutes later, Ning Shuima was sitting comfortably in a magnificent horse carriage. Mingwan's belongings had already been moved out of the carriage. However, the interior of the carriage was luxurious and comfortable. Ning Shuima leaned against a brocade couch and felt very comfortable. Han Shangyue sat opposite her, half leaning against the side of the carriage and looked very relaxed. Of course, with his extreme misophobia, Although the interior of the carriage was originally clean enough, he still used the cleaning spell to erase all the auras belonging to Princess Ming Wan and the others. Now, the air in the carriage was as fresh as the wilderness after the rain. Just a breath was refreshing. Here, it had to be said that Princess Ming Wan was very understanding and smooth in dealing with people. After she gave her priceless carriage to the Ning Xiuma couple in her half-petrified state, although she regretted it so much that she wanted to bleed, she didn't show it on her face. She might as well help them all the way to the end and even gave them a stable boy with excellent driving skills. Now, the carriage was moving on the wide street. The sound of the carriage was crisp and clear, tinkling as it moved forward. Kieran did not dare to transform into a cat in front of Han Shanwei. In order to stay in the carriage, it shrunk its body to the size of a small poodle. It curled up on a brocade stool and finally had a good night's sleep. With its master here, it believed that Han Shanwei would not kick it because of its improper sleeping posture. Ning Xiuma was in a good mood because she was out of danger and there was hope for her appearance to recover. Last night, she was carried here and there by Shuilan. Although she was tired, Shuilan was even more tired than her. After all, she was the one who was carried. Later on, Shuilan was afraid that she would play tricks again, so he simply knocked her out. She actually slept through the night. When she was driving the carriage, she was only a little nervous, but she was not tired. Also, because she had taken a good bath, she was now very energetic. Sitting in the carriage, Ning Xiuma looked at the green mountains and trees on both sides of the road and felt very comfortable. Chapter 584. Sitting in the carriage and looking at the green trees on both sides, she felt more comfortable and could not help but sing, "You are my little apple, little apple." While singing, she patted Kieran's back. Although her voice was not pleasant to hear, it was not out of tune. When she sang properly, it was still worth listening to. Kieran listened for a moment and was moved to tears. It hugged her hand with its little paws. "Master, you even composed a song for me." That was not the case. Ning Xiuma smiled and did not say anything. She did not want to hurt Kieran's weak little heart. She just patted its back. She looked at Han Shanwei. He was leaning against the seat with his eyes closed. She did not know if he was resting or meditating. There was only her singing and Kieran's occasional snoring in the carriage. The sun shone through the gauze and jumped on Kieran's back. It gave people a feeling of peace and warmth. Ning Xiuma suddenly felt that this kind of life was not bad. The world was peaceful, and she did not need to live in fear. With this great God here, her heart could finally be at peace. She did not need to be nervous all the time. She just did not know how long this relationship could last. 3 months? 2 months? 3 years? 2 years? Or maybe a lifetime? She was shocked by her last thought. How could she have this kind of thought? He only used her as a shield, and she only thought of him as her temporary support. It was just a relationship of mutual benefit. How could it last a lifetime? She had experienced too many things recently, so her brain was a bit off, and she was thinking about these things. "Senior, where are you going?" The stable boy outside asked. The carriage had already left the city, and there was a fork in the road. The stable boy did not know their destination, so he asked. Ning Xiuma looked at Han Shanwei's face. "Great God, where are we going?" Han Shanwei did not open his eyes. "Anywhere." "Big brother, don't be so casual. Don't you want to take me to a master to undo this disguise?" Ning Xiuma inwardly sucked in a breath of air. She continued to smile at him. "Where does the great master of disguise live?" Han Shanwei still did not open his eyes. "When did I agree to take you to him?" Ning Xiuma was speechless. She paused for a moment before moving closer to him. Her sudden approach finally made Han Shanwei open his eyes. Her old face enlarged in front of him. He quietly moved back. "Why did you suddenly come closer?" Ning Xiuma sincerely looked at him. "Great God, in the future, we might be able to interact with each other for a long time. If I keep showing my old face in front of you, you won't feel comfortable, right? Even if I become your shield, I won't be able to intimidate you. Why don't you find a way to restore my appearance? Not only will you be pleasing to the eyes, you'll also have a lot of face when you go out, right? No matter how good your face is, it's just a face's face. Why do you care so much about your appearance?" Han Shangyue pushed her old face away, twirling a white jade flute in his hand, his posture leisurely and languid. He looked at her again. If this girl became like this, there might be fewer peach blossoms flying around, and she could concentrate on practicing. Or maybe he would not take her to find that person. He began to seriously consider this possibility. Ning Xiuma was cursing in her heart. Damn it! She was only 13 years old. She did not want to become a face's face. Chapter 585. If he didn't care about his appearance, why did he look like a gigolo? Why didn't he look like an uncle? However, looking at Han Shanyue's expression, he didn't seem to be willing to bring her to find him. Ning Xiuma made up her mind and threw herself on him. She hugged his waist and pushed her head up to his chin. Almighty, look, don't you think I look scary like this? It was indeed scary. Han Shanyue resisted the urge to slap her away. He pulled her hands away and said bluntly, "You will look like this sooner or later." He could already tell that her current appearance was what she would look like when she was older. People will die sooner or later. You can't just strangle a child when he is born, right? Ning Xiuma tried to reason with him. The beauty of life lies in the process, not in the ending that you already know. It was like reading a novel. The reader was looking at the ups and downs of the plot and the warmth and laughter. Even tears were a kind of beauty. It was not a happy ending that everyone knew. Han Shanyue raised his eyebrows. At this moment, she was sticking close to him like a dogskin plaster, but he didn't feel particularly annoyed. He even thought it was funny when he saw her white head. If other old ladies were to stick close to him like this, he would probably have slapped them out of the Milky Way. He had never been so close to anyone in his life, let alone hugging his waist. Only this little girl was an exception. Was this also a kind of fate? Han Shanyue looked down at her. What you said seems to make some sense. Ning Xiuma saw that his tone had loosened, so she immediately continued. What you said is very reasonable. You see, I'm only 13 years old. I'm like a flower that has just bloomed and hasn't bloomed in the wind. If it withered and withered, wouldn't it be too unfair? It also goes against the natural law of life. Han Shanyue pushed her face away. Why are you blooming? Attracting bees and butterflies? TSK. When did she attract bees and butterflies? She was always unlucky and despised by all kinds of people. Okay. Although she did attract some young masters, it proved that her personality was too charming. Even with the title of being a loner, she could still attract suitors, although most of them were rotten suitors. Wait, he didn't want to restore her appearance because he was afraid that she would attract bees and butterflies? Was he jealous? No, he wouldn't. This Almighty probably didn't know what jealousy meant. A person like him wouldn't be jealous of anyone. It should be his possessiveness, right? After all, she had the title of his concubine. If there were too many men around her, he would feel like he had a green hat hanging above his head. She raised her hand. Great God, I swear, during the time I'm your shield concubine, I won't take the initiative to meet with other men. Of course, if those men came to find her, it wouldn't count as her breaking the oath. In order to restore her original appearance, she was going all out. Han Shanyue's her. Hayes my T.S. green hat. Han Shanyue simply crossed his arms and looked at her without saying a word. Our sate ts agree to test have his TTS Essies. Then Shanyue finally opened his mouth. Did I say I wouldn't take you to see a doctor? He looked out the window and said again, Aren't we on the road to Carefree Island? Chapter 586. Ning Xiuma. It turned out that he had already agreed, causing her to make a vow in vain. She looked at him. Can the person you spoke of really undo my appearance-changing technique? If that person couldn't undo it, then her vow would have been in vain. Han Shanyue looked at her and honestly replied, I don't know. That person was the ancestor of appearance-changing techniques. If he couldn't undo it, then she really had to pray for her own good fortune. Ning Xiuma didn't know where Carefree Island was. She had never heard of it before. Even the stable boy outside was confused. Fortunately, with Han Shanyue guiding the way, the carriage wouldn't go astray. Ning Xiuma secretly memorized the road. It wasn't a bad idea to recognize the road to this strange people's home. In the future, when she was traveling alone and encountered similar difficulties, She could ask for help. Han Shangyue ignored her and closed his eyes to meditate. The journey was long, and the scenery along the way was nothing to write home about. Ning Shumal leaned against the window and began to feel sleepy. If you're sleepy, then take a rest. I'll call you when we arrive. A calm voice came from behind her. Perhaps she was really sleepy, or perhaps his words had an effect, but Ning Shuma's body slowly softened. A moment later, she had fallen asleep on the brocade mattress. Ning Shuma had a bad habit of hugging something when she was sleeping. The little Qilin was lying not far from her. While she was sleeping, she would pull the unconscious little Qilin into her bosom and hug it, as if she was hugging a doll. Kirin nestled in her arms and naturally felt comfortable. It groggily snuggled into her embrace. But before it could find the most comfortable position, its body suddenly tightened. Before it could react to what was going on, its entire body had already flown out of the car window like it was riding on clouds and mist. With a thud, it fell flat on its back. This time, its sleepiness was completely gone. Kirin jumped up from the ground and glared angrily at the departing carriage. Stop! It was a divine beast, the Qilin. It also had a temper when it woke up. It was already angry when it was woken up from its deep sleep, let alone being thrown out like this. Its howl caused the horse pulling the carriage to tremble. It staggered and almost fell down, causing the carriage to jolt as well. Ning Shumal was jolted and rolled around in the carriage. Fortunately, the cushion under her body was thick and soft enough, so she didn't bump into anything. Her body touched something soft and hard. It was warm and had a faint fragrance. She instinctively reached out to hug him. When the thing moved slightly, she hugged it even tighter and muttered, "Be good, don't run." As expected, that thing stopped moving. Satisfied, she pulled the thing into her arms and rubbed her face against it. Only then did she fall asleep contentedly. Han Shanwell lowered his eyes and looked at her. He endured for a while, but in the end, he didn't withdraw his leg. He only coldly sent a message to Kirin, who was almost bristling with anger. "Follow behind. If you scare the horse, I'll put you on it." Kirin was speechless. The waves rolled and crashed against the shore. The sound of the waves was endless. Ning Shumao was woken up by the sound of the waves. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in an awkward situation. Han Shanhua was sitting beside her, and she was hugging his leg like a koala bear. Hey, when did she sleep so freely? Ning Shuama's face was hot. Chapter 587. Ning Shuama blushed and loosened her grip. She rolled to the side and yawned as if she had just woken up. She sat up and asked, "Are we almost there?" Han Shanhua calmly retracted his leg. His leg was a bit stiff after being hugged by her for so long. He looked out the window and said, "Let's get off." The two of them got off and sent the carriage away. Naturally, the stable boy drove the carriage back to the inn. Ning Shuama stood on the shore and looked at the sea and sky. Seagulls flew up and down on the sea, but she couldn't even see the shadow of an island. Great God, where is the carefree island you mentioned? Should we hire a boat? Ning Shuama looked around. This place was very desolate, and she couldn't even see the shadow of a boat. No need. Close your eyes. Han Shanhua quietly hugged her waist. Ning Shuama's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to hug her. However, she also knew that this action didn't mean that he was being intimate with her, but that he was about to use a spell. Was he going to fly with her? Or was the place where the master lived extremely secretive, and he was afraid that she would recognize the way? So, he wanted her to close her eyes? Great God, can I not close my eyes? Ning Shuama actually wanted to see the scenery along the way. Han Shanhua glanced at her and said, "Up to you." He held her with his left arm, and his right hand quickly moved in the air. His speed wasn't fast. Ning Shuama watched his movements with wide eyes and silently memorized the steps. His fingertips flashed with white light. The white light gradually took shape like the 8 trigrams. A moment later, the bright 8 trigrams reached the place where the sea and the sky connected. A cloud road slowly extended from the horizon. How magical! Ning Shuama saw the road extend to her feet and couldn't help but step on it. Be careful. Her feet seemed to be pulled by something. The road was like a whirlwind, sucking her in. A 360-degree flip, a 720-degree backflip. Ning Xiaoma felt as if she had fallen into a high-speed washing machine. Her body was spinning irregularly like a whirlwind, making her dizzy, not to mention seeing the scenery along the way. It was difficult for her to even open her eyes. She didn't expect that such a beautiful cloud path would be so fierce after stepping on it. It was as if she was riding a furious dragon. Fortunately, her hand was still in Han Shanyue's hand, and she was not swept away. This made her feel more at ease. The only thing that made her feel a little strange was that she clearly saw him rolling around with her, but his clothes were not messed up at all. His expression was also as if he was strolling leisurely, and he did not seem to be in a sorry state at all. After tumbling for an unknown amount of time, her body finally rushed out of the cloud path vortex. She was actually in midair. She couldn't keep her balance and fell straight down. Suddenly, his body tightened, as if he had been pulled into someone's embrace. The feeling of the sky and earth spinning finally disappeared, and her feet lightly touched the ground. Although she stabilized her body, her head was still dizzy. Her stomach felt like it was overturning mountains and seas, and she was about to vomit at any moment. It was so uncomfortable that she couldn't open her eyes. A palm pressed on her back, and a faint, warm current entered her body, calming her blood that was about to go berserk. After a moment, the dizziness and nausea finally disappeared. Ning Xiaoma opened her eyes. Then she was stunned. The place she was standing on was indeed an island. It was an island filled with the aura of the south. Chapter 588. The snow-white beach, the tall coconut trees, and the tall trees with wide leaves in the distance were lush and green. Not far away, a man wearing a snow-white inner garment and a wide sapphire blue gauze robe was standing not far away. He was waving a flirtatious fan in his hand and looking at them in surprise. To be exact, he was looking at Han Shanyue. After Ning Xiaoma saw the man's appearance clearly, she only gave him a precise evaluation of a flirtatious demon. He looked at them as if he was looking at a mirror. He was so surprised that he forgot to wave the fan in his hand. After a while, he muttered a few words. Is the 1,000-year-old sago tree about to bloom? Han Shanyue looked at him indifferently. Rongyu, what did you say? Rongyu? The name was quite elegant, and it also matched the man's flirtatious appearance. Ning Xiaoma evaluated in her heart. The man named Rongyu touched his nose. He laughed dryly. Nothing much. He strode over and looked at Ning Xiaoma from head to toe. He then circled her twice, as if he was evaluating her weight. Ning Xiaoma stood there generously and let him size her up. After a while, Rongyu praised, exquisite, superb workmanship. Ning Xiaoma was speechless. She naturally knew that Rongyu was praising her disguise technique. Since he could see at first sight, did that mean that he could solve it? Han Shanyue was more straightforward. Stop talking nonsense. Rongyu, can you solve this disguise technique? The man was naturally Rongyu Tianlan. He circled Ning Xiaoma again and sighed. Such a perfect masterpiece. I can't bear to destroy it. Ning Xiaoma's lips twitched slightly. She was now so ugly, and it was still perfect? A masterpiece? Could she give such a perfect masterpiece to him? Could she not paste it on him? Rongyu Tianlan was still waving her fan and sighing. This makeup may be extremely ugly in your eyes, but in the eyes of an expert like me, it's simply like a peerless painting. Even the slightest damage will destroy its imperfections. It's like burning a zither and cooking a crane, spoiling the scenery. Ning Xiaoma smiled sincerely. Thank you for your praise, Your Excellency. However, this little girl is a common person and cannot appreciate this kind of style. I hope Your Excellency can display your wonderful skill and help this little girl undo this disguise. I can't thank you enough. Han Shanyue was the most direct. You think this style is good? I'll use this on you later. Rongyu Ishinlin's handsome face darkened. Dizwa, can you not attack my weak spot? Of course, he only said this in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. He rubbed his nose and said, All right, I'll do something that spoils the fun. I'll help this young lady remove her disguise. However, there's a problem. I still need to discuss it with the two of you. What's the problem? Han Shangyue raised his eyebrows. Rong Yuishanlin looked sloppy, but he was very proud of his work. Any kind of problem could be easily solved in his hands. It wasn't easy for the word problem to come out of his mouth. Rong Yuishanlin glanced at Ning Xiuma and laughed. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to Huanhua Palace to talk. Just as he said this, he suddenly stopped. He looked not far away and rubbed his eyebrows. There are quite a lot of visitors today. On the snow-white beach, the blue Kirin appeared out of thin air. It looked like it had crawled out of a washing machine. Its tail was clamped and its eyes were covered. Chapter 589. After it appeared, it staggered a few steps before falling down with a plop. It shook its head and got up, then took another 2 steps before falling down again, as if it were drunk. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but laugh as she saw Kirin's appearance. If it weren't for Han Shanyue's help, she would have fallen even more than Kirin did. Little Apple, how are you feeling? Ning Xiuma walked over to its side. Kirin's 2 claws tightly held onto her. My head is dizzy. That whirlpool was too strong. I fell from the sky. I thought I would be half dead. Ning Xiuma was stunned. She had clearly seen it appear on the beach out of thin air. How did it become falling? She suddenly thought of something. She looked at herself, and her heart skipped a beat. Just now, she had been spinning in the whirlpool like that. Logically speaking, her clothes and hair should have been in a mess. But she looked at herself. Her clothes were neat, and her hair was not messy. How did she look like she had just spun out of the whirlpool? Could it be that the whirlpool just now was just an illusion? Sure enough, before she could ask Han Shanyue for confirmation, Rong Yuishanlin waved his fan and said, Mister. He was a bit tongue-tied when he called Han Shanyue, as if he wasn't used to it. He coughed and said, Brother Shanyue, why didn't you let them close their eyes when you brought them in? With their cultivation, if they didn't close their eyes, they would have been mesmerized by the illusions. Han Shanyue glanced at Ning Xiuma and lightly said, They brought it upon themselves. Ning Xiuma, she didn't know. Would he have died if he had said a few more words? Kirin was still holding onto her skirt to get rid of the dizziness. Ning Xiuma was a bit puzzled. Wasn't this little guy a god beast? Why was it dizzier than her? That Rong Yuishanlin was also a very understanding person. He seemed to understand Ning Xiuma's doubts and explained to her, The enchantment around my carefree island is not something that anyone can casually enter. You have to use your telekinesis to break the barrier when you enter, and it's best if you have someone you're familiar with to hold your hand when you enter so that you won't feel dizzy. This Qilin beast isn't being held by you guys, but it's following behind by itself. It didn't know how to close its eyes, so naturally, it felt even dizzier. It's already very capable that it didn't faint. It turned out that there were so many Daos. Ning Xiuma expressed that she was enlightened, but at the same time, she glanced at Han Shanyue with disdain. If he had explained things to her back then, she and Kirin would not have ended up like this. Han Shanyue casually turned around and said, Let's go. The group of people walked towards the building not far away. A deep thought flashed through Rong Yuishanlin's eyes. This was the first time he had seen someone talk to Dizwa like this, and it was also the first time he had seen Dizwa bring someone over, let alone an ordinary person. It was also the first time he had seen Dizwa hold hands with someone, and he had even quietly hugged her. He knew Dizwa's obsession with cleanliness better than anyone else. When they were playing chess, whenever their fingers accidentally touched, Dizwa would use a cleansing technique to clean it. If Yunshi unintentionally pulled on his sleeve, he would also quietly change his clothes. This Dizwa, who was so obsessed with cleanliness that even gods and men hated him, would naturally get close to an ordinary girl. Although he had always been cold to the girl, he didn't reject her approach. He even took the initiative to approach her, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Concubine. Perhaps in Dizwa's eyes, this girl wasn't as simple as a concubine. He had never heard of anyone's concubine receiving such treatment. Chapter 590. His gaze fell on Ning Xiuma's body, as if he was trying his best to see through her aged appearance to see her true beauty. What kind of stunning beauty could receive such special treatment from Dizwa? He waved his fan and walked side by side with Ning Xiuma, sizing her up from time to time. His charming peach blossom eyes occasionally flashed with a sharp light. It was as if there was an X-ray hidden in them that could see through a person's entire body. Usually, people who were stared at by him would feel somewhat uncomfortable, and some would even feel so uneasy that they wouldn't know where to put their hands and feet. Even Yunshi would blush unnaturally when he stared at her like this, and she would punch him with her small fist. However, Ning Xiumal wasn't like that. She walked confidently with a calm expression, and she even smiled at him. Although her aged face didn't have any beauty when she smiled, he could read two words from that smile: natural charm. This girl wasn't simple. Perhaps she had really met her match, and a strong one at that. He had an impulse to light a candle for his good friend. He was sizing up Ning Xiumal, and Ning Xiumal was naturally sizing him up in her heart. His gaze had a penetrating quality, and once it focused on someone, that person would feel very uncomfortable. Naturally, Ning Xiumal also felt his gaze. However, ever since she was young, she had experienced too many different kinds of gazes. Moreover, she was once an outstanding Secret Service agent and had received training in this field. Under any kind of probing gaze, she would not reveal her emotions. Even hypnotism was unable to hypnotize her. She was naturally immune to Rong Yu Tianlan's gaze. Even if he had the Sharingan from Naruto, she wouldn't lose her composure, let alone the legendary electric eye. This man's appearance was naturally outstanding. Compared to Han Shangyue and Shui Lan, these two extremely beautiful men, he wasn't inferior at all. Han Shanyue's beauty was like the snow at the top of the clouds, cold and powerful, like a high and mighty god that could only be admired from afar, could only be worshipped, untainted by the world of mortals. Shui Lan was as beautiful as a jade tree. The first impression he gave others was that he was gentle and elegant, like a modest gentleman. However, deep in his bones, he was sinister and vicious. His temperament was even more volatile. His aura was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Once it exploded, it would make people feel a chill down to their bones. As for the man in front of her, he was languid and flirtatious, like a Persian cat walking on the piano keys. His every move was elegant and picturesque. He looked a little sloppy, like a dissolute wastrel. However, there was also a natural and noble aura on his body. His status was probably not low, and looking at his expression toward Han Shanyue, although he was respectful, it was not the kind of respect that a subordinate would have when meeting his superior. Instead, it was more like a friend, or even a close friend, who would have thought that the high and mighty Han Shanyue would have friends by his side. Looking at the place where this person lived, it was obvious that he was also an otherworldly expert. Ning Xiumal looked at the scenery of the island without batting an eyelid. The blue sky and white clouds were like a wash. In the distance, the sea waves were like waves. It was a picturesque painting. All kinds of exotic flowers and herbs could be seen everywhere on the island. Originally, the extremely rare herbs in the mountains were growing here. There was a faint fragrance of flowers in the air, refreshing the mind and making people feel refreshed. Further away, there were several pavilions built on the mountainside. The roof was made of glass, and the walls were made of tortoise shell. Chapter 591. In the distance, there were several pavilions built on the mountainside. Glazed tiles were used as tiles, and tortoise-shell walls were used as walls. In the deep and shallow green forest, there was either a pavilion or half a body, like a beauty covered with a veil. The most beautiful thing was this kind of hazy charm. How is my mountain residence? Rong Yue Tanlan waved his fan and struck up a conversation with Ning Xiumal. It's a utopia. The beauty of the scenery is picturesque. Ning Xiumal gave him the most pertinent and highest evaluation. Rong Yue Tianlan smiled and squinted his eyes. He waved his fan even more vigorously. This evaluation is pertinent. You are indeed my soulmate. My place is indeed the most beautiful place in the world. Unlike someone who usually has noble taste but can't appreciate the beautiful scenery here. He even said that it was gaudy and vulgar. When he said the last sentence, he glanced at Han Shanyue, who was walking in front. Obviously, this someone was referring to Di Zhua, who was like a snowy mountain. Ning Xiumal shook her head. If Brother Rong Yue's place is called vulgar, then there is really no place in the world that isn't vulgar. Her words were, firstly, the truth. Secondly, she now had a favor to ask of him. It was not wrong to flatter him. Rongyue Tianlan obviously enjoyed her praise. He chatted with Ning Xiuma for a while, intentionally or unintentionally trying to dig out some information from her mouth. However, Ning Xiuma was also a cunning person. Her words were watertight. Rongyue Tianlan didn't dig out any gossip. Ning Xiuma was usually very talkative, and Rongyue Tianlan wasn't a taciturn person. The two of them chatted and laughed at the back, and gradually became familiar with each other. In the end, Ning Xiuma started to call Rongyue brother Rongyue. Rongyue Tianlan already knew Ning Xiuma's age from the conversation. He was very surprised that she was only 13 years old. Of course, he was not used to her calling him brother at first, but he enjoyed it very much. In this world, there were too few people who dared to call him brother. He felt that it was very rare. Amused, he suddenly felt that he was still a young and inexperienced youth. Han Shangyue, who had been leading the way, suddenly slowed down and glanced at Rongyue Tianlan. Rongyue, how old are you? Rongyue Shinlin, he rubbed his nose. Before he could say anything, Han Shangyue added, you are old enough to be her great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. Are you not embarrassed to let her call you brother? Dizwa, you are old enough to be her ancestor, so how can you have a nerve to make her your concubine? Rongyue Shinlin complained in his heart. Of course, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He coughed and said, I feel that I'm still a young man. Ning Xiuma also tried to smooth things over for him. No matter how old brother Rongyu is, his appearance has always been that of an elegant young man. It's not inappropriate to call him brother Rongyu. As the saying goes, a head full of white is as good as new. As long as you get along, there's no need to care about age. Isn't there also the phrase, a friend regardless of age? This Rongyue Tianlan should be someone from the same generation as Han Shangyue. However, he had a free and easy personality. He made people feel that he was very easygoing and easy to make friends with. Han Shangyue, his face didn't look too good. He started to wonder if he looked too old. He seemed to be around 20 years old. So why did this girl ask him how old he was that day in the carriage? It was such a spoilsport. Time was like floating clouds to him, leaving no trace. Chapter 592. Initially, he had never considered how old he was, but ever since he met this girl, he suddenly became sensitive to the issue of age. He originally had a peerless appearance, and his facial features were perfect without a single flaw. It was just that his usual aura was too strong, and his temperament was too cold. Moreover, he was high and mighty, which made him seem big for no reason. This made it difficult for Ning Xiuma to treat him as someone of the same age as her. Han Shangyue glanced at Ning Xiuma and said faintly, sometimes, don't always be confused by other people's facade. As he spoke, he had already slowed down and walked side by side with Ning Xiuma. The mountain road was narrow. Han Shangyue and Ning Xiuma walked side by side, squeezing Rongyue Shinlin to the back. Of course, Kirin was even further behind. Rongyue Shinlin's eyes flashed with a meaningful look. He touched his nose and went to talk to Kirin. Kirin was an honest person. When he asked one question, this little guy would answer 8 questions. Rongyue Shinlin was happy that he had finally found a breakthrough in gossip. Han Shanyue's cold voice sounded. Rongyue Shinlin, is this your way of being a master? Letting a guest lead the way for you? Rongyue Shinlin was speechless. Big brother, when did you treat yourself as a guest here? You're more like a master than me. Okay, now you're acting like a guest. Rongyue Shinlin sighed secretly. Today, he felt that he was being blamed for everything. It was not easy to be friends with Dizwa. He waved his fan and resigned himself to his fate as he led the way. Kirin was in a bad mood at the back. It had been completely ignored just now, and it had been walking at the back with grievances. It was not easy for someone to pay attention to it, but it did not expect that after a few words, it would be ordered to the front. It was left alone again. It was so miserable and lonely. Ning Xiuma still felt sorry for it. She quickly noticed that it was listless, so she took a step back and waited for Kirin to come up. Little Apple, are you still not feeling well? That dizziness had not completely passed. Wow, Master finally noticed it. It seemed that if it was uncomfortable, its master would be more concerned about it. The little Qilin was blessed with good fortune. Its tail drooped even more, and even its ears drooped down. It used a nasal sound to say, still a little dizzy. It even staggered a bit. The little Qilin's face was bright blue. Even if it was uncomfortable, it wouldn't show its sickly pale face. Therefore, Ning Xuan simply touched its forehead and rubbed its ears. After all, she had raised Kirin for a while. Ning Xuan knew that when Kirin was really uncomfortable, its ears would heat up and its forehead temperature would be lower than usual. Kirin felt very comfortable and warm from her touch. She couldn't help but touch her hand with the corner of her mouth again. The man and the beast unconsciously fell behind. If Ning Xuan returned to her original form, this scene would be extraordinarily heartwarming. Since Ning Xuan reunited with Kirin, she had not really talked to it. At this time, she was chatting with it casually. She suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, Little Apple, weren't you traveling with the Almighty and the others? Why haven't you arrived by the time they've reached the outskirts of Fenglan City?" Kirin felt wronged. "Shuilan, that pervert, cut off the telepathy between you and me. He also changed your scent, so I couldn't smell you even if I wanted to. I was very anxious." It gave a brief account of what had happened in the brothel. Chapter 593. It briefly recounted what had happened in the brothel and continued. "After coming out of the brothel, I suddenly smelled your scent from somewhere else. I was overjoyed and wanted to chase after that scent, but Celestial Master Han said that it should be an illusion deliberately made by Shui Ilan and that the direction should be wrong. Fenglan City has 3 gates that lead to the outside. To be safe, the 3 of us each went in one direction. I didn't expect that bird to go in the right direction, but I'm not slow either. As soon as I received Celestial Master Han's signal, I immediately rushed over." As they spoke, the group finally entered Rong'e Tianlan's courtyard. They entered a vase-like door and went around a natural mountain rock. The scenery in the courtyard was unobstructed. Ning Xuan's footsteps also slightly paused. Rong'e Tianlan's courtyard was elegant enough. On the left was a cluster of strange flowers, and on the right was a row of strange plants that looked like coral beans with red fruits. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a big tree. The big tree was about 70 to 80 feet tall, and its huge crown was like a canopy. It was unknown what kind of strange tree this tree was. The lines on the trunk were like twisting coiled dragons, and the dark brown bark was like dragon scales that cracked into pieces. The leaves of the big tree were heart-shaped, and the color was like a fire maple. It was bright red like a fire in full swing. When the breeze blew, a few leaves fell down and rolled in the wind. It was a beautiful sight. However, what made Ning Xuan stop was not this. Instead, it was because she saw another person here, a person she did not expect to see. Yunqi. Yunqi was sitting under the tree. The grass under the tree was like a carpet, and there was a straw futon on the grass. She sat cross-legged on the futon with her eyes slightly closed, as if she was meditating. The fiery red leaves spiraled down and danced around her. A few fell on her lapel, sticking to her snow-white dress and her ink-black hair, making her look like a flower spirit, a fairy of the leaves. She was astonishingly beautiful. When Ning Xuan saw this scene, she was also stunned. She couldn't help but hold her breath, afraid that if she breathed out too much, she would blow this beauty away. Han Shangyue also paused slightly and glanced at Rong'e Tianlan. Rong Yuishinlin chuckled. "It just so happens that Yunqi is also here. It's rare for the 3 of us to get together again. Let's have a toast." Yunqi, who was meditating, seemed to be alarmed by the crowd's voices. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings before she finally opened her eyes. Seeing Han Shangyue and the others, her eyes lit up. She stood up and walked over quickly. "I didn't expect to meet you here." Her watery eyes fell on Ning Xuan again. She said in a gentle tone, "Miss, you look much better." Ning Xuan raised her hand to touch her wrinkled face. She really couldn't imagine how good her complexion could be. "Miss Yunqi's complexion looks much better. Congratulations, congratulations." She smiled amiably as she said, "Miss Yunqi's complexion looks much better." The 2 girls looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere was harmonious. Yunqi's complexion was indeed much better. Now, her skin was as fair and translucent as if it was carved out of jade. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and under her watery eyes, she was even more beautiful. She was much prettier than when Ning Xiuma had first met her. However, this coincidental encounter was too deliberate. She must have guessed that Han Shangyue would bring Ning Xiuma to find Rongyue Tianlan, so she came here in advance to wait. Chapter 594. Furthermore, it was obvious that she had put in a lot of effort into her makeup. Whether it was her fluttering, immortal-like dress or the headdress on her head, everything was exquisite. There were also a few jade bells hanging from her waist. They jingled as she walked, making her look lively and playful in the midst of her elegance. Intentionally or unintentionally, she stood beside Han Shangyue and said with a smile, "With your help, Yunqi's body has finally stabilized." However, her qi and blood are still occasionally unstable, so Yunqi came to ask Brother Tianlan for a few fruits to eat. "I didn't expect to meet you again here. This is really fate. The three of us haven't met for more than 10 days. This time, the two of you have to play a few rounds. How about Yunqi make a crystal fruit as a prize?" Rong Yuishinlin clapped and laughed. "That sounds good. Yunqi's crystal fruit is the best. Brother Shangyue, we're in for a treat this time. I want to win a few rounds." Ning Xiuma stood at the side and watched this scene lazily. The three of them were obviously good friends, and this was how friends met. It was just that she was excluded right now. The three of them stood not far away and formed a group. Ning Xiuma stood at the side and acted as a backdrop. She was just a concubine who could be used as a shield for Han Shangyue, and the two of them had intentionally excluded her. Rong Yuishinlin should be happy for Yunqi to pursue Han Shangyue, right? He was happy to see it happen. Yunqi was his friend, so it was understandable that he was biased toward his friend. However, he didn't know that there was nothing between her and Han Shangyue. Sigh. It seemed that it wasn't easy to be a shield. If she offended these two gods again, her life in this world would be even more difficult. Damn it. She hadn't offended anyone since she came to this world, but she had attracted a lot of trouble that she couldn't get rid of. At this moment, Ning Xiuma felt a little sad. "What are you waiting for? Come here." Ning Xiuma rarely felt sorry for herself. She was in a daze when she heard Han Shangyue's voice. She looked up in surprise and saw Han Shangyue looking at her expressionlessly. Why would an outsider like her attend a gathering between the three of them? Ning Xiuma didn't react for a moment. She stared at him blankly. Han Shangyue was also looking at her with an unreadable gaze. Ning Xiuma suddenly came to a realization. "That's right. I promised to be his shield. Isn't this the right time?" She immediately strode over. Just as she reached Han Shangyue's side, he held her hand. Han Shangyue's voice was calm as he said, "Tianlan, I'm here to seek medical treatment, not to catch up." Ning Xiuma also perked up and leaned her head on his shoulder, showing a very intimate look. "Husband, your friend should be very reliable, right?" Han Shangyue was satisfied with her taking the initiative to approach him. He glanced at Rongyue Tianlan, who seemed to have been struck by lightning, and said, "He has always been reliable in this aspect. If he is not reliable this time, I have ways to make him unreliable for the rest of his life." This threat was unique. Rongyue Tianlan's heart trembled. She touched her nose and smiled. Don't worry. I can naturally return you to your youthful beauty and restore you to your original state." This sentence undoubtedly gave Ning Xiuma a reassurance. She smiled again. "Thank you, Brother Rongyue." Rongyue Tianlan said, No need. You are Brother Shanyue's wife. In the future, you will be my sister-in-law." Chapter 595. When he saw Yunqi's pale face, he shut his mouth and laughed. Then he tapped his forehead with his fan. This sandwich biscuit was really hard to make. Love affairs were not something an outsider like him could interfere with, nor could he force it. It was better for him not to interfere. Therefore, Rongyue Tianlan took a step back and turned a blind eye to Yunqi's pleading gaze. The hall was filled with dazzling jewels, from the moon pearls on the ceiling to the small ornament on the table in the middle of the hall. Everything was exquisite and perfect, The layout of the entire house was gorgeous with a hint of quaint elegance. It was the style that Ning Xiuma liked. Ning Xiuma casually browsed around the hall while Yunqi sat quietly and drank tea. After entering the hall, Rongyue Tianlan had invited Han Shanyue into a secret room to have a private talk. Only the two love rivals were left in the hall. A servant came forward to serve them fragrant tea. The tea was good, and the refreshments were also unprecedentedly exquisite. Ning Xiuma did not have much interest in tasting them. Rongyue Tianlan's expression had been solemn just now, as if there was something that made things difficult for him. Therefore, he had called Han Shanyue in to discuss it. It was obvious that this matter had something to do with her disguise. She did not know how to undo it. Ning Xiuma was a little uncertain. Besides, she and Yunqi had nothing to talk about. The atmosphere between them was slightly awkward. Therefore, she simply stood up and browsed around the hall. When she turned her head, she saw an exquisite chessboard by the window. There were black and white pieces crisscrossing on it. She was quite proficient in chess, so she walked over to take a look at the game. Just as she was analyzing the black and white pieces, a voice came from behind her. "Miss Ning, you also know how to play chess. Why don't we play a game?" Ning Xiuma was a little bored, so she did not stand on ceremony. "Sure." Then she sat down. Yunqi smiled slightly and sat on the other side. She looked at the game and then at Ning Xiuma. "Tianlan and I played this game just now. You played the white piece, and I played the black piece. Now that you're sitting on the white piece, do you want to replace him?" Ning Xiuma's lips curled up, and she smiled back at her. "That's good, but this way I will have a big advantage." The white pieces had the upper hand in the current chess game, but the black pieces had yet to show any signs of weakness. People who didn't know much about chess wouldn't be able to tell. And Ning Xiuma's words clearly indicated that she had already seen through it, and she had only stood in front of the chessboard for less than a minute. Yunqi pursed her lips and calmly sized up Ning Xiuma. "Please." The two of them began to play chess. Yunqi was quite talented in chess, and she had watched two chess experts for many years. Naturally, she was very accomplished in the game. Although her Go skills were not as good as her two friends, she rarely met opponents outside. She could be considered a Go expert. Therefore, although she could see that Ning Xiuma was good at chess, she didn't take it to heart. She also wanted to take down Ning Xiuma's prestige in the chess game, so she didn't show any mercy. She found that Ning Xiuma didn't play according to common sense. When she started to play the first few pieces, she simply hammered here and there without any order. At first, Yunqi sneered at her in her heart. However, after a while, she was no longer happy in her heart. Ning Xiuma's moves were strange. She often inadvertently took a few pieces from her and disrupted her deployment. Chapter 596. Moreover, Ning Xiuma played very quickly. She seemed to be playing casually without thinking. In order not to lose face in front of her, Yunqi played as quickly as she did. As a result, after 10 minutes, Yunqi's palms were sweating as she held the chess pieces. Her black pieces were already showing signs of defeat. After a few more moves, her black pieces were finally unable to turn the tables and were completely defeated. Ning Xiuma picked up the teacup next to her and took a sip. She smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Yunqi pursed her lips and clenched her fists in her sleeves. She forced a smile and said, "Miss Ning, you're good at chess. Although Brother Tianlan took most of the credit for this game, it was not easy for you to stay undefeated until the end." Ning Xiuma put down the teacup and smiled leisurely. "That's why I said that I had a big advantage in this game." Yunqi packed up the black and white chess pieces. "Shall we play another game?" Ning Xiuma's eyes flashed slightly. "Okay, but it's boring to play chess like this. Why don't we make a bet?" "What bet?" Yunqi raised her eyebrows and asked. "It's very simple. Let's play a best-of-5 game. If I win, you can stop coveting Mr. Han Shanyue." Ning Xiuma's words were shocking and directly hit Yunqi's weak spot. Yunqi's expression changed, and she subconsciously denied it. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not." Ning Xiuma glanced at her, her eyes faintly sharp. "You don't even have the courage to admit it? How can you catch up with him like this? If you like him, just admit it. There's nothing to be ashamed of." It's not wrong to like someone. Yunqi's pretty face turned green and white. She was a little embarrassed that Ning Xiuma had exposed her. Ning Xiuma's words touched her heart and touched her. Although Ning Xiuma's words were bold, they seemed to be very reasonable. She gritted her teeth and said, "What if you lose?" Ning Xiuma weighed the chess piece in her hand and answered casually, "It's simple. I'll give him to you and fulfill your wish." Yunqi was stunned for a moment before she burst into laughter. "I don't want to be his concubine." She felt that her words were enough to deal a blow to Ning Xiuma. So she leisurely added a few more words. "Miss Ning, it's not that my words are unpleasant, but a concubine is just a little better than a servant girl. Her status is similar to that of a servant girl in a common household. Men wouldn't take her seriously. And I was originally his close friend. We've known each other for many years. I'm not something a concubine that can be discarded at any time can compare to." These words were too harsh. Yunqi thought that Ning Xiuma would be embarrassed to death after hearing these words. She hadn't expected that Ning Xiuma would just smile and say, "Yes, the status of a concubine is indeed not high. In that case, why is Miss Yunqi so hostile towards me?" Yunqi was stunned and subconsciously denied it. Why have I been hostile towards you?" Ning Xiuma smiled calmly and stared at her again. "You don't dare to admit it?" Did she think that her hostility wasn't obvious enough? Yunqi was choked by her words and couldn't say anything. She never knew that Ning Xiuma could be so sharp and direct with her words. She almost couldn't hide her little thoughts. She secretly took a breath and steadied her mind. She forced a smile and said, "Well, I do feel a little uncomfortable when I see you, but it's not considered hostility. After all, hostility depends on the opponent. Only a strong opponent can arouse hostility." Chapter 597. Ning Xiuma smiled and said, "Do you think I'm not worthy of your hostility?" Yunqi snorted and said, "You're just his concubine." She looked at Ning Xiuma's face and said, "Miss Ning, do you think that he treats you well, so you're feeling smug? In fact, he treats you like a plaything. He has a very bad habit that you probably don't know about. He's lived for a long time, and life is boring, so he often cultivates a few small interests to pass the time. For example, he raised rare animals for a period of time. He raised foxes, leopards, and so on. He even raised Qiongqi. He did his best to raise them and treated them very well. He made them think that they belonged to him and that he would spoil them for the rest of their lives." She picked up the teacup beside her and took a sip before looking at Ning Xiuma's expression. Ning Xiuma's face was full of wrinkles, so she couldn't tell whether she was in a good mood or not. Yunqi smiled faintly before she continued. However, he was no longer interested, so he put these precious beasts aside. He gave them away and set them free. My snow lion originally belonged to him, but he later gave it to me as a mount. Tianlan Swanee was also a gift from him. After these rare animals were sent away, they realized that they were just passers-by in his life. After a few years, he didn't even remember their names. Ning Xiuma turned the teacup in her hand and seemed to be very interested. When she heard Yunqi pause, she said, "Continue." Yunqi was stunned and looked at Ning Xiuma again. Did this little girl really not care, or was she very calm? She couldn't help but want to poke at Ning Xiuma. These rare beasts were once his playthings. Later on, although they were given away, they still know a few things about him. For example, his real name and his likes and dislikes. This shows that he still cares about them a little. Of course, he didn't even bother to tell them his name. Ning Xiuma listened without showing any expression, but she smiled bitterly in her heart. Sure enough, she couldn't even compare to those rare animals in his heart. She took a deep breath. Fortunately, it was just a deal between them. She was just his shield concubine, so he didn't have to explain so much to her, and she didn't have to care so much. Although she had already thought this through, she still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She was just glad that she hadn't fallen in love with him yet. Fortunately, it was just a deal between them. Since she was a good shield, then she would be a good shield. Her first priority now was to help him destroy this peach blossom. She tapped her finger on the chessboard. "What you said is indeed very reasonable. Since that's the case, isn't it better for you to be his confidant? Why must you have a crush on him and want to marry him. Aren't you afraid that you'll end up like those rare animals? Yunshi was stunned. I want to be his wife. I want to be by his side for the rest of his life. I want to be with him. I have. Generation after generation? Forever? This was nothing more than a person's beautiful wish. How could there be any life after life in this world? Forever is even more nonsense. Ning Xiuma chuckled. There's a saying in our world called the 7-year itch. Chapter 598. Ning Xiuma chuckled. In my world, we have a saying called the 7-year itch. There's also a saying that marriage is the grave of love. It means that no matter how much love two people have, once they live together for a long time, they will eventually get tired of each other. Humans have such a short lifespan. What's more, immortals like you who have limitless lifespans. You said it yourself, Great God Han has the habit of liking the new and hating the old. Even if you marry him as his wife, he might get tired of you after a few years. Once you separate, it will be a resentful couple. At that time, you won't even be friends anymore. These words were too realistic and sharp. Yunshi, who had lived for thousands of years and was still a little white flower, was stunned. After a while, she angrily said, He won't. He will love me very, very much. We can be considered childhood sweethearts. You can't be envious of our relationship. Ning Xiuma smiled and shook her head. I don't envy you. What was there to envy about a girl who had fallen in love with someone else? She only felt that she was pitiful and tragic. Yunshi didn't understand her unspoken words and sneered. You can't be envious even if you want to. You're just a little concubine of his. Actually, I'm quite curious. Since you have been by his side for thousands of years, why can't you make him fall in love with you? Aren't you afraid of lowering your status and attacking the concubine you despise the most? Could it be that you are envious of the position of concubine? Are you just too embarrassed to say it? Ning Xiuma looked at her with a smile. Her words pierced Yunshi's heart. Yunshi had originally wanted to attack Ning Xiuma, but she hadn't expected that after saying so much, she hadn't attacked Ning Xiuma. Instead, she had attacked Ning Xiuma. Her face was snow white, and she clenched her fists. You are talking nonsense. I don't envy you. I just don't like you. You don't deserve to stay by his side, not even as a concubine. She was so embarrassed that she finally said the words that had been buried in her heart. Very good. Ning Xiuma pointed to the chessboard. Then let's bet on these few games. I also don't like you, so why don't we be straightforward? If I lose, I quit. I don't want to be a concubine anymore. If you've lost, you should quit. Don't try to appear in front of him again. To be honest, the reason you came up with is pretty lame. It sounds so fake to me. When it came to provoking people, Ning Xiuma was definitely an expert. After all, Yunshi had lived a simple life. How could she beat Ning Xiuma, who could battle a group of scholars with words? Ning Xiuma's words stung her so much that she flew into a rage out of humiliation. Blood rushed to her head, and she made up her mind. I'll bet. This consort will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Ning Xiuma smiled. All right, how satisfying. This was more like an immortal. All right, you won't go back on your word if you lose, right? Yunshi was furious. Of course not. I am a woman of my word. Then you have to make an oath first. Ning Xiuma pressed on. Yunshi was stunned. She didn't want to make an oath, but since she was forced to this point, it wouldn't make sense for her to not make an oath. She didn't believe that she would lose to Ning Xiuma. She didn't believe that she, a dignified palace master, couldn't lose to an ordinary woman. She finally made an oath. If this consort loses, I will never appear in front of Han Shanyue again. The faint sound of thunder came from afar, proving that the oath had been made. Since she had made an oath, she naturally wanted Ning Xiuma to make an oath as well. Ning Xiuma was more straightforward when she made an oath. Yunshi also had her own plans in mind. Chapter 599. If Ning Xiuma won this time, she would be able to help Han Shanyue get rid of one of his admirers. If she lost, she would be able to officially annul her engagement with Han Shanyue and stop being his concubine. Regardless of whether she won or lost, it would be beneficial to her. Therefore, Ning Xiuma felt no pressure playing chess this time. The two of them started the game. Ning Xiaoma played casually. Yunxi, on the other hand, would think for a long time before she made a move. She had to win. However, she had obviously underestimated Ning Xiaoma's chess skills. Ning Xiaoma had once defeated a world champion in the modern era. Furthermore, her chess style was ever-changing, so others simply couldn't grasp her pattern. Of course, Yunxi couldn't grasp it either. In the first game, Ning Xiaoma took the route of capturing the leader first. Her chess style was grand and sweeping, and Yunxi was defeated. Yunxi was sweating profusely. She gathered her energy and played the second game with Ning Xiaoma. She had already thought of a way to deal with Ning Xiaoma's chess style. Step by step, she would defend like Sima Yi. However, she hadn't expected that Ning Xiaoma's chess style would change again. She began to nibble away at Yunxi's weakness step by step. She didn't attack head-on. Instead, she focused on attacking Yunxi's weakness and then surrounded her in the middle. After an hour, Yunxi showed signs of defeat again. Her face was pale, and beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. She couldn't afford to lose this game. She had to win. She was so focused on the game in front of her that she didn't even notice when Han Shangyue, Rong Yue, and Tianlan came out. Yunxi was holding a piece in her hand and thinking hard when a voice sounded behind her. "Play here." A slender, jade-like finger pointed to a position. The voice was as cold as ever, but Yunxi's heart was filled with joy and warmth. Without saying anything, she immediately placed the piece there. Ning Xiaoma looked up at Han Shangyue, who was standing beside Yunxi, and said with a faint smile, "Great master, don't speak while watching chess. What you're doing is against the rules of chess." Han Shanyue's gaze landed on Ning Xiaoma. Then, he looked at the chessboard in front of him. His eyes were filled with surprise. Clearly, he had not expected Ning Xiaoma to be so good at Go. This was beyond his expectations. He had always been a chess fanatic, and it was very difficult for him to meet an opponent. Now that he had seen this chess game, his hands were itching. Yunxi's side was clearly losing, so he could easily salvage the situation. He tapped the chessboard with his finger. "Yunxi, get up." Yunxi, who was secretly delighted, stood up gracefully. "All right, please help me win this round, sir." She then gave up her seat. Han Shanyue switched to another chair and sat opposite Ning Xiaoma. Ning Xiaoma looked at him. "Guru, are you sure you want to kill this game for her?" Han Shanyue gave a light hum. His fingers had already picked up a chess piece. "The chessboard is like a battlefield. I will not give way to you." Ning Xiaoma also straightened up, smiled, and said straightforwardly, "Okay, just don't regret it, Guru." Han Shanyue did not continue the conversation. He did not know what regret was in this lifetime. The two of them sat in front of the chessboard and started a fight. When Ning Xiaoma was playing chess with Yunxi, she was just playing casually because Yunxi's chess skills were still too low for her. She was just playing chess with her to kill time and help Han Shanyue get rid of the peach blossoms. Therefore, Ning Xiaoma did not give her all. However, now that Han Shanyue had taken over, she immediately felt that her opponent's chess skills were strong. Although winning or losing did not matter to her, her competitive nature did not allow her to easily lose to him. Chapter 600. Ning Xiaoma immediately perked up and began to fight seriously with Han Shanyue. The two of them went back and forth, and it was an eye-opener for the two spectators. Yunxi's face turned pale after watching for a while. She had finally witnessed Ning Xiaoma's chess skills. Ning Xiaoma's chess skills were much better than she had imagined. If she had continued to play with her, she would have lost all 3 games without a doubt. There was no suspense at all. She hadn't expected this girl to have such an ability. She was clearly just a teenage girl. How could her chess skills be better than hers, who had been immersed in the game for thousands of years? Unfair. It was too unfair. Rong Tianlan was also a chess fan. At first, he didn't take Ning Xiaoma seriously, but after watching for a while, he had a whole new level of respect for this little girl. This little girl's chess skills were unprecedentedly high. An expert, her moves were simply too cool. Every move was within reason, but also beyond his expectations. She gave him a surprise every few moves. When Ning Xiaoma and Yunxi were playing, it was still an ordinary game. However, After the two of them fought for half an hour, the situation on the chessboard had completely changed. The two of them each made strange moves, and the game was full of ups and downs. It was like two strong opponents on a battlefield filled with smoke. Although flesh and blood were flying everywhere, it still made people's blood boil. Ronyu Tianlan was delighted to see this. He couldn't wait to chase Han Shangyue away so that he could have some fun too. He watched from the side and even forgot to wave his fan. His eyes were fixed on the chessboard as he pondered the game. Playing chess really didn't care about age. Talent was extremely important. This was also why sometimes a teenager could kill everyone, defeat national chess players, and create miracles. The world of chess had no lack of miracles. There were often dark horses that jumped out to amaze people. Ning Xiaomo was no doubt such a dark horse. She was good at calculation and setting up traps for others. Chess was a perfect match for her. In this game, sometimes the white pieces had the upper hand, and sometimes the black pieces had the upper hand. The ups and downs were dazzling. In the beginning, Han Shangyue did not take Ning Xiaomo seriously. But after a quarter of an hour, after suffering 2 or 3 hidden losses from her, he finally began to take her seriously. The two of them played this game of chess for nearly 2 hours before the outcome was finally revealed. Han Shangyue won by a narrow margin. Yunqi finally felt at ease. She smiled and said, "Thank you, sir, for helping me win this game of chess." Han Shanyue's chess addiction had been completely aroused by Ning Xiaomo. He didn't care about what Yunqi had said. He just looked at Ning Xiaomo. His eyes seemed to sparkle as he tapped the chessboard with his finger. 2 more games. Ning Xiaomo looked at the chessboard and then at him. "Are you still playing for her?" Han Shangyue did not care about this at all. What was the difference between him playing for Yunqi and playing for himself? Wasn't it all because of him? He had always been a man of few words. So, he only made a sound of agreement and urged her to continue. Ning Xiaomo's eyes flickered slightly. She raised her hand and touched the slightly prominent cinnabar mole on her forehead. Perhaps she could cancel this heavenly marriage today. She had been tricked into agreeing to this heavenly marriage. Now, she could use the same method to cancel it with him. It could be considered as getting back at him. However, if she canceled this heavenly marriage, she would have no protection. Would Han Shangyue still be willing to protect her? This was really an unknown factor. Ning Xiaomo was slightly lost in thought. Chapter 601. Han Shangyue glanced at her and pursed his lips. How could this girl be distracted while playing chess with him? He was slightly unhappy, but he did not point it out. The chess pieces in his hand were like a storm, and within a few minutes, Ning Xiaomo was forced to retreat. By the time Ning Xiaomo regained her senses, it was already too late. She could only lose miserably. "Ning Xiaomo, if you get distracted again in the next game, I will let you enter the chess game and let you experience the consequences of a general's mistakes." Han Shangyue was obviously not in a good mood. His voice seemed to carry a layer of frost. Ning Xiaomo glanced at him and took a deep breath. She suddenly asked, "Great God, if I was not your concubine, would you still care about my life and death when I was in danger?" Han Shanyue's fingers paused, and he looked at her with a cold gaze. "Why do you ask?" The heavenly marriage had already been said, and she still wanted to escape? Ning Xiaomo smiled. Hypothetically not. The snow-white chess piece spun on Han Shanyue's fingertips, directly blocking Ning Xiaomo's words. Yunqi smiled at the side. There are millions of people in this world, and how many of them are personally protected by Mr. Miss Ning is so smart. Even without Mr.'s protection, you would still be able to live a good life, right? Ning Xiaomo glanced at Yunqi and said indifferently, "If Mr. Han did not say that I was a jinx, perhaps I would be able to live a better life. It was all because of this jinx. You were originally a jinx, and I was only judging you. If I did not say it, you would have already become Lu Hin Ti's beast concubine." Han Shanyue's gaze was faintly sharp. "Or do you actually want to marry that old man?" Ning Xiaomo was stunned. She thought about the situation before she was called a jinx. Various sects were vying for her. Lu Hin Ti's imperial edict to make her a concubine, and Ji Yunhuang's marriage proposal. At that time, her surroundings were indeed turbulent, and there was not a moment of peace. It seemed that after the rumor that she was a heavenly calamity star, the various forces that were hiding in the dark finally calmed down. Her reputation was a little bad, but she didn't suffer any other losses. So you're saying that it's for my own good that you criticize me in front of everyone? So you only understand now. Han Shanyue's voice was still calm. Exposing her identity as a heavenly calamity lone star was indeed the quickest way to get rid of the troubles around her, the most effective way to get rid of those peach blossoms. Although it was a hindrance to her reputation, she had never cared about this. This was also his initial thought. He always chose the most direct and effective way to solve problems. Usually, he would not consider those minor details. Although it was simple and crude, it could solve the problem once and for all. But after I became a loner, I still got into trouble. Ning Xiumao was not convinced. Han Shanyue paused for a moment and gave her 2 words. You asked for it. Ning Xiumao pursed her lips and carefully thought about what happened after she became a loner. It seemed that it was because of that red-clothed evildoer. If it was not for him finding trouble with her, she could have lived a peaceful life and become stronger step by step at that time. Releasing that evildoer was the biggest mistake in her life. That crystal coffin was scarier than Pandora's box. Once it was open, there would be endless variables and endless troubles. It would be great if she could reseal that bastard again. At that time, she would definitely cover him with 10 layers of coffins and seal him to death. She would let that bastard sleep in there for thousands of years. Chapter 602. Han Shanyue suddenly stood up and said calmly, Let's not play this game anymore. Playing chess required both parties to give it their all. It was only interesting when both parties were focused. If the opponent was distracted, what was the point of the game? Ning Xiumao frowned. How could she not play? It was a best-of-5 game. They had only played 3 games. There were still 2 games left. Yunqi's expression changed as well. She said, Miss Ning, don't be distracted. We agreed on a best-of-5 game. How can we fulfill the bet before we finish? When she said this, Ning Xiumao's heart skipped a beat. Yunqi, this idiot, if she revealed the bet, it would be bad. Sure enough, when Yunqi said this, Han Shanyue glanced over and looked at the 2 girls. So you guys made a bet. What did you bet on? Ning Xiumao spread her hands and smiled. She didn't say anything. Yunqi bit her lip. We just casually made a bet. She was a little flustered. She couldn't tell him about the bet. Rong Yutianlan looked at one and then the other. He couldn't help but shake his head. He was very smart. He connected the dots and guessed what the bet was about. Although Han Shanyue was cold, his deductive ability was not ordinary. He immediately understood after thinking about it. He glanced coldly at Ning Xiumao. This bastard had gambled him. She had actually used him as a wager. How dare she? How could she? What did she take him for? No wonder she had asked what would happen if she didn't become his concubine. So this was the reason. He had almost fallen head first in her trap and lost himself in it. His gaze was too sharp. Ning Xiumao felt a chill in her heart. She knew that he had guessed it. Damn it, Yunqi, this idiot. A best-of-5 game, right? Since we made the bet, it would be unreasonable if we didn't fulfill it. There are 2 more games. Yunqi, you play. Han Shanyue finally spoke again. His voice was monotonous, as if he hadn't guessed what the bet was. Yunqi's face turned pale. She had seen Ning Xiumao's true skill in chess with her own eyes. If she were to play these 2 rounds, she would definitely lose. Sir, it's the same even if Sir replaces Yunqi. She was still hoping for a fluke. It would be truly exciting to watch Sir and Miss Ning play chess directly. Besides, Yunqi has a slight headache right now. I'm afraid she won't be able to perform at her usual level. Han Shanyue faintly said, I have already helped you 2 rounds. If I help you again, it would be unfair. Since it was a bet, he had to see the results today. You can still find other helpers. At this point, he glanced at Rong Yuetian lightly. Rong Yuetian smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He seemed to be that other person. Yunqi had no choice but to turn to Rong Yuetian for help. Brother Rong Yue, why don't you take my place in these 2 rounds? Rong Yuetian's chess skills were on par with Han Shanyue's. She was just a little bit worse, so she should be able to fight him. She had already won 2 rounds. As long as Rongyue Tianlan won one of the remaining 2 rounds, Yunxi would win. Then, she would be able to eliminate Ning Xiuma as a formidable opponent forever. Rongyue Tian really wanted to play 2 rounds with Ning Xiuma. However, he was under a lot of pressure to replace Yunxi at this time. Chapter 603. If he won, he would offend Dizhua. If he lost, Yunxi would never have another chance. Yunxi, you idiot. Just now, you were thinking of ways to trick Dizhua into playing on your behalf. But when you mentioned the bet, Dizhua realized it in time and pulled out. Now, he had to take the blame. He waved his fan and was a little hesitant. Han Shanhua looked at him and said, "Don't tell me you don't even have the courage to play chess with a little girl?" How could he not? Rong Yuishanlin steeled himself and sat down on Yunxi's seat. He didn't forget to say the ugly words first. There are no fathers, sons, and friends in chess. I will do my best and won't give even half a stone. He would do his best. As for whether he would win or lose, it was up to the heavens. Ning Xiuma had already walked to the tea table to drink tea. When she heard that Rong Yuishanlin was going to take over, she rubbed her eyebrows. It was just a game of chess. Did she have to face the 3 masters present? Before she could finish her thought, she was pulled over by Han Shanhua and sat down on the table. He looked at Rong Yuishanlin and said, "She doesn't need you to give in to her. You just have to do your best." He then whispered in Ning Xiuma's ear, "I know your level. Don't you dare go easy on her." He simply pulled out a stool and sat beside Ning Xiuma, eyeing her like a tiger eyeing its prey while watching the game. His body was very close to Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma could even smell the faint fragrance on his body. With him sitting beside her, even if she wanted to go easy on her, she wouldn't be able to. She was also very strong. Since she couldn't go easy, she might as well go all out. Han Shanhua's expression didn't change, but he was secretly paying attention to Ning Xiuma's state. When he saw her eyes shining, he knew that she had raised her fighting spirit. He secretly sighed in relief. The little girl wasn't stupid. If she was still distracted like before, he had other ways to make her focus. Ning Xiuma and Rong Yuishanlin started to fight again in the chess game. Han Shanhua and Yunxi watched from the side with their own thoughts. Rong Yuetian's chess skills were not to be underestimated. His style of chess was similar to Ning Xiuma's. His style was changeable, either attacking head-on or playing unconventional. Ning Xiuma did not understand his playing style, but he had watched Ning Xiuma play 2 games and had already grasped her general way of playing chess. In this way, in the first half of the game, Ning Xiuma was at a disadvantage. She was caught off guard and took a few stones in a row. He was at a slight disadvantage. Yunxi was so nervous that her palms were sweating. When she saw that Rongyue Tianlan had the upper hand, she heaved a sigh of relief. In order to encourage Rongyue Tianlan, she specially brewed a cup of tea for Rongyue Tianlan and attentively placed it beside his hand. Rongyue Tianlan picked it up and took a sip, indicating that she enjoyed it very much. Most of the time, Yunxi was very understanding. Ning Xiuma's lips were also a little dry. She glanced at the 2 people opposite her and pursed her lips. However, she didn't expect Han Shanhua to brew tea for her. Such a proud person would only be served by others. She could only finish this game and then go and drink by herself. Her thoughts quickly turned back to the chess game. Rongyue Tianlan's playing style was the same as his personality. He was sloppy and careless. He placed 1 stone in the east and another in the west. It seemed that there was no pattern, but in fact it was a pattern of his own. Ning Xiuma would fall into his trap if she was not careful. It seems that Rongyue Tianlan is also a master of strategy. He is not inferior to Han Shanhua. Ning Xiuma remained calm. Chapter 604. Ning Xiuma braced herself. Every step of her plan had been carefully thought out before it was executed. Playing chess was like fighting a war. All kinds of military strategies could be used. Delaying the enemy, luring the enemy, besieging Wei to save Zhao. While she was racking her brains, a cup of tea suddenly appeared beside her hand. The azure cup was translucent, and a dark green flower was slowly blooming in the dark green tea. Upon closer inspection, the flower wasn't a real flower. It was made up of countless petals and leaves that gathered together to form a beautiful flower. Steam rose in spirals, and the fragrance of the tea was light and cold. Ning Xuema was also someone who understood tea. She had seen a lot of things in the way of tea, but this was the first time she saw this kind of tea. Before he even took a sip of the tea, he felt a cool breeze rush to his head just by smelling the fragrance of the tea, and his mind became much clearer. Good tea. Needless to say, this cup of tea was brewed by Han Shangyue. Ning Xuema's heart warmed. She didn't expect this arrogant emperor to brew tea for her. My viburnum spring. Rong Yuishelin almost jumped up. Yunqi's expression changed slightly. The viburnum spring was Rong Yuishelin's treasure. This kind of tea was very rare. It took hundreds of years to collect the same amount of tea as Ning Xuema's cup. Rong Yuishelin had collected a total of 10 stalks. He treated them like his treasure. Even when she came, he was reluctant to share them. She recognized it because when Dizwa came to recuperate, Rong Yuishelin had taken out 1 stalk to treat him. It left a deep impression on her. Now, Han Shangyue had brewed a cup of tea for Ning Xuema. How could Rong Yuishelin remain calm? He simply couldn't stay calm. He took a deep breath and stared at Han Shangyue. You took it without asking. It's stealing. Dizwa, no matter how much you please a beauty, you can't be a thief. It's destroying my 3 views. It's simply destroying my 3 views. Han Shangyue looked indifferent. He tapped the chessboard with his finger and said, Don't be distracted. How could Rongyue Tianlan not be distracted when her precious treasure was stolen? His heart was in a mess. His tea was hidden in an extremely secret place. There were mechanisms everywhere. Even if he went to retrieve it himself, it would take him at least an hour to go back and forth. However, Han Shangyue had never left the hall. How'd he get it? Or perhaps Han Shangyue also had a few of these tea leaves and just happened to bring them over. The tea in Ning Xuema's hand was brought by himself, not stolen from him. All kinds of conjectures and thoughts hovered in Rong Juishin's mind. He couldn't wait to run to the secret room, where he kept the tea to check it out. As a result, he was distracted and could no longer concentrate on playing chess. Ning Xuema's chess skills were about the same as his. Now that he was distracted, Ning Xuema took the opportunity to kill all the players. An hour later, Rongyue Tianlan was finally defeated by a difference of 2 pieces. After this round of chess, Rong Yuishelin immediately got up to check. Han Shangyue put the white jade flute on his shoulder and said, Finish the last round before you leave. The strength of his flute was neither light nor heavy. It was just enough to make Rong Yuishelin unable to get up unless he used a spell to flick the jade flute away. However, if he did that, wouldn't it be equivalent to attacking Dizwa? Although Rong Yuishelin's heart ached for his tea, he wouldn't risk his life for a cup of tea. Besides, even if Dizwa moved his house, he could only watch, let alone take his tea. Chapter 605. He bitterly smiled. He could only sit back down and play the most crucial game of chess with Ning Xuema. Yunqi was so nervous that she was sweating. She looked at Ning Xuema and then at Han Shangyue behind her. Ning Xuema was focused on the game while Han Shanyue's gaze was fixed on the chessboard. He didn't look at her at all. Yunqi's nails dug into her palms, and she bit her lips until they turned white. For so many years, she had never been able to get close to him. He had always been indifferent to her, neither close nor far. She thought that he was naturally cold and emotionless. She didn't expect that he would allow a common woman like Ning Xuema to get close to him and even become his concubine. She couldn't accept it. She really couldn't accept it. Yunqi's heart, which she had cultivated for 1,000 years, was stirred up again. In the last game, Ning Xuema and Rongyue Tianlan fought brilliantly. Both of them gradually grasped each other's style, and the game became more intense. Rongyue Tianlan was still thinking about his tea at first and was a little restless. Later on, all his energy was absorbed by the game. The feeling of meeting a worthy opponent was too good. Especially since the other party was an inconspicuous woman, this feeling doubled. At this time, he had completely regarded Ning Xuema as a worthy opponent. The way he looked at Ning Xuema was also different. Previously, when he looked at Ning Xuema, He thought that she was Dizwa's concubine and was mostly curious. After all, Ning Xuema was an ordinary person. With his status, he didn't pay much attention to her. But now, Rongyue looked at her as if he was looking at a worthy opponent. There was excitement and appreciation in his eyes. In the last game, both of them used their unique moves. Neither of them gave way to the other. Both of them were fully immersed in the game. When the last piece was played, Ning Xuema won by a single piece. Rongyue Tianlan pushed the chessboard and stood up. Miss Ning is indeed an expert in this field. Rongyue accepts her loss wholeheartedly. Ning Xuema smiled. Brother Rongyue was a little distracted when he was playing chess. Otherwise, it would be hard to tell who would win this game. She was telling the truth. Rongyue Tianlan was indeed a little absent-minded at the beginning, and the start was not very good. I didn't expect her to be able to see through this. Rongyue Tian still felt unsatisfied. Why don't we play a few more rounds? Before Ning Xuema could say anything, Han Shangyue had already opened his mouth. She has already won 3 out of 5 rounds. There is no need to continue. Then he glanced at Yunqi. You can fulfill your respective wager now. Yunqi's face turned pale as she took 2 steps back. I still have matters to attend to in the palace. I'll take my leave now. She turned around and walked out quickly. Rongyue Tian's eyes flashed with guilt. After all, Yunqi was his good friend for 1,000 years. Deep in his heart, he was still biased towards her. However, he had already tried his best and could no longer help her. He could only watch as she left. Yunqi's figure disappeared at the entrance of the palace. Rongyue Tianlan looked back at Han Shangyue. You are too heartless. Han Shangyue looked indifferent. If you don't have such intentions, why give her hope? He didn't have any feelings for Yunqi. Why should he give her hope and then give her despair? It was best to cut the Gordian knot. It was best for both of them. Rongyue Tianlan was stunned. He had to admit that what he said was reasonable. He thought of his tea again and couldn't help but glance at Han Shangyue. Chapter 606. He thought of his tea and couldn't help but glance at Han Shangyue. Dizwa, I think your method is a bit too unkind. He said this through sound transmission so that Ning Xuema couldn't hear him. Han Shangyue calmly flicked his sleeves. It involves my marriage. Even if it's unkind, it's pardonable. Rongyue Ishinlin said, Dizwa, I think your skin could be even thicker. Han Shangyue leisurely said, Thicker? Very well. I still have 3 viburnum flowers here. I originally wanted to compensate you for the fruit you gave me last time. Now it seems that I don't need to give it to you. The viburnum flowers really belonged to Han Shangyue. Rongyue Ishinlin sighed in relief and was immediately attracted by the 3 viburnum flowers. Dizwa was wrong. Dizwa's skin is neither thick nor thin. If it were any thicker, it would be bad. Han Shangyue was speechless. As the 2 of them were talking through sound transmission, Ning Xuema finished her cup of precious tea. She looked at the 2 of them and said, Are you 2 done talking? When will my appearance-changing technique be broken? Rongyue Ishinlin finally remembered this important matter and immediately said, Mr. Han, please explain it to her. I will go and prepare the things we need. She slipped away. Ning Xuema was full of doubts. She looked at Han Shangyue and said, Breaking this is quite troublesome. It's not just a little troublesome. Han Shangyue spat out these words. Let's go out for a walk. I will explain it to you. Carefree Island was worthy of being called a paradise. Every step was like a painting, and there were beautiful scenery everywhere. Ning Xuema and Han Shangyue walked side by side. There were huge trees on both sides of the road. The leaves of the trees were golden yellow, and they looked like canopies. When the wind blew, countless golden leaves fell down and danced behind the 2 of them. The scenery was very beautiful and picturesque, but Ning Xuema's mood was very nervous. Because Han Shangyue had already walked 2 rounds with her, but he still hadn't said a word about how to remove her disguise, he did ask a lot of small talk, such as who her Go Master was, and so on. He also asked a lot of other things, but he didn't get to the point. With Han Shanyue's personality, he was not someone who would be so hesitant. The reason why he was hesitant now must be because her disguise was extremely difficult to undo. Perhaps she would never be able to recover. He looked just like a family member of a terminally ill patient. Guru, is there no way to save my looks? You, just say it. I can take it. Ning Xiuma asked directly, not wanting to beat around the bush. Han Shangyue glanced at her, pondered for a moment, and waved at her. Come here. Ning Xiuma was bending over to look at a flower. Hearing his words, she couldn't help but look up at him. He stood under the golden tree, his moonlight robe fluttering in the wind. The golden leaves danced around him, but not a single one fell on his body. His ink-black hair was like water draping over his body. His lips were curved in a smile that wasn't a smile. At this moment, it was as if he had entered into a painting and the bright colors around him became a backdrop for him. His aura was usually too strong, so it was easy for people to overlook his appearance. But at this moment, he seemed to have restrained his pressure. He stood under the tree, the wind lifting his clothes, making it seem as if he were flying. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but think of a line in a poem. Young Master Mo is like jade, peerless in the world. Chapter 607. At this moment, Ning Xiuma suddenly realized that Mr. Han was also a handsome young man, and he was also a handsome young man. Her cold and otherworldly temperament, her elegant demeanor, and the faint smile on her lips actually gave people a strong visual impact. Especially when he was looking at someone intently, his deep blue eyes seemed to have a great attraction. Under his gaze, Ning Xiuma's heartbeat suddenly sped up. What do you want? He was not far from her, only 3 to 4 meters away. It was a safe distance, and it was convenient for them to talk. Why did he want her to go over? She stood there without any intention of moving. Are you afraid that I will eat you? Come here. The faint smile on Han Shanyue's lips disappeared, and the oppressive aura was released again. Okay, this was more like him. Ning Xiuma's strange feeling disappeared, and she walked over. Great God, what's the matter? She hadn't finished speaking when her wrist was suddenly grabbed by him. He took advantage of the situation and pulled. How could Ning Xiuma be his opponent? She directly threw herself into his embrace. She pounced too fiercely, and the tip of her nose almost hit his chest. She was also a fast person, and hurriedly used her other hand to cushion his chest in advance, thus avoiding the fate of the tip of her nose being hit. His breath instantly surrounded her, and Ning Xiuma's heart that had just calmed down started to jump again. She angrily raised her head. What are you doing? She choked back the words she was about to say, because his handsome face leaned down and his intoxicating breath instantly approached. He wanted to kiss her. Ning Xiuma's heart was like a little rabbit, and it was beating like a drum. Don't. She subconsciously wanted to push him away, but one hand was held by him, and the other hand did not know why she could not use any strength. He was getting closer and closer, closer and closer. Her hands and feet were weak, and her eyes subconsciously closed. His lips suddenly stopped when they were less than an inch away from hers. His magnetic voice rang in her ear. Xiuema, are you nervous? His hand was still holding her wrist, and he could clearly feel her pulse. He added, your heart is beating very fast, and you don't reject my approach. Does this prove that you like me? Ning Xiuema's mind was a little muddled due to the influence of his breath. When she heard his words, her mind was blown, and she subconsciously pushed him. You're thinking too much. Her push actually pushed him half a foot away. Without his aura shrouding her, Ning Xiuma could finally breathe to her heart's content. Am I overthinking? Han Shanyue didn't let go of her. He flipped his hand and pushed her 2 steps back. Ning Xiuma was pushed against a tree. He held her hand behind her back with one hand and pressed his body against hers. His other hand was pressed against the tree trunk behind her, and Ning Xiuma's entire body was completely covered by him. It was only at this moment that Ning Xiuma realized how tall his body was. She wasn't short now, but compared to him, she was petite and dainty. He pressed his body against hers, and his handsome face was less than an inch away from hers. They could hear each other's breathing. This position was really terrible. Ning Xiuma had never been pressed down in this position in her life. Moreover, his eyes were like two deep pools that were staring at her body, as if they were going to penetrate her whole body. She felt tormented just by looking at him. Chapter 608. Ning Xiaoma could see her own reflection in Mr. Han's deep blue eyes. This made her even more flustered. Her heart failed to live up to her expectations and beat even faster. Her face also became hot. No matter how strong she was, no matter how good she was at pretending, she was still a 21 or 22-year-old girl. She seemed to be open and unrestrained, but deep down, she was still conservative. Being suppressed like this, she finally panicked. "Let go of me first. I'm fine, what's wrong with you?" Han Shanyue's eyes were still staring at her, as if he wanted to tear apart her disguise and see her true emotions. And Ning Xiaoma's reaction made him somewhat satisfied. He stretched out 2 fingers and lightly pinched her face. "It's so hot. You should be blushing, right?" Blushing, heartbeat, averting her eyes. "Xiaoma, you still like me?" "Ning Xiaoma." Her body slightly stiffened, as if there was an electric current on his fingers. It made her heart tremble. However, this position, especially his words, made her feel embarrassed. She tilted her face and avoided his hand. She sneered, "I didn't. You really think too much. Stubborn little girl." Han Shanyue's lips curved into a faint smile. "You can't hide from me." He actually smiled. The cold and aloof great god actually smiled. His smile was like the spring flowers blooming, and also like thousands of peach blossoms blooming on the branches. Ning Xiaoma's eyes were almost dazed. She was momentarily lost in thought. She took a deep breath and quickly calmed down some of her chaotic emotions. She raised her head. "Great God, you really think too much. Whether it's blushing or heartbeat, which girl would feel this way when being suppressed? In other words, if you were suppressed by other men, your face would also blush, your heart would race, and avert your eyes?" The smile on Han Shanyue's face disappeared. Ning Xiaoma was stunned. Shui Lan's image flashed through her mind. That bastard also took advantage of her a lot. He also used similar methods to suppress her. At that time, she didn't feel blushing, heartbeat, or it averted her eyes. It was a deep sense of humiliation, and the biggest thought in her mind was to kill that bastard. Then what she was feeling now was, did she really like him? No, that wasn't it. "I don't like him. I just don't hate him." This reaction was probably a normal reaction to being suppressed by a man she didn't dislike. In front of Han Shanyue, she did not want to lose to him in terms of grandeur. Therefore, even though she was confused for a moment, her lips curled into a nonchalant smile. Of course, any man would be the same. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Han Shanyue. "I don't believe you. I want to try again." "Give it a try." How else should he try? Before Ning Xiaoma could react, he suddenly pressed his lips against hers. Then, he pressed his lips against hers. Ning Xiaoma's mind exploded. Her nostrils were filled with the pleasant smell of his body. His lips were soft, and after their lips met, they were unwilling to leave. Was she forcefully kissed? She was forcefully kissed. Ning Xiaoma subconsciously wanted to push him away. However, her current strength was like a drizzle to him. She was not a threat at all. She couldn't stop him and could only allow his lips to caress her lips as he wished. His lips were warm and soft. In an instant, she felt as if a strong current had passed through her body. Her head was dizzy, her heart was beating like a drum, and her limbs were weak. Chapter 609. However, his lips were still pressed against Xiaoma's lips, but he didn't make any further moves. Ning Xiaoma's lips were a little dry, so she couldn't help but stick out her tongue to lick her lips. Naturally, this lick also licked his lips. His body slightly stiffened, and then he caught the tip of her tongue as if he was enlightened. He gently sucked and slowly bit her tongue and didn't let go. This kind of kiss was undoubtedly torture for Ning Xiaoma. The tip of her tongue was sucked and numbed by him. She hurriedly retracted her tongue, but it also brought his tongue into her mouth. Ning Xiaoma's mind was blown again, and her heart was so nervous that it almost jumped out of her chest. She wanted to push his tongue away, but she was entangled with him again. What was originally a simple kiss on the lips developed into a French kiss. Ning Xiaoma's limbs were weak, and her vision was blurry. In a trance, a few scattered images flashed through her mind, but those images were too fast and too scattered, so she couldn't capture them at all. Her mind seemed to have traversed thousands of mountains and rivers. And then there was a faint and clear laughter. So you don't even know how to kiss. Let me teach you. This voice was so sudden that it made her heart feel like it was hit hard by something. Her nose was inexplicably sour, and her mind was even more confused. She didn't know when her hand was released by him. She didn't know when her arm was hooked around his neck, and her body was completely in his embrace, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. The storm-like kiss finally stopped. His lips slightly left hers, and he whispered in her ear, "You like me." This time he was very sure. Ning Xiuma stared blankly for a moment. Her muddled mind finally cleared up. Anger suddenly rose in her heart. She opened her mouth to retort, but his fingertips had already brushed against her lips. "Since you already like me, then I have nothing to worry about." Ah? Ning Xiuma originally wanted to tell him that he was thinking too much and that she didn't like him, but his last sentence attracted her attention. "What did you say? What are you worried about?" Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a little dizzy and her vision turned black. Her body went limp, and he pulled her back in his arms. Before she fainted, she vaguely heard him say to her, "Xiuma, I will restore your appearance." Rendezvous finally finished preparing everything. He was about to send a boy to invite the two people who were strolling outside. Han Shanhua walked in with Ning Xiuma in his arms. Rendezvous looked at Ning Xiuma in his arms and then looked at her. "You talked to her? Did you tell her everything?" Han Shanhua's face was expressionless as he said, "I don't like to talk. It's better to do it directly." Rendezvous Dee's way of doing things was simple and crude. "This is related to this lady's reputation. I feel that she has the right to know and the right to choose." Rendezvous felt that it was not appropriate. "She's my concubine, so it's natural for her to do these things. She will accept it." Han Shanhua looked at the layout of the secret chamber and then looked at Rendezvous. "I feel that you can get lost." Rendezvous thought about it and agreed. These two people were originally husband and wife. Although she was his concubine, Deezwa was indeed her husband. It was natural for him to do these things for her, and there was nothing wrong with it. Under Han Shanhua's obvious gaze, Rendezvous braced herself and told him some things to take note of. Chapter 610. After Rong Yutianlan finished speaking and confirmed that there were no mistakes, she left swiftly. She then closed the door for them. Before Ning Xiuma recovered, no one was allowed to disturb the people inside. Her body felt warm, as if there were clouds floating around her. A warm current flowed into her from the tip of her toes and climbed up her legs inch by inch. Wherever it passed, there was a numbness and itchiness, as if her muscles were slowly regenerating and her blood vessels were becoming lively again. This kind of crawling speed felt very slow. It felt painful and comfortable at the same time. The numbness and itchiness became more and more intense, and more parts of her body. Ning Xiuma, who was in a coma, finally regained her consciousness and slowly woke up. Her eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. After all, she had just woken up from a coma, so her gaze was still a little confused. Then, she slowly woke up. What she saw was a wooden wall and a rippling green pool. A luminous pearl above her head emitted a gentle light, illuminating the surroundings. Where is this? Her mind was still a little confused, and her body moved subconsciously. Suddenly, her waist was tightened. "Don't move." The voice was cold and a little hoarse. Ning Xiuma's body stiffened instantly. She slowly lowered her head, and her eyes widened immediately. She was sitting in a strange position in an oversized wooden tub. There was not a single piece of cloth on her body, and she was as smooth as a newborn baby. The jade green water rippled around her body, and the jade green water gently swayed around her body, creating ripples. The water was so transparent that she could see every inch of her skin clearly. She could even see the light green blood vessels under her skin. She was bathing, but this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that she found an arm wrapped around her waist and a jade-like palm on her calf, She was sitting in someone's arms. And she was sitting naked in someone's arms. This scene was too exciting. It was too erotic. Ning Shuima gasped and couldn't help but want to jump up. Don't be afraid. The arm wrapped around her waist tightened again, and a faint light appeared from the arm. Ning Shuima's strength seemed to have been sucked out in an instant, and she couldn't move anymore. This is the only way to restore your appearance. Don't be afraid, just feel me. The cold voice softly sounded behind her. The hand on her calf moved up a few inches, and the light green light slowly rotated from the palm, causing the surrounding green water to swirl as well. This swirling water swirled around her calf, as if it was massaging her calf, and waves of heat rose from her calf, inch by inch. Han. Great God, Han? Ning Shuima's voice slightly trembled. Yes, it's me. The voice behind him was neither fast nor slow, calm and collected. Oh my God, she was actually bathing in the same tub as this almighty God. Ning Shuima felt as if she was struck by lightning, and her body stiffened. Fortunately, she couldn't move right now, or else she would be so nervous that she wouldn't know where to put her hands and feet. She looked down at the arm wrapped around her waist, and the light white sleeves swayed in the water. Very good. It could be seen that he was wearing clothes. It wasn't a pure couple's bath, no. He was indeed wearing a robe, but she was fucking naked. She was at a disadvantage, wasn't she? He had seen her naked, touched her all over, and devoured every bit of her tofu. And he... Chapter 611. Ning Shuima tried her best to widen her eyes, but could only see one of his hands and a small part of his wrist. Also, this posture is too erotic. She felt that even those erotic films would not necessarily have such a nosebleed scene. What kind of method is this to restore one's original appearance? What kind of lousy setting is this? Needless to say, this method to remove the disguise technique was thought of by that guy Rendezvous. That guy looked so romantic, so serious. Could it be that he wrote something about jade praying mats or jade girls? Rendezvous, who was leisurely drinking tea under a big tree in the courtyard, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, opened the fan with the word romantic written on it, and waved it. Who scolded him behind his back? Fortunately, it was just a sneeze. For him, it was nothing, so he did not take it to heart. He picked up the cup and took a sip of tea, the corners of his pale red lips slightly hooked up. These were now. Very erotic, right? Very exciting, right? Would his frozen heart, which had remained motionless for tens of thousands of years, crack open a tiny crack? Infuse a little bit of the mortal world into it. I didn't think that Dizwo would be involved in such matters of love and affection. Love is poison. Once touched, will hurt, but it can make the person involved willingly drink this honey-flavored arsenic. Someone's shadow seemed to flash in front of his eyes. His mind moved, his breathing stopped, and the familiar pain emerged again. His fingers holding the teacup stiffened, lost in thought for a moment, then smiled gently, took a sip of tea, and pressed that shadow into the depths of his memory, in the secret chamber. In the bathtub, Ning Shuima could not help but begin to suppress her breathing. She was still sitting cross-legged in his arms with her legs slightly curled up. Her palms were forced to close over her heart, a standard meditation posture. His palms moved up her calves inch by inch, and had already moved to her knees. The strange numbness became more and more intense, hot, and numb in her bone marrow, as if there was an electric current running up and down her limbs and bones. This feeling was both comfortable and painful. Ning Shuima had never tasted such a feeling in her life. She bit her lips hard to prevent herself from moaning. It was as if he had been drugged by some legendary drug, but he couldn't get rid of it. There was an indescribable discomfort and also an indescribable ecstasy. This feeling was too unbearable and made her feel embarrassed. Subconsciously, she wanted to divert her attention. The only thing that made her feel gratified was that wherever his palm pressed, the flabby skin became plump again, and the skin became white and elastic again, returning to the moist skin of a young girl. At this moment, the parts below her knees and above her feet had returned to their original state, but the parts above her knees had yet to recover. Comparing the two parts, she looked a little strange. Naturally, Ning Shuma also saw her reflection in the water. His face, neck, upper body. They were still so old that she didn't want to take a second look at them. Looking at her wrinkled face, Ning Shuma finally realized a problem. When Han Shanyu kissed her, she was looking at this old face. How could he do it? God, what kind of taste do you have? With his misophobia, when he kissed her, he must have made a huge decision, right? Just to test whether she liked him or not. He really put in a lot of effort. Chapter 612. She wondered how many times Master Han had to wipe his mouth after that. So this was the way to break the disguise, to see and touch her naked. Then he asked her if she liked him. Was it because he wanted to take responsibility for her? In that split second, Ning Shuima's mind was already in turmoil. She didn't know how many thoughts flashed through her mind. She felt an inexplicable bitterness in her heart. Because her consciousness had been diverted, she finally ignored some of the itchy numbness in her bones. Her heavy breathing gradually returned to normal. Distracted? Suddenly, she heard his low but clear voice from behind her. His palm moved up another inch. Ning Shuima's body tensed up his hand. His hand was now close to her inner thigh. The skin in this area was already sensitive. Under the heat of his palm, Ning Shuima's body tensed up, and a trembling sound came from her throat. Ah, of course, this trembling sound only came out halfway, and she forcefully swallowed it down. They were not having sex. It was too embarrassing for her to make such a sound. Be natural, don't suppress it. Han Shanyue's voice came from behind her again, that warm breath just beside her ear. Ning Shuma, damn it, this was a serious time to detoxify the poison. Why did his words sound like what the groom would say during the wedding night? He could be natural, but she could not. That numbing and itchy feeling was overwhelming. Ning Shuma bit her lips hard to suppress the moan that was about to come out. Be born naturally, be destroyed naturally. Act according to your nature. Forcefully suppressing it will not be good for your recovery. Han Shanyue's voice came again, but it still sounded monotonous. Ning Shuma inwardly clenched her teeth. This bastard really can't sit still. This method made her want to die, but he was so calm, and she could not hear anything out of the ordinary. Such an erotic position, such an erotic her, sitting in his arms without any barrier. He really did not have any feelings. Damn it, he was even worse than Lu Xiaohui. He really did not have any ambiguous feelings towards her, right? Otherwise, he would not be able to do this, unless he was a natural eunuch. Her thoughts drifted further and further away, and the uncomfortable feeling in her heart grew heavier. I've been staring at your hair the whole time. Han Shanyue, who was behind him, seemed to be able to read his mind. He explained calmly. The method to break this kind of disguise technique was extremely perverse. As a spellcaster, he was not allowed to be emotional. His breath had to be stable, and his output of telekinesis could not be wrong. This required the caster to have a strong mental fortitude and a high enough telekinesis. It can be used freely. On the other hand, the recipient was required to act naturally and not forcefully suppress it. Only by acting naturally could the skin truly recover. Now, Ning Shuima was probably afraid of embarrassing herself, so she was trying her best to hold it in. It was obviously detrimental to her recovery. Therefore, when Han Shanyue noticed that something was wrong with her, he immediately warned her, did not explain himself. Ning Shuima glanced sideways at her own white hair. All right, facing this kind of brain, even the most amorous rapist probably wouldn't be interested. Ning Shuima looked like an open person, but she was still naturally not open to this kind of thing. And because she was a secret agent, she had to endure hunger and thirst, endure all kinds of temptations, and naturally, she had to endure desire. Her tolerance was originally much higher than ordinary people, so her tolerance at this time was also subconscious. Chapter 613. In his life, Han Shanyue had met many bold women who flirted in front of him. There were even some who stripped naked in front of him. Moreover, all of these women were devastatingly beautiful. Among them, there was no lack of beauties who were even more beautiful and enchanting than Ning Shuima. However, he was able to turn a blind eye to them, and his heart remained calm. Those women's flirting only made him feel disgusted. Under normal circumstances, Those women did not have a good ending. Currently, Ning Shuima's body was still in the state of being half angel and half demon. She really couldn't be considered beautiful. Even her voice sounded a bit old. Logically speaking, her current state shouldn't be able to evoke his state of mind, let alone having that kind of special thoughts. However, reality and dreams were always poles apart. His emotions wavered. The skin under his palm was like jade. That touch seemed to directly moisten the depths of his soul. A warm current rushed to a certain point in his lower abdomen, causing his palm to heat up instantly. Oh! Ning Xiuma, who was under his palm, softly moaned again. She murmured 2 words, Julie. Han Shangyue instantly felt as if he was struck by lightning. His palm trembled, and an inexplicable force almost gushed out from his palm. If this palm strike landed directly on her body, she would definitely be severely injured. Fortunately, Han Shangyue woke up in time and used all his strength to retract his palm. At least, it had not hit Ning Xiuma. However, the consequence of forcefully retracting the force was that it hit his own body. This caused the blood in his chest to surge, and he almost spat out blood again. Because of the instability of the force in his palm, Ning Xiuma's recovery speed slowed down. It even showed signs of stopping. Damn it! Rong Yue Taolan once said that once this method of removing the disguise started, it had to be persevered until the end. Otherwise, all the previous efforts would be wasted and she would never be able to recover. This girl was so vain. If he let her be half angel and half demon, she would probably be in so much pain that she would want to die. He did not know what kind of trouble she would cause. He took a deep breath and gathered his thoughts. In order to prevent himself from being disturbed by Ning Xiuma's voice, he simply sealed his hearing. If possible, he also wanted to seal the feeling in his palm. However, once he sealed his senses, he would not be able to feel the recovery speed of the skin under his palm. Time trickled by. With the support of Han Shanyue's telekinesis, the potion in the tub was maintained at a constant temperature. From time to time, waves of moving light, breathing, and moaning could be heard coming from the room. Fortunately, there was a barrier set up outside the house. No matter how big the commotion inside the house was, it wouldn't spread outside. Inside the bathtub, the old woman seemed to have been touched by a magical golden finger. Her skin became tender and youthful inch by inch. His white hair disappeared and was replaced by a head of long, black hair. The wrinkles on her face slowly extended and smoothed out. Her long eyelashes, perfectly shaped eyes, high nose bridge, and full lips appeared once again. Ning Xiuma had never thought that she would have wet dreams, and it was a wet dream that felt incomparably real. In her dream, she was having sex with a man in a red silk tent. That man caressed every inch of her body, but he didn't kiss her. She vaguely felt that this was a dream, but she couldn't wake up no matter what. She didn't know how much time had passed, but she suddenly felt cold, as if someone had poured cold water on her head in the fog. Her body trembled, and the charming spring scenery in front of her suddenly melted away like spring snow. Chapter 614. Ning Xiuma opened her eyes abruptly, as if she had just woken up from a dream. What she saw was an ink-colored gauze curtain, not a red gauze curtain. Ning Xiuma breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed a dream. It was a wet dream that made her blood boil. Recalling the scene in her dream, she blushed. What was wrong with her? Why would she have such a wet dream? Was she really having a wet dream? It couldn't be. She closed her eyes and recalled the 2 figures in her dream. They were just 2 blurry blobs. Not to mention their faces, she couldn't even remember their figures. It was indeed a dream. It was her fault for not being able to remember the scene in her dream. She didn't know how many dreams she had over the years, but she couldn't remember a single one. When she woke up, all the dreams had dissipated like mist, leaving not the slightest impression in her mind. It was the same this time. The only difference was that she knew she had a wet dream this time. That feeling was so real. She even felt the legendary soreness after sex. But a dream was a dream. When she woke up, she didn't feel any pain in that area. She was in so much pain in her dream. As she regained consciousness, all of her memories came back to her one after another. She finally remembered everything that happened in that weird bathtub, and the memory was broken when Han Shanhua told her that it was supposed to be their wedding night. God, was she indecent at that time? She subconsciously raised her hand, and what she saw was a small hand that was as fair as spring onions. Her heart skipped a beat. She had her covered. She rolled up her sleeves to take a look. Her arms were as clear as jade. She was worried and rolled them up again. The wide and soft sleeves were rolled up to her shoulders. Her shoulders were soft and white. She had really recovered. The joy in her heart surged. To be on the safe side, she touched her chest and waist again. Her breasts were full and sharp, a perfect semicircle. Her waist was tight, and her skin was as smooth as cream. She had really recovered. She had really recovered. Ning Xiuma's heart was bursting with joy. She urgently needed to look at herself in the mirror. She used her arms to support herself and tried to sit up. When she moved her arm, she actually pressed against something soft and hard. She subconsciously turned her head to look. Suddenly, he shuddered and laid back down on the pillow with a plop. Han Shanhua was lying beside her. At this moment, he had one arm supporting his head as he laid there, lazily looking at her. When did he lie beside her without making a sound? No, perhaps he had been there for a long time, but his breathing was too weak. After she woke up, she focused all her energy on recovering her body, so she did not notice him not far away from her. Ning Xiuma had never expected that he would be sleeping next to her when she woke up. She was so shocked that she blurted out, "Why are you here?" Han Shanhua's long hair was loose, and his tightly buttoned shirt was a little loose, revealing a small section of his delicate collarbone. His long eyelashes were slightly lowered, and his thin lips were slightly pursed. He looked a little less cold, a little more aloof, and a little more lazy and casual. This made Ning Xiuma's heart skip a beat. She looked away from his collarbone. She finally realized what she had pressed down on. It was his hand that was lying flat beside his body. "I am your husband. Last night was our wedding night. Why do you think I am here?" Han Shanhua asked lazily. Chapter 615. Bridal Chamber. These words shocked her again. Ning Xiuma opened her eyes wide in shock. Was that not a dream? Was it real? She had consummated with him? She almost subconsciously wanted to touch her lower body. Fortunately, she immediately realized that this action was too bold and quickly stopped her hand. She felt her body slightly. It was said that after consummating on the wedding night, that place would be burning and the waist would be extremely sore. However, she did not feel anything there. She should not have been violated. Her waist was indeed a little sore, but it should not be that kind of soreness, right? Ning Xiuma was not sure about her own assessment. She calmed herself down and blurted out, "We did not consummate, right?" She only realized that her words were a little silly after she asked. Han Shanhua's eyes deepened. "You are saying that you want to consummate with me?" Ning Xiuma, who had just woken up, had a bright red face, as if she had applied a light layer of rouge. Her pair of eyes were bright and lively, and her red lips were plump and moist. At this moment, she probably hadn't completely reacted yet. Her pair of eyes were wide open, and her small mouth was slightly open. She looked extremely cute. Because of her touching just now, her nightgown was very messy, revealing 2 white arms, a white jade-like neck, and half of her breasts. She was as innocent as a young girl, but as charming as a fairy. Han Shanhua's heart skipped a beat, and his lower abdomen suddenly tightened. He suddenly had the urge to do something. Ning Xiuma was choked by his question and subconsciously retorted, "Who wants to consummate with you?" After saying this, she turned over and wanted to get up. Lying on the same bed as him made her feel a little pressured. Her body had just moved when he caught her. Han Shanhua looked down at her and smiled faintly. "You really don't want to? You know, we're already husband and wife. If you have such needs, I will satisfy you." Satisfy your head. He said it as if she was a pervert, as if he was forcing himself. His breath was too close, so close that it made her very uncomfortable. She coughed and said seriously, "Almighty, you're thinking too much. I'm just your shield concubine. I'm only there to shield you from peach blossoms. That doesn't include warming your bed." "A shield?" She was still saying that even today, Han Shanyue's breath turned cold. After everything that happened yesterday, do you still think that you are a concubine who is used as a shield? What happened yesterday? Oh, that's right. When he removed the disguise for her yesterday, he had seen and touched her all over, but did he think that she would insist that he take responsibility for this? That was underestimating her too much. She wasn't that unstylish. She was not a woman from this era, not to mention being seen and touched by him, even if she really lost that layer of membrane. If it wasn't for love, she wouldn't casually entrust her life to someone else. She coughed once, her small face calm. Almighty, don't take what happened yesterday to heart. You were only treating me because you were in a hurry. I just treated it as a visit to a gynecologist and met a male doctor. I won't let you take responsibility. She felt that her words were profound enough, and he would feel relieved and comfortable after hearing it. But she didn't expect his breath to turn cold. The faint smile on his lips completely disappeared. Don't take it to heart? A male doctor? Chapter 6:16. His voice was like an icy spring, coldly flowing in the air. You're still so light. He didn't say the last word, as if saying it would dirty his mouth. After a pause, he coldly added, since that's the case, as you wish. With a gentle breeze, he was already gone. Ning Xiumao was the only one left lying on the bed in the huge bedroom. Damn, he ran away just like that. Did he just say that she was frivolous? Frivolous your head. I was carried around and touched by you bastards like a rag. Did I do it willingly? I didn't care about these bastards, but I became the frivolous one. What kind of bastard logic is this? Ning Xiuma's anger rose, and the good mood she had because she had regained her original appearance disappeared. She simply lifted the blanket and jumped off the bed, barefooted, and ran to the dressing mirror to look at her appearance. The mirror here wasn't the ordinary bronze mirror outside, but the mercury glass mirror used by modern people, which reflected people very clearly. What was shown in the mirror was a delicate face like a flower, with brows like the distant mountains, eyes like the ripples of autumn water, and lips like cherry blossoms. Her skin was like snow, and her eyes were as beautiful as a painting. She looked exactly the same as she did in her previous life. She let out a sigh of relief, feeling that the anger in her heart seemed to dissipate a little. She smiled at the mirror, and the girl in the mirror smiled back at her. Her bright eyes narrowed like crescent moons, and her light red lips curled upwards. She clearly had the appearance of a young girl, but her smile was bright and innocent, like a loli that people wanted to hold in the palm of their hands and protect. She didn't know how to do the complicated hairstyles of this era, so she just let her long hair down and trimmed it herself. After a while, she had a hairstyle that she was satisfied with. She looked at herself in the mirror, and it was the look she liked. She then looked at the rather loose nightgown on her body. It was made of snow-white material, and the simple and neat style was clearly someone's style. But it wasn't the style she liked. She looked around and finally found a few sets of women's clothes in a bedside cabinet. They were light yellow, light pink, snow white, and all kinds of styles. She picked out a set and compared it in front of the mirror and felt that it was passable. Just as she was about to put it on, she lowered her head and felt like she was hit by a stick. The clothes in her hands fell to the ground. Her feet, which were originally like white jade crystals and could make men go crazy, were now in the shape of an old person's feet. Her skin was saggy, and there were light brown age spots on her feet. Her toes were like garlic cloves, pale and weak. How could this be? Ning Xiuma's hands were also trembling. She couldn't help but lean over and roll up the loose trousers. The skin above the ankles belonged to a young man. Only her feet. This was the pair of feet that she had once been so proud of. Now they were completely. Why? Why was it that all the other parts of her body had recovered except for her legs? Did he did it? Or was there a unique treatment method for his feet? These two questions were rolling in her heart, and her hands and feet were cold. She took a deep breath, and then another. She calmed herself down. No, she had to ask him. She didn't want such feet. Her feet made her look like a monster. She couldn't accept it. Chapter 6:17. Ning Xiuma hurriedly put on her clothes and shoes, opened the door, and came out. Only then did she realize that this was a separate courtyard. The snow-white courtyard walls were winding, and there were a few banana trees planted under the walls. In the courtyard, there was a piece of ink-black jade. One side was rough stone, and the other side was sparkling black jade. Under the sunlight, it shone with a crystal-clear luster. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but touch the black stone, and her heart skipped a beat. This was Etienne jade, and such a big piece. A piece of this quality jade the size of fist was worth a lot, not to mention such a big one. Even if such a piece of jade was found, it would be treasured by collectors. But now, it was casually placed here as a fake mountain. It seemed that Rongyue Tianlan was really rich and overbearing. She was really a deity in the world. She casually threw out a piece, and it was enough to make people fight over it. The courtyard's decoration was quaint and had a sense of the mountains and the countryside. This style didn't seem like Rongyue Tianlan's, but more like Han Shanyue's. But at this time, Ning Xiuma didn't have time to think about this. She had to quickly find Han Shanyue and ask him what was going on. She went out of the courtyard and looked around. Her small courtyard was located at the top of a mountain, and there was a winding path downwards. Under the cover of the green trees, there were pavilions and terraces looming. Seeing the golden trees planted on both sides of the mountain road, Ning Xiuma knew that she was still on Rongyue Tianlan's carefree island. Where would Han Shanyue go in a rage? He should have gone to find Rongyue Tianlan to play chess, right? Ning Xiuma ran all the way down. Although her feet were still the feet of an old person, it didn't hinder her running, and she was still very fast. In the process of running, Ning Xiuma also felt that her mind power had recovered, and her body was as light as flying. She first used telepathy to contact Kirin. Kirin told her that it was bathing in a very big lake. It said that it had wanted to watch Han Shanyue heal her last night, but it was blocked by his barrier. No matter what, it could not enter. Helpless, it could only wander around. Ning Xiuma interrupted its nagging. "Where is God Han? Did you see that? No. Didn't he have a wedding night with you? Shouldn't he be with you?" Kirin was even more confused than her. Ning Xiuma was speechless. It seemed like her and Han Shanyue's wedding night was confirmed. He was obviously trying to remove the disguise for her. So how did it become the wedding night? She was too lazy to explain to Kirin and interrupted it. "Then have you seen Island Master Rongyu?" "Yes, I saw him drinking tea under the red heart tree early in the morning. Bright red leaves that looked like hearts danced in the air." Under the big tree, Rongyue Tianlan was sitting under the tree, drinking tea in a light green robe. There was a book on his lap, and he looked very relaxed. Seeing Ning Xiuma rushing in, he was slightly stunned. Miss Ning?" Ning Xiuma nodded and smiled brightly. "It's me. Good morning, Brother Rongyue." Rongyue Tianlan's eyes flashed with surprise. When he first met Ning Xiuma, she was still an old lady with wrinkled skin and white hair. He also knew that her original body must be beautiful. He didn't expect that she would be so beautiful. In other words, it was difficult to describe her simply as beautiful. She was wearing a light pink dress, and her black hair covered her forehead. Her black hair was like satin hanging around her body. Chapter 618. Ning Xiuma had big eyes and long eyelashes. Her smile was like a crescent moon, bright and resplendent. Her red lips were plump like cherry blossoms. When the corners of her lips curled up, it was exceptionally sweet, like a child who didn't know the ways of the world. She was like a doll that made people let down their guard for no reason and only wanted to kiss her heart and lungs. Rongyue Tianlan boasted that he was a romantic and had seen all kinds of beauties. Naturally, his eyes were very sharp and very picky. His standards were also ridiculously high. Ordinary beauties couldn't enter his eyes. However, this girl made his eyes light up. Among the thousands of beauties he had seen, she might not be the most beautiful, but she had the most temperament and the one that people couldn't take their eyes off. Yunqi was also a pure and peerless beauty. Her facial features were even slightly more exquisite than the girl in front of him, but she was far from being as dazzling as the girl in front of him. Yunqi was like a clear stream, and the girl in front of him was like a fire lotus in full bloom in the ice and snow. Dazzling and beautiful, clear and alluring. Yes, clear and alluring. The two were originally contradictory, but strangely combined in one person, causing people to be inexplicably moved. Even Rong Yue Tianlan, who was used to seeing beauties, faintly felt his heart palpitate. Miss Ning is so beautiful. No wonder. Rong Yue Tianlan paused and added in his heart. No wonder Dizwa, that 1,000-year-old iceberg, kept making exceptions for you. This sentence was unavoidably rude to the beauty, so Rong Yue Tianlan changed his words halfway. Miss Ning, you've recovered well. Ning Xuema smiled faintly. Not bad. She looked around and didn't see Han Shanyue's shadow. Mr. Rong Yue, have you seen Great God Han? Rong Yue Tianlan coughed. He left the island for some matters. Left? Did he just leave her here without saying a word? What did he mean? He didn't want her as a shield? Or did he leave her here temporarily because he had other matters to attend to? Then what about her leg? When will he be back? Rong Yue Tianlan shook his head. This he didn't say. Dizwa's behavior had always been unpredictable, and it was even more so this morning. Rong Yue Tian had just finished a round of martial arts when she turned around and saw Dizwa standing behind her. Although Dizwa had always been elusive, his sudden appearance startled Rong Yue Tianlan. Dizwa was actually wearing a loose sleeping robe. It was true that this did not affect Dizwa's beauty, but this was the first time Tianlan had seen him so slovenly. After this night, he thought that he would be able to see a radiant Dizwa in high spirits. However, he didn't expect that Dizwa would still be able to cover the sky like a blanket. When Han Shanyue saw him, he only said one sentence to him, I have something to do and have to go out. Take care of her. After that, the old man fluttered his sleeves and left. He was left with a belly full of questions and no one to ask. Now that he had seen Ning Xuema, he wanted to find a breakthrough through her. He quietly looked her up and down. After that night, she was still a virgin. Could it be that Dizwa's expression was because he was dissatisfied? Rong Yue guessed in her heart. Miss Ning, did you two quarrel? Rong Yuishenlin asked tentatively. He actually felt that it was unlikely. With Dizwa's temperament, it was unlikely that he would quarrel with others. This was because he wouldn't get angry easily. Once he got angry, he would immediately extinguish it. He wouldn't do something as useless as quarreling. Chapter 619. Ning Xuema shook her head. What she did with him didn't count as an argument, right? She just didn't know which of her words had provoked Master Han and made him leave in a huff. It seemed like her shield had blocked the most troublesome peach blossoms for him. He had achieved his goal, so he didn't care about her anymore. He threw her to his friend just like that. Did that mean she was free from now on? Ning Xuema raised her hand and touched the snow-shaped cinnabar mole on her forehead. What about her heavenly marriage symbol? Also, what about her feet? Miss Ning, is there something troubling you? Rong Yue Tianlan sensed that Ning Xuema had something on her mind. Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat. Island Master Rong Yue was the one who had thought of this method to remove the disguise technique. Perhaps he had other ways before her feet had recovered. She immediately spoke of her difficulties. Island Master Rong Yue, the rest of my body has recovered quite well, but my legs are still in their original strange state. You should have other ways, right? Rong Yue Tianlan was stunned and didn't speak for a while. He had clearly told Dizwa that once this method was started, it had to be removed from head to toe without stopping. Otherwise, all the previous efforts would be wasted, and it would be very difficult to recover from the parts that couldn't be recovered. He believed that Dizwa had listened to him. Why did he leave her with a future problem? Was he exhausted halfway? Or did he have a bad taste for old people's feet? Well, the last one seemed unlikely. Who would have such a strong taste for old people's feet? Exhaustion didn't seem right either. He remembered that after Dizwa had finished casting the technique on Ning Xuema, he had personally carried her out of the secret treatment room. Although Dizwa's face was pale, his footsteps were steady. It didn't seem like he was exhausted. Even if he had used up a lot of telekinesis, he should still have enough telekinesis to recover her feet. Then what about her feet? Could there be other reasons? Miss Ning, your feet haven't recovered at all? Yes, they're still the same. That's strange. Rong Yue Tianlan frowned and pondered. He even forgot to wave his fan. Could it really be Dizwa's bad taste? Ning Shuama's heart sank. She looked at her anxiously. Does Island Master Rongyue also have no other way? Rongyue Tian was a little embarrassed and spread out her hands. After all, I didn't see the specific situation. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened. Miss Ning, without saying a word, Ning Shuama took off one of her shoes and socks and showed it to him. Now you see it. When going to the hospital to see a doctor, he naturally had to show the doctor his injury. Even if it was a slightly private place, he still had to show it to others sometimes, not to mention that it was just a foot. Ning Shuama was even more open about it. She was a modern woman, and it was common for modern women to walk barefoot. Rongyue Tian took a step back as if she had been stung by a scorpion. This lady is too bold. She actually showed her feet to other men. This was simply too audacious. Ning Shuama knew that the people of this era were more conservative and tried their best not to let other men see a woman's body. However, she didn't know that in this era, a woman's small feet were equivalent to her third sex. It was second only to her chest and private parts. Generally, only her husband had the right to see a woman's small feet, and it was on their wedding night. Chapter 620. But now, Ning Shuama actually revealed her feet in such a grandiose manner, showing it back to him, a complete stranger. This was simply an eye-opener for Rongyue Tianlan, so much so that she even had a bit of doubt towards Ning Shuama's character. Rongyue Tianlan only glanced at her foot and quickly looked away. He said seriously, Miss Ning, please don't be like this. Please put on your shoes and socks properly. He couldn't tease his friend's wife. Moreover, she was someone for Dizwa. He couldn't cross the line. Otherwise, Dizwa would definitely send him flying. Now that Island Master has seen the symptoms of my foot, is there a way to recover it? Ning Shuama put on her shoes and socks. She was most concerned about this. I think you can ask your great god Han about this. Ning Shuama lowered her eyes. Island Master, you don't have a way? He wanted to ask that great god, but before he could ask, that person had already disappeared, didn't he? Rongyue Tianlan thought for a moment. Miss Ning, please wait for a moment. He decided to contact Dizwa first. Rongyue Tianlan went out. After a while, he came back and saw Ning Shuama standing under the tree, talking to Kirin. The wind blew up her black hair and pink clothes. The fiery red leaves twirled around her. It was as beautiful as a painting. At this moment, he suddenly felt that this girl in front of him might be more suited to wear red clothes. This thought only flashed through his mind. He walked over. Miss Ning Shuama stood up slightly and looked at him. Island Master, have you contacted Mr. Han? She actually guessed what he was doing just now. She was really smart. He shook his head. Mr. Han might be in a hurry. I couldn't contact him. He and Dizwa had a sound transmission talisman. Usually, they could keep in touch without any obstruction. This time, he didn't know why, but there was no answer on the other end. He couldn't do anything at the moment. Ning Shuama smiled. Forget it. In any case, thank you for your kindness in removing my disguise. Shuama will not disturb you any longer. Please send Shuama and Kirin out of the island. She wanted to leave. How could this be? Before Dizwa left, he had clearly entrusted her to him. If he let her go like this, where would he find her when Dizwa came back? Miss Ning, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. You still need to rest for a few more days. Why don't you stay here and wait until you've recovered before you leave? Ning Shuama shook her head. I don't think so. I'll have to recuperate after I go out. Besides, I still need to find a doctor. She didn't believe that no one in this big world could cure her foot. She wanted others to look at her feet. Rongyue Tianlan did not dare to let her go and tried every means to make her stay. However, Ning Shuama had already made up her mind. Rongyue Tianlan had no choice but to use his trump card. Miss Ning, you don't need to go to other places to seek treatment. I have a way. This sentence was like a shot of adrenaline for Ning Shuama. Her eyes immediately sparkled. Rongyue Tianlan looked at her pair of sparkling eyes and felt a little pressured. She muttered to herself for a moment and said, There is a way, but this method is very torturous for you. That kind of torment is not something that ordinary people can endure. Therefore, I feel a little embarrassed and don't want to do it. Chapter 621. Ning Shuama took a deep breath and said, Mister, why don't you tell me about it? She had experienced all kinds of torment when she was a secret agent. Ordinary torment could not scare her. Rong Yuishinlin glanced at her and asked, Was your foot seriously injured before? Did you use the Qilin armor to recover? Yes, that's right. Is this the reason why my foot could not recover? Ning Shuama suddenly understood. Rong Yuishinlin nodded and said, Yes. Although the Qilin armor healed your injury, it also changed the nature of the skin on your feet. Therefore, it could not be treated at the same time as other parts of your body. Ning Shuama understood. In other words, the Qilin armor had changed the genes on her feet. Different genes had different treatment methods. After knowing the exact cause, Rong Yuishinlin finally told her his treatment plan. His plan did sound cruel. However, Ning Shuama gritted her teeth and agreed to it in order to recover. Although this method made Ning Shuama suffer, it was not risky. Ning Shuama's life was not in danger. Therefore, Rong Yuishinlin contacted Han Shanyue again to ask for his advice. After failing to contact him, Rong Yuishinlin decided on his own. Anyway, Ning Shuama agreed to it. He could not bear to let such a beautiful girl have such a big flaw. If Dizwa came back, the beauty would have recovered. At most, he would blame himself for being reckless and acting on his own. It should not be a big deal. Have you seen the boiling purple sludge? This time, Ning Shuama's horizons were broadened. The bubbling purple sludge was placed in a small pool made of special materials. A strong, pungent smell of medicine filled the entire room. It was so strong that it made people dizzy. Kirin tilted its head and looked at the pool of medicine. It could not suppress its curiosity and stretched out a claw to explore the sludge. Then, as if he had been struck by lightning, he quickly retreated and said, It's hot. 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 Ning Shuama wore a set of special clothes and stood by the small pool. Looking at the boiling liquid, her heart was filled with uncertainty. The temperature is so high. Won't she be cooked if she jumps in? Rong Yuetian stood not far away from her. The temperature of this medicinal soup will always be at this temperature and will not change. If you wear these clothes, your skin won't be scalded. But you can feel the temperature of this medicinal soup. Cough, cough. I said that you will suffer a little. It's not too late for you to regret it now. My whole body is going to be soaked in. Rong Yuetianlan nodded her head cautiously. That's right. You have to let this medicinal paste completely cover your body. Even your face can't be exposed outside. After you jump in, the medicinal paste will wrap you up like an airtight clay figurine. You have to stay in there for 2 days. Your body will be reconstructed and your legs will naturally recover. At that time, we'll be able to shatter the godly soil and complete our mission. Why did it sound so much like making beggar's chicken? Ning Shuama was embarrassed. She was sure that Island Master Rong Yue would not cheat her. For a pair of healthy legs, she would go all out. The clothes she was wearing were like soft silk armor. It wrapped her tightly from head to toe, but it was very breathable. She could also see and hear the sounds outside. She first tried to reach her hand into the mud. The scorching heat spread throughout her body like lightning. She gritted her teeth and endured for a moment. Then, she retracted her hand and checked carefully. Her skin did not show any signs of being scalded. Chapter 622. Rong Yuetianlan was right. This was a living torture. She was about to go down when she thought of a terrible question. Island Lord Runga, after I go in, the mud will wrap me up like a clay figurine. Can I breathe in there? Rong Yuetianlan was stunned and suddenly slapped her head. Oh no, she really couldn't breathe in there. This method could treat people with high cultivation like her who could live without breathing, but ordinary people. Although she wouldn't be cooked in there, she would suffocate to death. Rong Yuetianlan broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, Ning Shuamo remembered to ask in advance. If she recklessly jumped in just now, once she was suffocated in there, he wouldn't know. 2 days later, the mud shell would be broken and her corpse would be peeled out. At that time, the old man Zwo would skin her alive. Miss Ning is right. I miscalculated. We will think of other ways. Think of other ways. Rong Yue Tianlan began to walk around the small pool. Ning Shuma looked at her clothes and then at the pool of mud. She frowned slightly. To be exact, this pool wasn't made of mud, but of medicinal paste. It was made from various rare herbs. Just preparing the herbs alone took a day. In addition, Rong Yue Tianlan personally supervised the medical apprentices at the side in order to control the efficacy and temperature of the medicine. She didn't sleep the whole night. That was why this pool of medicinal paste was made. Also, this set of clothes was specially made for her, using some kind of heavenly silk. A pair of gloves made of heavenly silk was already a priceless treasure, not to mention that she was dressed from head to toe. Rong Yue Tianlan could be said to have put in a lot of effort to treat her feet. Everything was ready. Were they really going to give up like this? Not only was Rong Yue Tianlan unwilling, but Ning Shuma was also unwilling. A day and a night had passed, and Han Shangyue hadn't moved. Rong Yue Tianlan still couldn't contact him. Naturally, she couldn't wait for him to come back and ask for instructions. As for Ning Shuma, her husband had run away, so she didn't see anything wrong with him. She ate, drank, and enjoyed the scenery. She even played 2 games of chess with Rong Yue Tianlan. Both of them had wins and losses, which made Rong Yue Tianlan have a whole new level of respect for her chess skills. If it weren't for the fact that he was busy making the medicinal decoction, he would have liked to play chess with Ning Shuma for an entire day. Kiran looked at Ning Shuma, who was deep in thought, and then looked at Rong Yue Ishinlin, who was circling the pool like an ant on a hot pan. He said weakly, "Can you take out a few of my master's souls and leave one to guard the house? This way, she won't feel any pain and won't need to breathe. When she's better, I'll put her soul in." Its words were like a bolt of lightning, striking Rong Yue Tian so hard that she stopped in her tracks. He seemed to have been enlightened and was instantly enlightened. His figure flashed, and he appeared beside the little Qilin. He slapped it on the head and said, "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Ha ha, little apple. I didn't expect you to be so smart." In his excitement, he didn't control the strength of his hand accurately. This slap made Kiran somersault and almost rolled into the boiling pool. Fortunately, Ning Shuama's hands and eyes were quick. She managed to grab its horn in time and stopped its rolling momentum. Kiran was so scared that it broke out in a sweat. It jumped up and shouted angrily, "Are you trying to kill me?" Chapter 6:23. Rong Yue Tianlan was awakened by Kiran's words, but he wasn't angry after being scolded by it. He patted its head comfortingly and said, "I'm sorry. My hand slipped." Kiran proudly turned its head to avoid his hand. It wouldn't let anyone pat its head. Since they had found a solution, the two of them didn't hesitate anymore. Before casting the spell, Rong Yue Tianlan told Ning Shuama that he would take out her soul and seal in the force field, leaving only one soul in her body to look after the house. The rest of her soul could stay in the house and watch from above. Ning Shuama nodded and looked at Rong Yue Tianlan with a complicated gaze. She heard that this soul extraction technique could only be done by deities who had cultivated their telekinesis to the heavenly stage. It seemed that Rong Yue Tianlan had also cultivated to the heavenly stage. However, probably because he was detached from worldly affairs and didn't enter the mortal world, he wasn't famous on this continent. If Han Shangyue hadn't brought her here, she wouldn't have known that there was such a person on this continent. It seemed that the information obtained by Chongkong Nation wasn't accurate. Those who were recorded were all famous. Weren't there a lot of people like Rong Yue Tianlan in this continent? This was the so-called otherworldly expert. Then, was the one who established the blood contract between her and the little Qilin also this kind of expert? It seemed that there were all kinds of hidden dragons and crouching tigers on this continent. She wondered what level Yunshi's telekinesis had reached. There was also Shuelan. That bastard's martial arts were also very strange. His cultivation might have also reached the heavenly stage. Thinking of Shuelan, she suddenly remembered something, and her expression changed slightly. When she was removing the disguise technique, Han Shangyue touched all over her body. Then, when this bastard changed her appearance, did he also touch her all over? Thinking of his hand touching all over her body, Ning Shuama had goosebumps all over her body. She paused and gritted her teeth to ask this question. Island Lord Rongyue, is the method to remove the disguise technique the same? Although it was a bit embarrassing to ask this question, if she didn't ask, she was afraid that she would always have doubts in her heart. Rongyue Tianlan shook her head and said, "That's not necessary. This is called a disguise technique, but in fact, he gave you a kind of poison. After giving you this medicine, he used his own blood to activate this kind of poison. It will make you become an old woman in 2 hours." So he didn't touch her all over her body? Ning Shuima finally. Who was this Shui Yuilan? To be able to play Gu so well. Could he be the ancestor of Gu? What about his own body? Did he also use this kind of disguise technique to become a wretched old man? Was it so troublesome for him? Rong Wetian shook her head. I didn't see the person's specific appearance, so it's hard to judge. Maybe he himself, but UTS is right. This was indeed a possibility. Ning Shuima nodded her head. She secretly swore in her heart that if she ever saw that bastard Shuilan again one day, she would definitely destroy his face that could bring disaster to a country, and then chop him into 8 pieces. That bastard almost destroyed her. She had a big grudge with him. The doubts in her heart were solved, and Ning Shuima's heart relaxed a lot. Following Rongyue Tianlan's instructions, she sat down cross-legged after a complicated operation by Rongyue Tianlan. After a quarter of an hour, Ning Shuima's soul was successfully extracted. Only a part of it was left in her body. Chapter 624. Rong Yuishinlin waved her sleeves again and set up a green spherical enchantment, carefully placing Ning Shuima's soul in it. It felt weird to appear in the state of a soul. Ning Shuima felt like a wisp of smoke, a gust of wind, floating in the enchantment. If the green enchantment didn't stop her, she might have flown out involuntarily. She curiously lay on the enchantment and watched Rong Yuishinlin raise her hand to lift her sitting body in the air and slowly put her down into the bubbling mud. She watched as her body was slowly swallowed by the mud inch by inch. The mud in the small pool seemed to have smelled something delicious and surged in the direction of her body, swirling around. Gradually, a mud shell formed around her body, like a small round coffin rolling up and down in the mud. This scene made all of Ning Shuima's hairs stand on end. Fortunately, her soul was lifted out. Fortunately, she couldn't feel it. Otherwise, the feeling of rolling and steaming in there was really unbearable. She just didn't know if her body would be cooked after breaking the mud shell. Steam Beauty was also a good dish. She looked at Rong Yuishinlin. Rong Yuishinlin was standing by the pool, afraid that something would happen to her, and he wouldn't be able to explain himself, so he had been quietly guarding her. From time to time, he used his consciousness to sense Ning Shuima's body in the mud shell, probing her vitality. His consciousness was also quite taxing, and he also had to feel the high temperature inside, so every time he probed, he would sweat profusely. It looked very tiring. Ning Shuima didn't feel anything. Her soul stayed in the green enchantment, but she felt a little bored. She looked at Kirin for a while, and then looked at Rong Yuishinlin for a while. She saw Rong Yuishinlin's hard work. A person with such high skills could make it so hot just by probing with her consciousness. If her original soul was inside, she was afraid that she would have wanted to commit suicide. Fortunately, there was Kirin's reminder. At the critical moment, it turned out that there were times when it didn't drop the chain. Ning Shuima looked at Rong Yuishinlin with gratitude, and when she looked at Kirin, it was gentle. Kirin was originally very playful, but at this time, it was worried about its master. Its eyes were also wide open, staring at the mud shell without blinking. Ning Shuima's main body was in the state of a soul. If it didn't use special methods, it couldn't see it all the time. In the first 4 hours, Kirin used telepathy to chat with Ning Shuima every 15 minutes to ask her about her situation. Naturally, Ning Shuima's answer reassured it. Rong Yuishinlin was able to see her soul. In these 2 hours, he would occasionally raise his eyes to look at Ning Shuima, who was inside the barrier. Seeing that she was fine, he felt relieved. There was a sign that she was gradually was Shui's body. After Ru Yuishinlin kept watch here for 3 hours, he saw that everything was indeed back to normal. It was a little boring for him to keep watch here. He took out the chessboard, sat there, and played chess with himself. Ning Xuemo watched from inside the enchantment. She was itching to play, so she spoke up to represent one side to play. It was Ru Yuishinlin's first time playing chess with a soul. It was quite fun, so he let her represent the black side, and he took the white piece himself. One person and one soul played chess there. Ning Xuemo was in the state of a soul, and her mind wasn't as clear as it was normal. So when she played chess with Ru Yuishinlin this time, she lost 2 out of 3 games. Chapter 625. Playing Go consumed a lot of brain power. Ning Xuemo was in the state of a soul, so the consumption was particularly large. After 5 games, she was so tired that she wanted to sleep. Rong Yuishinlin finally noticed her discomfort. He saw that she was swaying in the force field and couldn't maintain her shape. She was obviously in a state of overexertion. He couldn't help but hit his head with the fan. For so many years, he had been dealing with the strongest people. No matter what he did, there's always a kind of habitual thinking in it. He always forgot that Ning Xuemo was just an ordinary person. An ordinary person's soul couldn't be so exhausted. He hurriedly put away the chessboard. "Miss Ning, your soul will be hurt like this. It's better to recuperate in the force field. You can meditate to recover." Souls could meditate? Ning Xuemo tried to regulate her breath in the force field. She closed her eyes slightly and meditated for a while. Sure enough, the tiredness lessened a lot. Rong Yuishinlin saw her like this and breathed a sigh of relief. He used his consciousness to check her body again. Her body was also fine. He was about to find something to do to pass the time when a child reported from outside. "Island Master, Palace Master Yunqi is here." Yunqi actually came back. It seemed that she was going to get rid of the knot in her heart. Rong Yue Tianlan's heart was filled with joy. In the end, he was worried about his old friend, so he instructed Ning Xuemo to focus on recuperating inside the barrier. When the time came, he would naturally let her out. He turned back to look for Kiran, but found that the little guy's shadow was gone. It turned out that Kiran saw that Ning Xuemo's soul had been playing chess with Rong Yuishinlin. It really had nothing to do with it. It was also a playful thing, so it ran out to play. Rong Yuishinlin didn't see it, but he guessed that it had run away. He couldn't help but rub his forehead with the fan. He gave Ning Xuemo a few more instructions before going out. Only Ning Xuemo was left in the big hall. She sat in the force field and meditated for a while. Then, she looked at the mud shell rolling in the mud. She yawned in boredom. This kind of time was a bit unbearable. She might as well sleep first. Rong Yue Tianlan had said before that sleeping was also a way for souls to cultivate. She simply lay down inside the force field. The force field set up by Rong Yuishinlin was very authentic. It could change its shape according to her movements inside. When she lay down, it also became a long strip. It flowed around Ning Xuemo. Ning Xuemo couldn't help poking it with her finger. It was soft like a balloon. She poked a few more times, and a question flashed through her mind. "I wonder if this barrier will break as easily as an eggshell?" She poked a few more times out of boredom. In her boredom, her thoughts began to drift. Where did that bastard Shui Ilan go after he escaped? If she were to catch him one day, she would make sure that he would often be immobilized and tortured by others. Was Han Shanwei really not going to turn back? It had already been a day and a night, and he hadn't even contacted his good friends. As expected of the legend of this continent, he was able to let go so easily. Looks like it's time for my shield concubine to retire. But what about the wedding? All right, she was now in the state of a soul. Was the cinnabar mole still there? She couldn't help but raise her hand to touch it. In the state of a soul, her sense of touch wasn't sensitive. She touched nothing. She smiled to herself. The soul had no physical body. She couldn't touch it. She couldn't even sense where her body was. It seemed that she could take any shape she wanted. Chapter 626. Ning Xuemo curled up into a ball, stretched into a straight line like a stick, and then into the shape of a flower. She realized that as long as she thought about it, the shape of her soul would immediately change, and it would be exactly the same as what she imagined. That was fun. This feeling was not something that she could experience at any time. She suddenly had an idea. Could she turn into a sharp sword and cut through the wizardry barrier? Just as she thought about it, she heard a soft thud. Her body became light, and a green light flashed in front of her eyes. When she realized what had happened, she was already outside the wizardry barrier. Ning Xuema was speechless. Wasn't this barrier too much like a piece of paper? She had just thought about it, and she immediately broke through the barrier. Was her soul too powerful, or was his wizardry barrier too weak? Ning Xuema could not figure it out at the moment. She circled around the hall and looked at the mud shell. She could not help but fly down to take a closer look. Unexpectedly, before she could really get close to the mud shell, she felt a strong suction force from the mud shell, and it suddenly pulled her down. Ning Xuema was almost pulled down by the suction force. She hurriedly flew up and finally broke free from the suction force. She was still in a state of shock as she stuck her body to the wizardry barrier and looked at the mud shell. Suddenly, she realized that the mud shell was her body. Once she got close to it, she would naturally be attracted to it. Damn it, I was almost sucked in. I almost went in there to taste the high temperature and the feeling of being suffocated to death. She did not dare to get close to the mud shell. Her body floated up and circled around the hall a few times. She felt that her body was a little scattered, as if her arms and legs were going to be separated from her body. Oh no, her soul was going to be scattered. Once the soul was scattered, she did not know if it could be gathered again. This was Ning Xuema's last thought in the hall. After this thought, her vision blurred, and she did not know anything else. The blood-red fog. There was no end to it. The world was completely covered by the blood-red fog, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Ning Xuema felt as if she was walking in such a blood fog. From time to time, all kinds of strange noises could be heard coming from the blood fog. There were screams that sounded like humans and beasts. In the depths of the fog, there was even the sound of teeth tearing through flesh. The combination of these strange sounds made the hair of those who walked among them stand on end. Blood mist filled the air, and the gloomy aura was chilling. This place seemed to have been abandoned by God. Sunlight could no longer shine here. It was terrifyingly cold. Ning Xuema could not help but shrink back. Although she was bold, being alone in such an environment, she still felt a little scared. She couldn't tell the direction in the fog, so she could only choose a random direction and run. She couldn't wait to get out of this demonic area. The blood mist in front of her suddenly rolled like waves, and there seemed to be footsteps rushing towards her. She was stunned and instinctively dodged to the side. A young man in white rushed out of the blood mist in front of her. This young man in white seemed to have just gone through a fight. His white robe was stained with blood, and his hair was messy, covering his face. Ning Xuema could not see his appearance clearly, but she could faintly feel that this young man should be very beautiful. This young man looked to be around 12 or 13 years old, but his skills were already extraordinary. As he ran, there were all kinds of beasts that came out of the blood mist to bite him, but they were all dealt with in a few moves. Chapter 6:27. Ning Xuema was hiding in the dark. She had only seen him fight a few times, and she was sure that this young man was a ruthless character. In the battle, he was willing to let himself be injured in order to quickly finish off his enemies. For example, there was a very cunning snake. It flew around the young man like lightning, and when the young man was fighting with other monsters, it would bite the young man. Once it was bitten, it would run away immediately. It did not want to continue fighting. After the young man suffered a few losses, he simply ignored it and focused on fighting with other monsters. He was attacked a few more times by the snake. The snake did not suffer any losses. The more it attacked, the bolder it became. Slowly, its body could stay on the young man's body for a longer time when it bit him. At the last time, when it bit the young man's skin, it sucked a mouthful of his blood. A sudden change happened at that moment. The young man, who had been ignoring it, suddenly reached out and grabbed the snake's vital point. The snake was shocked when its vital point was caught. It struggled in his hand and said, "Old Six, you can't kill me. I'm your younger brother. I'm your younger brother." Younger brother? The young man chuckled. Ning Xuema felt a chill in her heart. For some reason, she felt that the young man's laughter was very cold. It was as if he was going to make a big move in the next moment. Ning Shuama was right. After the young man laughed, he directly broke the snake's neck. The snake's blood sprayed all over him. This scene was very cruel, but Ning Shuama did not know why she was very excited when she saw it. It was as if she also liked the taste of blood. She could not help but follow the young man. She watched him kill in the blood fog and saw the blood of all kinds of monsters sprayed on his body. She watched his white clothes turn into red clothes. The blood fog seemed to be endless. The sound of ghosts crying in the blood fog became louder. The young man encountered more ambushes. After all, he was not made of iron. His body seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. Finally, after being ambushed by another monster, he sat down with a thud. The blood mist seemed to have faded a little. 5 green-robed men walked out of the blood mist one after another and surrounded the young man from before. From their conversation, Ning Shuama knew that the 5 green-robed men were the elder brothers of the young man. They were reprimanding the young man for his evil deed of killing his brothers. The young man didn't say a word at first, but after they finished scolding him, he smiled gently. Ning Shuama couldn't see his face clearly, but for some reason, she felt that his smile was very enchanting. After the young man smiled, he only said a few words. "You guys never treated me as a brother. You call me a bastard." His words made Ning Shuama feel sad for no reason. It was as if she had seen the ugly duckling in fairy tales as expected. Those youths had mocking expressions on their faces. "You're a bastard. Although you were hatched from the same nest as us, you were different from us from the moment you were born. You are white, and you have an ugly lump on your head. It's already very kind of mother to let you stay, yet you still want to ask for more? How dare you covet the position of the king of my clan? With just you?" Ning Shuama calmly listened to their conversation and finally understood what was going on. This young man should also be from the Snake clan. He was born in the same nest as these green-robed men and was discriminated against since he was young. However, he was very talented and ambitious. She did not know why he let it slip that he wanted to fight for the position of the Snake King when he grew up. This sentence brought him a fatal disaster, and the king of the Snake clan issued an order to kill him. Chapter 628. 10,000 snakes moved out and formed this blood fog array, wanting to kill this young man inside. Even his so-called blood brothers were among the snakes that wanted to kill him. These 5 brothers were also very cunning. They only appeared when the young man in white was exhausted. They obviously wanted to take advantage of the situation. Not a single word was exchanged. Another bloody battle ensued. That young man was clearly so weak that he was about to die. But at this moment, it was as if he had been injected with stimulants and was reinvigorated. Once again, he fought with his life on the line against these 5 people. Ning Shuama crossed her arms and watched from the side. She began to admire this young man. Ruthless. He was also very scheming and had many tricks up his sleeves when facing his enemies. His weakness just now was not real. It was just a ploy to lure the snake out of its hole. Now that the snake was lured out, he naturally fought with his life on the line. In the battle, his tricks were endless. Slowly, the 5 brothers who originally had the upper hand were killed one by his tricks. When only one of the 5 brothers was left, he finally realized that things were not going well. He turned around and wanted to run, but was captured by him. After that person was captured, he begged the young man in white, playing the family card. He said that he was forced by others to come, but in his heart he had always treated him as a brother. This person was very eloquent. He recalled the past with this young man. From these words and the reaction of the young man in white, Ning Shuama knew that the one who survived was this young man's 3rd brother. He usually took good care of him. For example, when he was punished to kneel for no reason, 3rd brother had secretly given him food. Although it was just scraps of food, it was enough for him to survive and not starve to death. There were 7 or 8 similar incidents. The young man's murderous aura finally calmed down. He said, "All right, on account of our past relationship, I'll spare your life." Then, he let go of the hand that was holding his 3rd brother's neck. Ning Shuama's heart jumped. Her intuition told her that this was bad. Her intuition had always been very accurate. This time was no exception. Before the 3rd brother's body landed on the ground, The poisonous blade in his hand had already pierced through the young man's abdomen. That young man in white was also ruthless. Even after suffering such a heavy injury, he did not care. Instead, he suddenly pounced forward and grabbed his third brother's neck. This time, he didn't show any mercy at all. Instead, he directly cut off all of third brother's chances of survival. His third brother, like his other brothers, returned to his original form after death and remained motionless. Due to his reckless charge, the dark green, poisonous blade pierced through his body and came out from his back. Fresh blood dyed the remaining white of his white robe red, and the white robe was completely dyed red. After all, he was still a child. After killing so many people in one breath, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground with a plop. Perhaps his ruthlessness just now had scared off the other pursuers. This young man had been lying on the ground for a full quarter of an hour, but no one took the opportunity to attack him. He struggled a few times on the ground, looking like he really wanted to get up. However, he was obviously exhausted from his injuries this time. He struggled a few times but still couldn't get up. He simply lay there and raised his blood-stained hand to look at it. Why? Why can't you tolerate me? Why? He seemed to be laughing and crying at the same time. His hand was stained with someone else's blood or his own. Drops of blood dripped down. Chapter 629. Fresh blood dripped onto the neck and body of the white-clothed youth. His entire body seemed to have been fished out from blood. More people walked out from the blood fog. These people obviously wanted to harm him as well. They fanned out and surrounded him. There were more than 10 of them. Their eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. The youth naturally sensed the approach of these people, but he was already in despair. He did not want to get up again. Blood flowed like a river, but he could not fight for any chance of survival. No matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to escape death today. Probably with this thought in mind, the youth lay there without moving. He just closed his eyes slightly. Clang, clang. A few zither sounds suddenly came from the blood fog. The zither sounds were clear and melodious. It was not a tune, but it strangely dispersed the blood fog and returned everything to its original state. The zither sounds came from above Ning Shuima's head, startling Ning Shuima. She looked in the direction of the zither sounds and saw a big tree not far behind her. The branches and leaves of the tree were all withered and burnt, leaving only the bare tree trunk like a horned dragon. On the tree trunk, a young girl in red sat diagonally. She did not know why, but the moment Ning Shuima saw the young girl in red, her heart felt like it was hit by a big hammer. The young girl was dressed in a fiery red dress. She wore a hood of the same color on her head. Her face was hidden in the shadow of the hood, making it impossible for people to see her face clearly. On her knees was a dark blue zither. The color of the zither was like the waves of the sea. It shone faintly under the moonlight. The young girl was leaning against the tree trunk. Her hands were lazily strumming the zither strings. Her bare feet were swaying there. It was a full moon night. Under the moonlight, she looked like an elf, a dark elf. The people who were about to surround the youth became restless. Countless gazes looked towards the young girl. The dying youth also looked over. From his direction, the most conspicuous thing he could see was her feet. Her small feet were as white as snow, and there were silver chains around her ankles. There were 2 small silver bells hanging from the chains, and as her small feet moved, the silver bells jingled. Coupled with the sound of the zither that she casually played, there was actually a kind of soul-stirring power that made everyone's eyes widen. The sound of the zither seemed to have a great influence on these people. Their tempers became impetuous, and they all asked for the girl's name. The young girl casually plucked the strings of the zither and said in a cold voice, "So many people bullying one person. It's really annoying." She didn't know if it was because of the sound of the zither, but the group of people became very irritable. This girl's ordinary sentence actually provoked 4 or 5 men to rush toward her. "If you don't like it, then stay together. Play with us." Those 4 or 5 people's kung fu was obviously not bad. Their figures were like a whirlwind as they rushed over. The young girl was not in a hurry. When they got close, her fingers suddenly plucked the zither strings. This time, it wasn't a musical note that came out, but a light red wave of light. This light red wave of light was like a meteor or lightning. After the light wave flashed, the 4 or 5 people who rushed over had already lost their heads. Their bodies ran forward 2 steps on the ground, and then fell to the ground with a loud bang. Devil Ancestor! Devil Ancestor! She is the Devil Ancestor! God! She is the Devil Ancestor! The rest of the people shouted. The white-clothed youth lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with passion as he looked at the young girl. Chapter 630. Those people didn't care about attacking the young man anymore. They retreated step by step, obviously wanting to escape. The girl in red looked at the young man and smiled. I've taken care of a few for you. The rest is up to you. Of course, you can let them go as long as you don't have to worry about the consequences. The young man took a deep breath and finally stood up again. I won't let them go. Okay, then it's up to you. Her fingers plucked the strings again, and waves of light red waves gushed out. In the blink of an eye, a barrier was set up around them, stopping those who wanted to escape. The girl said happily, "No one is allowed to leave until the winner is decided. Don't worry, no matter who wins or loses this time, I won't interfere. The final winner can stay." Everyone looked at each other. Everyone knew that this time, it was not about winning or losing, but about their lives. Losing meant death. It was yet another battle of life and death. One by one, the young man's men fell to the ground. Flowers of blood burst out one after another. Every flower of blood represented the end of a life. It was cruel but beautiful. After an unknown amount of time, when the dust once again settled, the large field was littered with the corpses of several long snakes. Only 2 people were left standing. One was an old man in green, and the other was the young man in red. The young man in red was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. Although he was standing, there were deep and shallow wounds all over his body. His body was shaking, as if he would fall down immediately if the wind blew. Ning Xuemon knew that she seemed to have entered an illusion. In this illusion, she could see other people, but they obviously couldn't see her. She could just stand aside and watch. Until now, she couldn't help but admire the young man's stubbornness. He was clearly exhausted to the extreme, and his kung fu was clearly not the strongest among these people, but it was precisely because of this that he was able to kill each and every one of them. Ruthless, cunning, and daring to fight. He had all these factors. He was not tall enough, but the murderous aura he exuded made the old man in front of him tremble. That old man was more cunning. Just now, when everyone went forward to besiege him, he stayed in the outer circle and only attacked the young man when he was cold. Therefore, his stamina consumption was the least, and he was still in peak condition. He circled around the young man, looking for his weakness. The young man's eyes were almost covered with blood, but he didn't dare to blink. He didn't even dare to wipe it with his hands. He was afraid that if he raised his hand, he would give others a chance to deal him a fatal blow. A drop of blood finally rolled down from the tip of his eyebrows and fell into his eyes. The youth couldn't help but blink. The old man took advantage of this opportunity to rush over and slash at the young man's neck. Ding! The sound of a zither suddenly rang out in the air. The old man jumped in fright and quickly turned to look at the young girl who had been watching from the side. But before he could see the girl's face clearly, his arms suddenly flew out. That young man had taken advantage of this moment to make a move. His grasp of the opportunity was extremely precise. If he had acted a second earlier or a second later, he would not have been able to achieve this effect. It was a perfect match for the young girl's zither.